The Missing Mistress, Lee Callaway, Book Number 5. Written by Thomas Fincham. Narrated by Adam Verner. Chapter 1. He stood before a large window that stretched the length of an entire wall, taking in his unobstructed view of the city. The average person coveted such a view, but it did not come cheap. Fortunately, Rufus James Parrish, or R.J., as he was commonly known, was one of the richest men in Milton. Parrish was short and fat. He wore a three-piece custom suit that snugly fit his body. His head was shaved clean, and he wore a gold diamond ring on his pinky finger. Parrish would have loved to have had a full set of hair, but he began to bald prematurely in his 20s. By his 30s, his hair was gone. He could afford a hair transplant, but the process looked too painful. Wearing a wig was out of the question, too. The thought of wearing someone else's hair disgusted him. He wished he was taller, but that was genetics. His father was 5'5", and his mother barely touched 5 feet. As for the extra weight, his work required him to sit at a desk for hours. Plus, he was never big on exercise. Parrish's sheer will and determination more than made up for his lack of physical attributes. Parrish Holdings, Inc. had projects throughout the city. They had built a bridge, a shopping mall, and was now in the process of completing a sports stadium. But things were not all rosy. Parrish had made the mistake of investing in foreign projects. He did not fully understand the customs and business practices of the countries the projects were located in. He had always been able to bribe his way into any situation, but in certain places, bribery was hard to do. Parrish was careful, however. Greasing the palms of the right officials was never explicit nor forceful, only being done as a last resort. Bribery was a tactic he used on occasion, but it was necessary in his line of work. Hundreds of millions of dollars were at stake, and it was a cutthroat business. Parrish believed he was not alone in resorting to bribes if need be. He took a puff of his cigar and blew out a cloud of thick smoke. Those foreign projects had cost him dearly. His investors were not pleased. There were even a few rogue investors who wanted him out as president and CEO. He would never let that happen. Parrish Holdings, Inc. would not exist without R.J. Parrish. He made the company what it was. He had started the business almost 30 years ago with a $10,000 loan from his father. His parents were poor, middle class. His father worked as a tailor, and his mother was a homemaker. Their loan was a lot of money for them, but his father believed in him. By the time his father died, Parrish had made his first $1 million. Right now, the company was now worth close to $500 million, even with all the accumulated debt. Parrish could feel his grip on the company was slipping away. He needed projects that were secure and long-term, projects that were backed by the government. He had a plan, one he had been working on for months. Everything was going accordingly until last night. He took another puff. The phone on his desk rang. He walked over and pressed a button. His secretary's voice came on the line. "Mr. Parrish, there is someone here to see you." "Let him in," he said, putting his cigar in an ashtray. The door opened, and a man in a black suit came in. His hair was jet black. His eyes were black as coal, and his skin was pale. Parrish got shivers whenever he looked the man directly in his eyes. They were cold, lifeless. But Parrish had come to rely on him. The man was discreet and resourceful. "Vigo," Parrish said, "I hope you have some good news for me." Vigo shook his head. "I'm afraid not," Parrish grimaced. "I lost the trail," Vigo said. Parrish took a deep breath and sat down behind the desk. He took a moment to collect his thoughts. He then turned to Vigo. "Do whatever you have to and find her." Vigo nodded and left the room. Parrish suddenly felt like the walls around him were closing in. He knew if they could not locate her, everything he had worked so hard for would come to an end. Chapter 2. Dana Fisher drove down the freeway shoulder at top speed, blaring her emergency siren. It was early morning rush hour, and Dana was getting plenty of sour looks from commuters either bound for work or returning from overnight shifts. Either way, they were not happy to be stuck in traffic. They wanted to be at their destinations at their regular times. That will not be possible today, she thought. There's been an accident on the freeway. Under normal circumstances, it was the Milton Department of Transportation's prerogative to investigate such matters. Seeing that the call came to her told her this was not an ordinary car crash. Fisher was a 10-year veteran of the Milton Police Department. As a homicide detective, she had solved some of the most brutal crimes imaginable. Nothing fazed her anymore. Up ahead, she saw the yellow police tape that was cordoning off the accident scene. She slowed her vehicle, and a uniformed officer raised the tape to let her through. She drove further up and parked her SUV next to a police cruiser. Fisher was 5'5". She weighed close to 110 pounds. She had dark shoulder-length hair, and her thin nose pointed upwards. Her nose moved whenever she opened her mouth. She spotted an officer standing next to another police cruiser. The officer was tall, with deep blue eyes, a prominent chin, and blonde hair that was hidden underneath his police cap. She smiled when she saw him. Fisher and Officer Lance McConnell were in a relationship. They had still not officially declared each other boyfriend and girlfriend, nor had they uttered the words, "I love you," yet, but there was a strong attraction between them. They came from law enforcement backgrounds, so they both knew how demanding their jobs were. As such, neither had to tell the other that the job took priority over anything else, even their relationship. When she was deep in an investigation, Fisher ended up working 80 to 90-hour weeks. She once spent 5 days straight at the police station, eating takeout and sleeping in the break room. She felt if the victim's family could not eat or sleep because of the horror of what had happened, why would she? They wanted justice, and Fisher was tasked with providing it for them. She knew such a work schedule was no way to live. Eventually, her lifestyle would catch up to her, but she did try to go for a jog each morning. That counts for something, right? She thought. She was jogging when the call came. She quickly turned back, showered, dressed, and rushed over. There was another thing she liked about McConnell. He was low maintenance. He did not call her every hour of the day wanting to know what she was up to. He trusted her, and he gave her the space she needed in her work life and personal life. She hoped one day that would change. It would be nice to have someone waiting for her when she returned home, but that would be later when their relationship had moved a few levels up. Right now, they were happy with their arrangement. McConnell was writing something on his notepad. He looked up and smiled at her. She walked up to him and said, "I'm surprised they called you." "They pretty much called everyone who was within 5 miles of the freeway." "Why?" Fisher asked, surprised. "What's so different about this car accident?" "Take a look." McConnell pointed in the other direction. She walked around the police cruiser. At least half a dozen vehicles were involved in a pileup, their front bumpers damaged and mangled. Smoke was coming out from under the hood of at least 3 vehicles. She squinted and realized the cause of the accident. A Ford truck had smashed into the back of a Suzuki sedan, which then pushed the sedan into a concrete barrier. Fisher frowned. "I still don't know why I'm here." As if reading her thoughts, McConnell said, "Go around to the front of the sedan." She looked at him, but his face did not give anything away. McConnell was great at playing poker. It was hard to read his emotions, which meant if she wanted to find out, she would have to do it herself. She sighed and walked toward the sedan. When she came around to the front, she saw what all the commotion was about. Spread across the sedan's windshield was a man's body. This was no accident, she thought. This was deliberate. Chapter 3. Detective Gregory Holt parked next to his partner's SUV. He too had reservations about why he was being called to a traffic accident. But it was not the first time he had investigated a crime committed on the freeway. There were cases of road rage that resulted in a fatality. Those constituted homicides, and as such came within his jurisdiction. But in those instances, he was usually called in after the Department of Transportation had taken control of the scene. Today was different, and he already knew why. On his drive over to the scene, he heard the news on the radio. Someone had fallen from an overpass onto a moving vehicle below. Drivers on the freeway were posting information on all the social media sites. It seemed to Holt like everyone with a cell phone had become an armchair reporter. This was a new way of disseminating information. Everything was being documented. This gave the police more evidence to sift through when investigating a crime. A cell phone recording could contradict false statements made at the scene. An image taken at the scene could lead to an arrest. A random post could reveal the missing piece to solving a case. But Holt knew that at the same time, there were also drawbacks. Witnesses at the scene may break the news first online, which the media would latch onto. This could give the perpetrator information on how to elude capture. That was why the authorities preferred to hold certain information back. They wanted the element of surprise when in pursuit of a suspect. Also, not all the information posted was pertinent and could lead the investigation in a dozen directions. Holt did not believe every word that was said on the radio or posted online. He would observe the scene with his own eyes and form his own conclusions. Holt was 6'4" and weighed close to 250 pounds. He had thick arms, thick hands, and a thick neck which made his shirt collar tight. He was forever adjusting his collar. He could always get a larger-sized shirt, but he did not like having a loose shirt around his neck. His eyes were small and black, and they took in information at a rapid pace. This was essential in his line of work. Even the smallest detail could be a clue to breaking a case. As such, he never ignored even the most mundane details. He rubbed his wedding ring 3 times, a private ritual he did before each new investigation. He did this to remind him of why he chose to be a detective. He wanted to make the world a better place for his family. He moved further up when he saw Fisher and McConnell next to a sedan. A white sheet was draped over the front of the vehicle. "Morning, partner," Fisher said as he approached them. "Morning," he replied. He then gave a slight nod in McConnell's direction. In the department, it was no longer a secret that Fisher and McConnell were dating. Initially, Holt had reservations about an office relationship. He did not want to see Fisher get hurt, which could then affect her career. Fisher's ultimate desire, a fact she did not hesitate to remind Holt, was to become captain one day. Holt had no doubt Fisher would make a great captain, and the first female one at the Milton PD, too. But an office romance gone wrong could be extra baggage she might not want to carry as she progressed up the ladder. Everything Fisher told him about McConnell made McConnell okay in Holt's book, however. McConnell smiled and nodded in return. Holt asked Fisher, "What do we know so far?" "The jumper's name is David Becker," Fisher replied. She held up a wallet. It was in his pants. He's 42 years old. He has a wedding band on his ring finger, which would indicate he's married. However, there are no photos of his wife in his wallet, but there are photos of his 2 kids, a boy and a girl. "Recently separated?" Holt said. "That would be my guess." "It could explain why he chose to jump." "How do you know he wasn't pushed?" Fisher asked. "I don't. But in my experience, a change in marital status, a sudden loss of employment, or other depressing things could lead many people to end their life." Fisher nodded. He knew she had come to the same conclusion, but as good detectives, they always tried to keep an open mind. "Where did he jump from?" Holt asked. McConnell pointed to an overpass just behind him. Holt squinted in that direction. Traffic was already backed up. People were out of their cars, and they were standing by the railing looking at them. Most were holding up their cell phones, taking pictures and video. Holt frowned. "I guess we're not going to get much privacy today." "That's why I covered the body as soon as I got here," Fisher said. Holt looked at her. "Good thinking." Fisher pulled on latex gloves. Holt did the same. They moved to the front of the vehicle. Holt lifted the white sheet up just enough for them to stick their heads in. David Becker's head was facing them. His eyes were open but vacant. His reddish hair was combed to one side, and he was clean-shaven. He wore a dark blue pinstripe suit, and from the looks of it, expensive leather shoes. His red tie was still perfectly snug around his white shirt collar. On his wrist was a diamond-encrusted gold watch. Holt's brow furrowed. "He looks like a lawyer." "He is," Fisher said. "How do you know?" "He has a business card in his wallet." "All right," Holt said. "Then why did a well-dressed lawyer decide to kill himself this fine morning?" "That's what we're here to find out," Fisher replied. Chapter 4. Eliza Soubert sat on a stretcher in the back of an ambulance. She had a blanket over her shoulders, and she was visibly shaken by what had just transpired. Every so often a paramedic would come by and check her vitals. Eliza had dark curly hair, a brown complexion, and an almost childlike round face. She hugged herself and wiped tears from her cheeks. Her tears had smeared her eyeliner and makeup. Fisher was seated next to her. She gave the young woman a moment to compose herself. "What do you do?" Fisher asked to break the ice. I recently graduated," Eliza replied between breaths. "From where?" "Milton College." "What did you major in?" "Business administration." "Congratulations! That's a great accomplishment." "Thank you," Eliza said, staring at the ambulance's floor. "Where were you headed this morning?" Fisher asked. I have an interview for a management position at a bank." That explains why she's all dressed up, Fisher thought. "What time was the interview?" Eliza turned and finally looked at her. "What time is it now?" Fisher told her. Eliza burst into tears. "I'm late for my interview," she cried. Fisher gently put an arm around her. "Don't worry. I'm certain once they hear about what happened today, they'll let you interview another day." "You think so?" Eliza asked eagerly. "I'm sure of it. In fact, if they don't, you can have them give me a call." Fisher held out a business card for her. Eliza took the card, handling it as if it were made of gold. "Now," Fisher said, "tell me exactly what happened." Eliza took a deep breath. "Well, I got up this morning and got ready. I then dropped my brother off at school." "What grade is he in?" 12. "Okay." "I then drove straight to the interview." "How fast were you driving?" Eliza frowned as she thought hard. "With all the traffic, I think I was going like 50. 50 miles an hour? Fisher asked. Eliza shrugged. "I think so, maybe a little less." "Okay." "I was listening to an audiobook." "What kind of audiobook?" Eliza blushed. "I was so nervous about the interview that I was listening to a motivational book to get me pumped up." "Tell me the exact details about the accident." Eliza swallowed and nodded. "I was feeling good about my chances of getting the job when I drove underneath the overpass and something hit my windshield. I didn't know what it was. I pressed the brakes, and that's when the car behind me slammed into mine. The steering wheel spun out of my hand and I drove into the barrier. The airbag exploded, nearly knocking me out. When I came to, I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt and got out of the car." She shut her eyes and shuddered. "I then saw the man on top of my car. His eyes were open and they were staring directly at me. I screamed as loud as I could. I remember someone grabbed me and pulled me away." Fisher paused and then said, "I know the answer, but I still have to ask. Have you seen that man before?" Eliza shook her head. "Never?" "No." "Okay," Fisher stood up. "If you remember anything, you have my card. Call me any time." As Fisher stepped out of the ambulance, Eliza asked, "Is he dead?" "I'm afraid so," Fisher replied. Eliza hugged herself again. Chapter 5. Holt was busy speaking to another driver when Fisher decided to go check out the spot from where David Becker had allegedly jumped. She debated whether to go back to her SUV, drive along the freeway, take the next exit, and then make her way to the overpass. Then she noticed a grassy area along the side of the freeway which went up to the overpass. The slope was steep, but manageable. Plus, she was in no mood to drive along the shoulder of the freeway again. The traffic had backed up so far that it would be hours before it resumed to normal. No point in irritating them even more, she thought. She decided to go up the grassy area. There was a morning dew on the grass, making her trek up slippery, but she reached the top with little trouble. She moved along the side road which crossed the overpass. An officer behind the yellow police tape raised his hand to stop her from proceeding. She flashed her badge, and the officer quickly held up the tape for her to duck under. The silver Mercedes C-Class was parked close to the concrete guardrail. She went close to the guardrail and looked over. In the distance, she saw the accident site. She was surprised David Becker landed on the sedan, which was going close to 50 miles an hour. She doubted Becker had planned it that way. If he was suicidal, he likely wanted a swift end to his life. She moved to the Mercedes, which looked like a newer model. The car had a Milton license plate, and there was not a single scratch on it. Her phone buzzed, and she let it go to voicemail. She had more important matters to attend to right now. She examined the interior, which was black, leather, and spotless. Fisher also smelled lavender. She noticed a cell phone on the passenger seat. She grabbed the phone and found that it was locked. Becker might have dropped the phone or forgotten it before he left the car. If it was the former, that meant his death was a deliberate act. He could very well have been on the phone with someone, perhaps in a heated conversation with his wife or soon-to-be ex-wife, and in a moment of anger, he dumped the phone and jumped into oncoming traffic. If it was the latter, then he might not have been provoked to take his own life. He might have planned to do so at a time of his own choosing. There was a briefcase in the back seat. Fisher reached over and pulled the case out. It was heavy, and when she opened it, she found it was filled with papers. She scanned them and saw that they were mostly legal documents. Was Becker on his way to a court hearing, she thought? It would make sense if he was. After all, he was dressed in an expensive suit and shoes. He was clean-shaven and wore a valuable watch. He looked like he got ready this morning to stand before a judge and jury. So then what happened that made him end it all? Chapter 6. He pulled the Dodge Charger to the curb and shut off the engine. He looked in the rearview mirror to double-check how his face looked. Lee Callaway was tall, tanned, and had silver around his temples. He still looked youthful, even with the appearance of crow's feet around his eyes. He considered applying moisturizing lotion to smooth out those wrinkles, but he quickly shot down that idea. He prided himself on being a man's man. He shaved twice a week, and he showered even less, leaving him with scruffy cheeks and slick hair. Callaway was not the type to ignore basic hygiene. On the contrary, he made sure to keep his fingernails trimmed, and he brushed his teeth after each meal. He just did not like to fuss about his looks. He preferred to get up each morning, change into a t-shirt, jeans, and a jacket, and be out the door. Sometimes he wore the same outfit for days. A good spray from a musky cologne was all that he needed. He sniffed his shirt, and then smelled his armpits. He frowned. Maybe I should have sprayed twice, he thought. He was not sure why he was so nervous. There had been times he had shown up unannounced, and sometimes he had been a little drunk, too. If he was forgiven for showing up tipsy and out of the blue, he would surely be forgiven for having a little body odor. He grabbed the cardboard container and the paper bag from the passenger seat and got out. He walked up to the house and rang the doorbell. A moment later, the door swung open. His breathing stopped the moment he saw her. Patricia Patty Callaway had short, dark hair, brown eyes, and lips that were always curled in a smile. Her eyes were also great bullshit detectors. Callaway was known to fib in order to get himself out of a difficult situation, but he would never try that with Patty. She could tolerate a lot from him, but not lies. They were once married, and that relationship had produced a girl, but Callaway could not take being domesticated or the responsibility of being a parent. He was honest with Patty about his restlessness, and because of that, she had let him go without a fight. She even let him come and go in their daughter's life. Patty believed a father, even one absent most of the time, was crucial for a child's development. Callaway was forever indebted to her for what she did. He was also still in love with her. She was the one girl who knew how to make his heart skip a beat. He always berated himself for being so foolish as to let her go. But that was in the past. He had mustered up the courage and asked her out. To his happy surprise, she had agreed to give him another chance. They had been on a couple of dates. He was nervous during both of them. He knew the stakes were high this time around. If he messed up just once, he might never get another chance with Patty. Thankfully, their dates were not a total disaster. They had decided to take things slow. They had not even told their daughter they were going out. They did not want to break her heart if things did not work out this time. "You're actually on time," Patty said. "I am," Callaway said with a smile. "And I brought these." He held up the box and paper bag. "What are they?" "Fresh muffins and bagels." "Well," she said, checking her watch. "I can't have them. I'm running late for my shift." "I know that," he said. "That's why you can take them with you at work." Her eyes narrowed. "Are you trying to bribe my co-workers?" Patty's colleagues at the hospital where she was a nurse knew what Callaway had done. There were only so many times she could refuse to talk about herself, and she hated lying. "I'm trying to atone for my sins, one muffin and bagel at a time." She finally smiled. "Fine, I'll tell my co-workers you brought them. But don't think they'll forgive you so easily as I have." He was still smiling. "I understand." Chapter 7. Ronnie Deschamps had a mullet hairdo, a handlebar mustache, and tattoos across both his arms. He was the driver that smashed into Eliza's sedan. The front of his truck was wedged into the sedan's trunk. Ronnie shook his head. "I don't have insurance, man." Holt stood next to him. "You do know it's illegal in the state to drive without car insurance," he said. I know, Ronnie said. "Mine got canceled only a week ago." "Why?" Holt asked sternly. Ronnie stared at him and swallowed. "I sorta, forgot to pay the premiums," he replied. Holt shook his head. "Listen, man," Ronnie said. "This wasn't my fault. That guy fell on the lady's car." "Okay, tell me exactly what transpired before that." "Well, I was driving at the speed limit. I want you to note that, when I heard a loud bang." "Bang?" "Yeah, I thought it sounded like gunfire or something. But then the next thing I see, the car in front of me spins out of control. I think the lady braked hard, and by the time I braked, it was too late. I smashed into her at full speed." "I thought you said you weren't speeding." "I wasn't. I mean, it was fast." "What was your speed?" "I think I was hovering around 50 miles or so." "Okay, then what happened?" "I ended up shoving her car into the barrier. I was pissed. Even though I hit her from behind, she shouldn't have braked in the middle of the freeway, you know? So again, it's not my fault. When I got out to check the damage, that's when I saw the guy lying on the windshield." "What about the woman in the sedan?" "I think she was in shock. When I told her to get out of the car, she started screaming. I had to pull her away because she was acting crazy and stuff." "Crazy and stuff?" Holt repeated. "Hysterical." "Where were you headed?" Holt asked. "I just got myself contract work at a construction site," Ronnie replied. His eyes widened. "Man, I gotta call my supervisor. He'd want to know what happened." Holt squinted at Ronnie's truck. "Is that a dash cam you have installed in your truck?" Ronnie smiled, revealing a missing tooth. "Sure do. That's another reason I ain't taking the blame for what happened to my vehicle, or anyone else's for that matter. I got it all recorded." "I want to see it," Holt said. "How much you gonna pay me?" Holt glared at him. Ronnie broke into a sweat. Holt was an imposing man, and he knew when and how to use his size. Ronnie rubbed the back of his neck. "I was gonna sell it to the media to help fix the truck." Holt could compel Ronnie to hand the footage over, but he was not sure if a crime had been committed. As such, Ronnie would not be obstructing justice if he chose not to comply. "Can you make me a copy of the footage?" Holt asked. "Sure can." Holt turned to leave. He stopped and looked at Ronnie. "Why do you have a dash cam, anyway?" Ronnie shrugged, looking sheepish. "Did I mention I kind of get into a lot of fender benders?" "And let me guess," Holt said. "They were not your fault either." Ronnie's smile widened. "You got it, boss." Holt walked away. Chapter 8. Fisher moved away from the Mercedes when a man approached her. He was medium height, medium build, wore thick prescription glasses, and his khaki work clothes were topped with a yellow vest. "You're Detective Fisher?" he asked, extending his hand. Fisher shook his hand. "And you are?" He pointed to a white badge pinned to the front of his vest. The badge showed his name, along with the Milton Department of Transportation's logo. "Mark Forston. I'm the lead investigator for MDT. Detective Holt told me I should speak to you." Fisher knew Holt hated having to deal with investigators from other departments, though it was not because he did not believe in sharing information. He found the lack of sharing by other departments irritating. Every government department had their agenda, and not all meshed with the other. Sometimes they even conflicted. When the Department of Homeland Security asked other law enforcement agencies to keep a file on people of a certain background, the officers from the Milton PD refused. The request constituted racial profiling and went against their oath as officers to serve and protect their community. And the Milton PD had not been alone in their refusal. "It's a jumper, right?" Forston said. Forston's mandate was to find out who was at fault when it came to pedestrian and motor vehicle accidents. If David Becker's death was not a homicide, the MDT would regain control of the scene, and as such they could open the freeway and get traffic moving again. "He did jump," Fisher agreed. "Okay, so—" "But we still don't know why." "He could just have been suicidal," Forston suggested. Fisher knew he was trying hard to be cordial and professional, but there was a hint of annoyance in his voice. "We are still gathering information." "Do you know how long that will take?" "We're working as fast as we can," she said. "We have close to a dozen witnesses who may have seen what happened." He stared at her and then pointed at the freeway below them. "Downtown Milton is west from here. It's morning rush hour. We've lost 3 out of 4 lanes for your investigation. I hope you understand people are late for work." Fisher suddenly felt anger rise in her. She took a step closer to Forston and said, "I hope you understand that a man just died. Are you saying that is less important than being late for work?" Of course not," he stammered. "It's just that—" "Please let us do our job," Fisher said. Forston took a deep breath and turned to leave. "One more thing." He turned back to her. "We want a copy from all CCTV cameras on the freeway sent to the Milton PD." "Yes, Detective." Fisher watched Forston walk away. He was holding his cell phone to his ear. She hated having to be so curt with him, but right now she had to do her due diligence. She owed that to David Becker's family. Her phone buzzed in her pocket again. She shoved her hand inside and pressed a button to end the call. She was in no mood to talk to anyone right now. Chapter 9. Callaway watched as Patty got in her Honda Civic and drove away. He went inside the house and found their daughter at the dining table. Sabrina Nina Callaway was 9 years old, but she acted far older than that. She had dark hair like her mother's, only hers reached all the way down her lower back. Her eyes were emerald green like his, and she, like her mother, had a smile that could light up any day. Even though she looked and behaved a lot like Patty, Callaway was not the least bit jealous. He was amazed that Patty had raised such a well-rounded kid. Obviously, she was a few years away from the dreaded teenage phase, but he had a feeling she would not rebel like other kids. For one thing, Patty had given Nina a lot of freedom, without giving up much control. At a very young age, she let Nina choose what clothes to wear, how to decorate her room, even what meals she wanted for her school lunch. She did this while teaching her how to be responsible. Nina could choose any outfit as long as it was age-appropriate. She could decorate her room as long as it was not vulgar in any way. She could help prepare her own school lunches, as long as they also contained foods that were good for her. Callaway had missed out on Nina's early years, because he was too busy looking for adventure. Up until now, he did not realize how foolish he was. The real adventure was sharing moments with his only child. The memories were all he would have when his time came to leave this earth. "You okay, Daddy?" Nina asked, looking up from her bowl of cereal. He made a face. "Why do you ask?" You looked like you were daydreaming." "No, I wasn't." "Yeah, you were. Cindy does the same thing." "Who's Cindy?" "She's in my school. I see her every day in the cafeteria. She's always staring at the floor or the walls." "Is she okay?" "She's fine. The other kids thought she was odd, but I went up and talked to her. She's actually very nice. She has an overactive imagination. She wants to be a writer one day. Next week, she'll let me read one of her stories." Callaway's chest swelled with pride. "She will always be wiser than me," he thought. Today, Nina's school was not in session due to a teacher conference, so Callaway had offered to watch her. Patty was skeptical at first, but he assured her he was up to the task. It would be the first time he had spent all day with her by himself. He never trusted himself to be her lone caregiver, even if it was only for a few hours. But now things were different. She was older, and he wanted to spend more time with her. Plus, this would show Patty that he was a changed man, and that he was willing to do whatever was necessary to have his family back. He grabbed another bowl and poured himself some cereal. He sat across from her at the dining table. He was reaching for the milk when she asked, "Daddy?" "Yes, honey." "Can I go watch a movie with Jamie?" Callaway froze, holding the milk in midair. What?" Jamie asked if I wanted to go see the new superhero movie with him. Jamie was in Nina's class. Callaway had seen him talk to Nina, so he had taken it upon himself to drill the boy regarding his intentions toward his little girl. The encounter did not go over too well once Nina found out. She refused to speak to him, which was worse than getting his nose broken. His daughter's opinion meant the world to him. He had somehow found a way to patch things up to her. "What did your mom say?" "I haven't asked her yet. I thought I'd ask you first." She was smart enough to know her mom might say no. Callaway certainly was not ready to see his 9-year-old daughter go on her first date. "How about this?" he said. "Why don't I take you and Jamie to a baseball or basketball game?" Nina looked down at her cereal. "I really wanted to see that movie." "At the game, you guys can have as much junk food as you like, but only if you don't tell your mom." She looked up and smiled. She liked the sound of keeping secrets from her mother. He dug into his bowl of cereal. "So, what do you want to do today?" "Can we go to the zoo? I want to see the new baby pandas." "No problem. Zoo it is." She raised her hands in excitement. "Yay, we're going to the zoo." He said, "Why don't you finish your breakfast and go upstairs and get dressed?" While Nina got ready, Callaway moved to the living room. He sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. He flipped to the all-news channel. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth dropped to his chin. Chapter 10. Fisher was still next to the Mercedes when a uniformed officer approached her. "There is someone who says he was with the jumper before he jumped." "Where is he?" she asked. He pointed to a man behind the yellow police tape. Fisher approached him. He was dressed casually in a checkered shirt, jeans, runners, and he had on a baseball cap. "I'm Detective Dana Fisher," she said. "You told the officer you were with the man who jumped?" He pointed to a red Pontiac a few feet behind the Mercedes. "I was. That's my car." "What's your name?" "Andrew Neal." She took him away from the crowd that had gathered behind the tape. When they were a good distance away, she asked, "What happened here?" "Well, I was driving to work." "What do you do?" "I'm a network programmer." "Okay." "I came up to the overpass, and I saw this Mercedes parked to the side. And then I saw a guy looking over the guardrail. The other cars were just driving past him like he wasn't even there. I guess they were in a hurry to get to work. I'm only 5 minutes away from my company, so I thought I'd see what he was looking at. I parked and got out. I looked over the guardrail, thinking maybe there was an accident or something, but the traffic below was moving along like normal, you know? I then approached the guy to ask if he was okay. He told me to stay back." Fisher listened intently. "I asked if he needed help. I think I asked about his car. I figured maybe something was wrong with it, and that's why he was by the side of the road. But the guy said he was fine. He kept looking over the guardrail." Neal paused and then said, "My cousin committed suicide when he was in his teens. He jumped in front of a truck. So I had a bad feeling about the situation. I asked if he wanted me to call someone. He asked me to call his wife. I asked what her phone number was, but then he said, "Tell her I'm doing this for my family." Before I could do anything, he put his right leg over the guardrail, heaved himself up, and he was gone. I then heard a loud noise from below. I looked over, and there were cars running into each other. It looked like a scene from some movie. I quickly dialed 911 and told them what happened. Next thing I know, an officer showed up and ordered me to stand behind the yellow tape. I told him the Pontiac was mine, but he said he had to secure the scene. He then told me he'd get someone to talk to me. Fisher asked, "When the man was standing by the guardrail, what was his demeanor? I mean, was he calm, angry, sad?" He pondered the question. "He looked calm to me, but—" "But what?" Fisher asked eagerly. "But I think he had been crying earlier." "Crying?" "Yeah. His eyes were kind of red and puffy. I mean, it could have been allergies because it is allergy season, and I get them really bad around this time. So I have to take these pills that—" Fisher held up her hand. "Can you go down to the police station and provide a written statement?" Neil shrugged. "I guess I can do that." "Today, please." "Yeah, I'll talk to my boss and go down right away." "Thank you." Fisher turned back to the spot where Becker had jumped from. "What did you mean you were doing this for your family, Mr. Becker?" she thought. Chapter 11. Holt watched as officers diverted traffic away from the scene. Drivers stared in his direction as they drove by. Some paused and took a photo of the wrecked sedan with their cell phones. One driver mouthed a curse at Holt as he passed. "I wasn't the one who jumped on the freeway," Holt wanted to say. By all accounts, it looked like David Becker had committed suicide. Holt did not judge those who did. They had their reasons to kill themselves. They were all suffering from some form of pain, be it financial, marital, or physical. Holt was even an advocate of euthanasia. He believed people had the right to end their lives in a manner of their own choosing. Holt had lost his parents at a young age. It was his older sister, Marjorie, who had raised him. There were moments during those difficult years that he thought of killing himself. He was lost, angry, and confused. But he was too much of a coward to end his life by his own hand. He did not like the idea of swallowing pills. What if he survived but was left with a damaged brain or damaged vital organs? He would be useless to himself or his loved ones. The thought of jumping in front of a train or oncoming traffic scared him. What if he survived and was left with missing limbs? In the end, Holt knew killing himself would have been a selfish act that would have left his sister all by herself. And he would never have met his wife, Nancy, or had become a police detective. Holt knew if he was in the eye of a storm, he should keep his head down and keep moving. Eventually the storm would subside, giving way to clear skies and bright sunshine. But while he had empathy for people who committed suicide, his sympathy did not extend to how suicide affected others. In this case, David Becker's decision to jump to the freeway in the middle of the morning rush hour was dangerous and could have led to major fatalities. When Becker hit Eliza's sedan, she could have plowed into another vehicle instead of driving into the barrier. Ronnie could have veered off his lane into another to try to miss Eliza, resulting in a different crash. It was a miracle no one else got seriously injured. The city was gripped by this one event. The news would repeat every aspect of the story for several days, until the next event that caught their attention. Holt could see why David Becker killed himself this way. He wanted his death to mean something, and to be remembered. Now all those people who were stuck in traffic because of his decision would have stories to tell their family, friends, co-workers, and neighbors. It's a shame David Becker is not alive to see the damage he could have caused on this beautiful morning, Holt thought. Chapter 12. Callaway gripped the steering wheel anxiously. He could not believe what he saw on the news. How can this be? He thought. He was on the interstate, going over the speed limit. "Daddy?" Nina asked from the back seat. "Yes, darling." "Where are we going?" "We are going to the zoo." This isn't the way to the zoo. He looked at her reflection in the rearview mirror. How do you know? You're not old enough to drive a car. I searched for it online. The entire trip should take us 28 minutes, depending on traffic, Nina replied. Damn it, why do I keep forgetting she's not as dumb as me, he thought. You're right, darling, he said. This isn't the way to the zoo. She frowned. Then where are we going? We're taking a detour. Her brow furrowed. What's a detour? It means we are taking another route. Her face brightened up. Like a shortcut? Well, not exactly. She frowned. So we're not going to the zoo? We will, he said quickly. But first, Daddy has to stop and check something. What? He wished he could tell her, but even he was not sure what was going on. He felt like today was all a blur, and what had happened last night was not real. He suddenly wanted to make sure last night was not a dream. He saw an exit for a side street up ahead. He got off the interstate and parked the Charger by the side of the road. He reached underneath the passenger seat and pulled out a plastic shopping bag that was rolled up and held tight with several elastic bands. He removed the bands and pulled out a gray envelope that felt thick and heavy. He opened the envelope and peeked inside. He let out a sigh of relief. It was no dream, he thought. It happened, and it was real. Inside the envelope was a stack of $100 bills. After he had received the money, he had spent half an hour counting it just to be sure. The amount came to $20,000. He was so shocked, he did not want to leave the money in his office or his apartment. Now that he thought about it, though, it was foolish to leave such a windfall in the Charger. Better if he carried the money on his person. But he worried about getting mugged, something which had happened to him twice in his life. Once was when he was a teenager. He was walking back from school when a boy jumped him. He brandished a knife, which, when Callaway thought about it now, was, in fact, a butter knife. But at the time, Callaway was terrified, and he handed over whatever money he had on him. He later realized the boy was from his school. Callaway had told one of his friends he had received cash from his parents for his birthday. Callaway had planned to spend the gift on comic books. The friend must have told the boy, who decided to relieve Callaway of his birthday gift. Callaway never told on the boy, but whenever he saw him in school, he made sure to give him a stare that said, I know what you did, and I can get you in serious trouble. The boy never bothered him again. The second time he was mugged was when he was drunk out of his mind. He stumbled out of the bar and was walking down the street when a man approached him. The man held out something for Callaway. It was dark, so Callaway could not tell what the man was holding. It could have been a knife or a gun. Callaway did not want to take any chances. Without a word, he gave the man his wallet and walked away. Sometimes he thought the man could have been asking for directions. The encounter was hazy, but he remembered the man saying the words Kensington Boulevard, which was only a few blocks from where he was. As he stared at the envelope, he felt a knot in the pit of his stomach. Daddy? Nina asked, snapping him out of his reverie. Yes, darling. Is this the place you had to stop and check something? He blinked. Kids don't forget anything, do they? No, sweetheart. This is not the place. He put the Charger in gear and drove away. Chapter 13. Callaway frowned. The freeway was jammed. He could see cars lined up for a mile back. What was I expecting, he thought. A clear road to the scene of the incident? He looked around. He could not see another way to get to his destination unless he went around by exiting the freeway, driving 5 miles, and then looping back. But with the freeway backed up, drivers were taking alternate routes, and the other freeways would be choked too. It might take him an hour before he got to the scene. By then he might be too late. He could not let that happen. He had to see this with his own eyes. He pulled the Charger into the shoulder lane and parked. He was about to get out when Nina asked, Where are you going, Daddy? He turned around and said, I'll be back in a minute, baby. She crossed her arms over her chest. You're not thinking of leaving me in the car alone, are you? I'm only going to check to see how far we are from where we need to go. You have to take me with you. You'll be fine. The traffic won't be moving for some time. I don't want to be in the car by myself, Nina said adamantly. It's not safe. What if there is a child napper in one of those cars? Callaway blinked. He eyed the other cars and their drivers with suspicion. What if he snatches me and puts me in his car? Nina asked. How would you know which car I'm in when you get back? There are hundreds of cars. The girl has a point, he thought. But this time he had a comeback. The child napper would be like the rest of the drivers, stuck in traffic with no place to go. When I get back, I'll have ample time to look for you. She scowled. Do you want Mom to know you left me unattended and that I was kidnapped? He could not help a laugh. I would never leave you, honey. Come on. He grabbed her hand and walked on the shoulder lane. They passed dozens of parked vehicles. Drivers glanced at them with confusion, and some even with envy. They knew they would be stuck for some time, but Callaway had found another way to keep moving. A driver stuck his head out his window and yelled, That's the wrong way, buddy. You need to go away from the accident, not towards it. Thanks for the advice, Callaway said and kept walking. Two men were having a heated argument. One of them had cut off the other. Both their cars were now taking up 2 lanes. One of the men hurled a curse at the other. Callaway looked at them and said, Take it easy, there are kids around. The man gave him the finger and said, Mind your own business, pal. Callaway shook his head. He looked over at Nina. She looked scared. This is how adults act when they are stressed, he said. I hope I never become an adult, she said. Sometimes I wish that too, he thought. I wish you could stay my little girl forever. Fortunately, the scene of the accident was not as far as he had thought. Half a dozen police cruisers, their lights flashing, were close at hand. He walked up to a uniformed officer. The officer gave him a stern look and said, Sir, please get back in your vehicle. There is nothing to see here. I need to speak to Detective Dana Fisher. The officer looked annoyed. Sir, I need you to get back to your car. Tell her I know the victim, Callaway said. His name is David Becker. Chapter 14. A tow truck pulled up in front of the Mercedes. The driver got out and asked, Where do you want me to take it? Straight to the Milton Police Department, Fisher replied. Do you know where that is? Yes, ma'am. And make sure no one else touches the vehicle from here to there. He nodded and got to work. Milton PD stickers were placed on the Mercedes door handles, locks, and trunk area. If anyone tried to get inside, they would have to remove the stickers, alerting the authorities that someone had unlawfully accessed the vehicle. Fisher did not want to examine the vehicle in detail in front of everyone. That would require additional time. She watched as the tow truck driver hoisted the Mercedes up. He made her sign a piece of paper, giving him authority to drive the vehicle away and the right to charge the Milton PD for the service. He then got in the truck and pulled the Mercedes away. An officer approached her. Sorry, ma'am, the officer said, but this gentleman says he knows the jumper. She saw Callaway and his daughter standing behind the officer. Fisher smiled. Thank you, officer. I'll take it from here. When he was gone, Callaway said, I've been calling you all morning. Can't you see I'm busy? She replied. She then leaned down and said, Hi, Nina. Hello, Detective Fisher, Nina replied. Shouldn't you be at school today? Fisher asked. There's no school today, and Daddy is taking me to the zoo. Fisher looked over at Callaway. Is that right? That's the plan, he said. She stood up. So, what are you doing here? Like I told the officer, I know the guy who jumped. David Becker? Yes. How? Callaway sighed. He came to my office last night. Fisher's brow furrowed. Why? He had a job for me. What kind of job? He wanted me to find someone. Who? A woman. Chapter 15. Callaway was about to elaborate when Holt walked toward them with a scowl on his face. Callaway had a feeling this was not going to be pleasant. You shouldn't be here, Holt said. This is an active crime scene. Callaway looked around. I don't see any crime. We won't know if there was one until we complete our investigation. He committed suicide, Callaway said. How do you know that? Holt asked. Like many people in the city, I watch the news too, Callaway replied. The news can be wrong." "So he didn't jump off the overpass?" Callaway asked innocently. Holt opened his mouth and shut it. He then saw Nina. A smile broke across his face. "Well, who is this little lady?" he asked as he leaned down and shook her hand. "Sabrina Callaway," she replied. "But everyone calls me Nina." "Shouldn't you be at school, Nina?" "There's no school today, and my dad is taking me to the zoo." "But he brought you here instead." "I told him it wasn't safe to leave me in the car." Holt glared at Callaway. "He wanted to leave you behind?" "You did?" Fisher snapped at him. "Whoa, hold on a second." Callaway put his hands up in defense. "I was never going to leave my daughter in the Charger." Nina put her hands on her hips. "You thought about it?" I, he stammered. "You should be ashamed of yourself, Lee," Fisher scolded. Holt said to Nina, "If you want me to drive you back to your mother, I'll be happy to do it." Nina smiled. "I think I'll be fine." Callaway's eyes widened. "You think?" Nina said to Holt, "He can be dumb sometimes, but his heart is in the right place." "Who told you that?" Callaway asked. She turned to him. "Mom did." Callaway shook his head. "All right, let's get back to why I'm here." Holt stood up. "Why are you here, anyway?" Holt and Callaway had never seen eye to eye. Callaway thought Holt was thick-headed and stubborn. Holt, in turn, thought Callaway was reckless and got in the way of an investigation. On any other day, Callaway would have given Holt a piece of his mind. But today he decided to cut the man some slack. After all, Callaway could have been locked up in prison for murder had Holt not decided to change his mind and look into a far-fetched theory Callaway had. "Like I was telling Dana," Callaway said, "I know the jumper." "David Becker?" Holt said, surprised. "Yes, he's my client." Fisher said, "You said he asked you to find a woman." "Yes." "Who is she?" "I have no idea. I just took the case last night." Holt and Fisher said nothing. "And you are sure it's David Becker?" Callaway asked. "His wallet with his photo ID was in his pants pockets," Fisher replied. "So, yeah, it's him." "Do you mind if I take a look?" Callaway asked, pointing at the guardrail. "Sure," Fisher said. She then took hold of Nina's hand. "Not you, sweetie. You stay here with me." Callaway walked over to the guardrail and looked down. David Becker's body was covered in a white sheet. Like the news had stated, he lay on the windshield of a sedan. Damn, Callaway thought, he's really dead. He went back to the group. Fisher's phone buzzed, but she did not answer. "Are you going to answer it or ignore it like you did mine?" Callaway quipped. She rolled her eyes and pulled her phone out. She saw the number and frowned. "I have to take this," she said. She moved away from them. Nina turned to Callaway. "Daddy, can we go to the zoo now?" "Yes, we can." Fisher returned and said, "I have to go." "Go where?" Holt asked. "To Lockport." She began to walk away. Holt said, "We have an ongoing investigation." "You can handle it," she yelled back. "I'll message the sergeant." Holt turned to Callaway, who was just as confused as he was by what just happened. Chapter 16. Fisher raced down the shoulder of the freeway with her siren blaring. If anyone asked, she would say she was rushing along the shoulder for work, but, in fact, it was for personal reasons. She took the next exit, drove another mile, got off the freeway, and then found a quiet road. She pulled to the side and parked. She shut her eyes and took a deep breath. Her heart felt like it was beating out of her chest. She exhaled slowly to calm her nerves. The call had come from her brother, Casey. After having 2 boys, Mike and Sam, her parents tried for a girl. When Fisher was born, they wanted her to have a friend. They tried for another girl, but then Casey came along and they stopped having more children. Fisher had grown up in a house filled with aggression and chaos. There were always fights breaking out. There was always someone getting hurt, and there was always some sort of competition, especially amongst the older boys. Fisher, not wanting to be left out, would jump into the fray as well. One of her bottom teeth was loosened when Sam tried to wrestle her to the floor. She suffered a concussion when Mike tackled her in a game of touch football. She learned to stand up for herself and to fight for everything, however little it might look at the time. This gave her the strength and courage to compete against the boys in the police academy and come out on top of her class. This trait also served her well as a homicide detective. No matter how tough an investigation turned out to be, she had the will and determination to see it through until the end. Growing up, Casey was kept away from his older siblings' combative ways. He was different than the others. He was sensitive and almost delicate. Once their father scolded all of them for something they had done. Mike, Sam, and Fisher took his scolding in stride. They were used to getting yelled at for all the shenanigans they were up to. But Casey took his father's words hard. He cried the entire night. Their mother was the first to see this. She tasked Fisher with keeping a watchful eye on Casey so that he did not get hurt. In the process, Fisher became his protector. She made sure he was taken care of. Fisher did not like to admit it, but her maternal instincts kicked in when it came to Casey. He was her baby. They became very close. They would share everything with each other. They had the same interests in movies, music, and even fashion. Casey loved to dress up, and Fisher encouraged him to do so. But as Casey went through the teenage phase, they began to grow apart, which was natural. As a man, he looked to other males for mentorship and guidance. That still did not change the bond Fisher shared with him. When he had called her, he told her he was in trouble, and he needed her help. She asked if he wanted money, but he said it was something far more serious. She drove the SUV back onto the main road. She would fill Holt in on the details later. Right now, she had to book a flight to Lockport. Chapter 17. Callaway returned the charger. He was surprised no one had ticketed or towed his car, even though it was blocking the shoulder lane, which was designated for emergency vehicles only. Maybe someone thought my car had broken down, Callaway thought. Regardless, he was grateful nothing had happened to his prized possession. Over the years, Callaway had made some terrible financial decisions. He had gambled his money away. He had invested in Ponzi or get-rich schemes. He had bought real estate at the peak, only to see the banks take it during the downturn. But through all those trials and tribulations, the charger never left his side. The car was the one constant in his otherwise unstable life. The day he was forced to sell his charger would be the day he hit rock bottom. He had come close many times, but through ingenuity or sheer good luck, he had always managed to find a way out. Today, he no longer wanted to take any risks. He was making a concerted effort to stay away from casinos and horse races. He could not help himself whenever an opportunity presented itself. He always assured himself by thinking, "This is finally my chance to strike it rich." That never happened, but he would fool himself each time. He also had a soft spot for alcohol. He was not a drunk by any means, but he was known to get drunk whenever he found himself at a bar. He just could not control himself. One drink would lead to another, and next thing you knew, he would be walking down the street, not knowing where he was going or how he got there. No more, he thought. I have a little girl that needs me. The charger was all black, and it was pure muscle. Whenever he revved the engine, he could feel adrenaline course through his veins. An irate client had once gone at his precious car with a baseball bat. The Charger's windshield was cracked, its taillights were smashed, and the body was dented all over. Callaway remembered crying at the sight of his beloved vehicle. He had vowed never to put the Charger in harm's way again. A thought occurred to him. Isn't that what you just did by leaving it unattended by the side of the freeway? The freeway? Who knows what someone could have done to it, Lee? He grimaced. I'm sorry, baby, he said, moving his hand over the car's body. You're acting weird, Dad, Nina said, standing next to him. He blinked and then said, Get inside. He held the door for her. Once she was seated and secured, he got behind the wheel. Right before he left the scene, Holt had quipped, Your client is dead, which means you'll have to find another case to earn your fees. Callaway took a deep breath. Holt is wrong, he thought. David paid me in full and in advance. He hired me to perform a task, and I'm not about to just let it go. He started the engine. Nina asked, Can we go to the zoo now? "One more stop, darling," he replied, "and then we'll go." Chapter 18. Holt walked back to the scene of the crash. A woman was hunched over the victim's body. Andrea Wakefield was petite with short, cropped hair, and her round prescription glasses were constantly sliding down her thin nose. As the medical examiner, her opinion on the cause of death was vital. Her eyes darted over David Becker's body, recording, analyzing, and storing every detail in the back of her mind. She could remember information at the most crucial time. "Not the most ideal place to conduct an examination," she said, nodding in the direction of the white sheet above her head. "There is no way to secure the scene properly," Holt said. "We have a tent in our van that we can use," she offered. "Yes, but we don't want to be here too long." She thought for a moment. "You need the freeway cleared as soon as possible." "Yes, and the only reason we haven't moved the body yet is that we are waiting for you to give us permission." "Thank you for obliging my request, Detective Holt," she said. "You can't compare reviewing photos taken at the scene or reading notes describing the scene to actually standing in the middle of the scene. It's the only way to see, smell, and breathe it all in." Holt gave her a confused look. She smiled. "Let me elaborate. There may be a dozen photos of the victim from different angles, but they still won't capture all angles. You may document in your notes that you didn't smell alcohol on the victim. That might very well be true. But I might want to know what cologne he was wearing. It might mean the victim had sprayed just enough to cover the liquor he'd consumed prior to his death." "I see your point," Holt said. "Should we proceed or wait for Detective Fisher?" Wakefield asked. Holt still was not sure why Fisher had abruptly left. She had never done that before. He knew she must have a genuine reason, and that was making him apprehensive. As her partner, he wanted her to know that he had her back, and that she could trust him. She had been there for him in more ways than he could count. She let him stick around during his nephew's murder investigation, even though there was pressure from above to excuse him. The higher brass worried his conflict of interest might interfere with the investigation. She stuck her neck out for him and kept him in the loop, and for that he was forever indebted to her. If she was in some trouble, he would drop everything in a heartbeat to be with her. Right now, though, he would give her the space she needed. "You can proceed without Detective Fisher," Holt said. Wakefield stared at him. "All right. From a cursory examination, I don't see any abrasions anywhere on the body that might indicate there was a struggle." Holt knew where she was going with this. If the victim had a fight with someone, then there could be other victims as well. It was not uncommon to see a husband kill his wife and children, and then attempt to kill himself. "I smell cologne on him," Wakefield said, "but it's not strong enough to mask any liquor he might have consumed. Also, I don't see anything that indicates he might have taken narcotics, which leads me to conclude he was of sound mind. But, naturally, a toxicology report will further confirm my initial assessment." "We don't believe he was pushed," Holt said. "So he jumped on his own accord?" "That's what we believe." Wakefield gave Holt a puzzled look. "If this isn't a murder investigation, then why are you here?" "We just want to be certain no crime was committed here," he replied. She understood. "I will conduct an autopsy and let you know if I find anything that might assist in your conclusions." "Thank you," Holt said. Chapter 19. Callaway held Nina's hand tight as he led her up a flight of metal stairs. The Callaway Private Investigations Office was above a soup and noodle restaurant, and the only way to get to it was to take the stairs at the back of the restaurant. There was no sign anywhere announcing the office's existence. There was a telephone number taped to the black metal door, however. The telephone number was a safeguard against certain people who may be looking for him. As a private investigator, he had caught clients' ex-spouses in compromising positions. Naturally, they did not take too kindly to the invasion of their privacy, and they had wanted Callaway to know how they felt about it. He had suffered a broken nose, a chipped tooth, and even had a gun pulled on him because of what he was hired to do. It was only business, he would tell them, but even he knew it was more than that. The end of a relationship from infidelity was as personal as it could get. People's hearts were crushed, and their trust was forever damaged. For some, it could take years before they could start putting their lives back together. His worst case, from an emotional standpoint, was the breakup of a couple in their 70s. The man was having an affair with his 40-year-old maid. What should have been the twilight of their life, enjoying their many years together, was spent bitterly fighting in court over the division of their assets. Callaway unlocked the door and held it for Nina. The space inside was small, and there were no windows. The office had no air conditioning. In the hot summer months, Callaway would leave the office door open with the fan running at high speed. The heating worked on and off during the winter months. Callaway would have to turn on an electric heater, which he hid under his desk so as not to offend his landlady. The rent was the cheapest in the city, so he doubted she was making any money by renting the office to him. He had debated shutting down the office permanently, and he had even come close to doing so when he got a job as a security guard. But there was something about the PI profession that lured him back. Is it the unknown that attracts me to it? He thought. He never knew when the next job would come or what it would be. That feeling of uncertainty was both exhilarating and terrifying. He could get a case like David Becker's that paid handsomely, or he could not get a single case for weeks or months. During those bleak months, he would question his decision to keep working as a private eye. He shut the door behind him. There was a sofa in the corner. Across from the sofa was a flat-screen TV, given to him as a gift by a client for a job well done. It was his ritual that whenever he entered his office, the first thing he did was turn on the TV, which was tuned to a 24-hour news channel. He wanted to know what was happening in the city, which also gave him the opportunity to seek out new clients. If there was a high-profile divorce, he would show up at one spouse's door to offer his services. If a company wanted a leg up on the competition, he would be willing to dig up dirt on the other companies for a nominal fee. Private investigation was not the most glamorous or thankful job, but it was one he was good at. He offered Nina a seat on the sofa. He realized this was the first time she had ever set foot in his office. "So, what do you think?" he asked apprehensively. Chapter 20. Fisher waited anxiously by her apartment building's elevators. Only recently had all three finally become functional, but even then they were old and slow. Her building was in constant need of repair. The windows were not insulated, the water heater had to be recently replaced, the roof required new shingles, and the corridor carpets had not been changed in decades. There was even an odor emanating from the walls that greeted tenants and guests whenever they entered the building. According to Fisher, the smell was a combination of the uncleaned carpet and the food tenants were cooking. Fisher had debated moving out, but with the housing market on fire in Milton, which in turn was causing rents to rise, Fisher was relegated to renting. She was trying to save for a down payment to purchase a house, but the way the market was going, no matter how much she saved, rising prices were still keeping her goal out of reach. One of the elevators opened, but it was packed with people who had gotten on in the underground parking. She could squeeze herself in between a mother with a stroller and a man with a gym bag, but she decided to take the stairs instead. Fortunately, she lived on the 6th floor. Her apartment was painted in bright colors. She had painted the place right after she had moved in. The beige walls had turned an ugly yellow, which was making her feel sick. The living room and kitchen were on the left, and the bedroom was on the right. At the far end, near the windows, was a room that was once a balcony. The previous tenants had enclosed the space, giving her a small but extra room she used as either a meditation room or an office. Her walls were covered in family photos. She walked over to one which showed all 4 children standing before their parents' minivan. She remembered the minivan was an older model that needed constant repairs, just like her apartment building. There were many times the car heater would stop working, and the family would be forced to wear extra layers just to go on a drive. The rear sliding door would constantly come off its hinges, and it required extra strength to shut it completely. The gas gauge was broken, so her dad would have to keep an eye on the odometer to see how much gas was consumed. Even with all the issues, the long drives the family took together were the happiest moments of her life. Aren't the fondest memories of a person's life in their childhood? She thought. She stared at Casey. He stood next to her in the photo. He was only 4 when the photo was taken. He was smiling wide, revealing a missing front tooth. Sam, the second oldest, had whipped a baseball in his direction, knocking the tooth out. Sam was severely punished by their parents, but Fisher knew his fast toss was his way of telling their parents that he and Mike should not be forced to play with Casey, who was much younger than them. Fisher was left to play with Casey. She quickly packed a hand carry. She then removed her weapon from her holster. She could not carry a firearm on a commercial airplane. To do so, she would have to get the Milton PD to submit an armed travel request and notification through NLETS, the National Law Enforcement Telecommunications System Computer Network, after which there would be a list of other procedures she would have to follow in order to comply with the safety regulations. Fisher was not flying to Lockport on police business, and as such, there was no way she could ask her employer to provide her with such a request. She could carry an unloaded firearm in her checked luggage, but as she was going for a short visit, she did not want to carry another bag with her. She decided to lock her weapon inside a safe in her apartment. She would, however, take her badge with her, in case she needed it. Fisher had managed to get a last-minute flight to Lockport. She checked her watch. She still had an hour to spare before check-in. She sat on the edge of the bed and shut her eyes. She wished Casey had told her what the problem was. That would have helped ease the pain she was feeling in her chest right now. Chapter 21. Nina wiggled her nose and squinted. Callaway had asked her what she thought of his office. She looked around the space and said, "It's cozy." He knew that was a word she had picked up from her mother. Whenever Patty thought something was too small, she would refer to it as cozy. Callaway always hoped that one day he would have a big office in some newly built glass and steel tower overlooking the waterfront, even though he knew that dream was not very practical. The people that came to him wanted anonymity, and a fancy office building would feature CCTV and a 24-hour security guard. He doubted clients who wanted their spouses tailed would want their visits recorded. He took a seat behind a desk with a laptop. The laptop was 10 years old, but it was still functioning. Why spend good money when it's not broken, he always thought. However, it took a good 15 to 20 minutes for the laptop to boot up. He wished he had a drink to offer to Nina, but he did not have anything. "Do you want to watch some TV?" he asked instead, holding out the remote for her. She shrugged and took the remote. While she flicked through channels, he shut his eyes. His mind flashed back to last night. He was here, working on his laptop, when he heard footsteps on the metal stairs. Prior to that, he was seriously considering looking for another security guard position. Work had dried up, and whatever money he had made from his last job was running out fast. His office rent was coming due, and even the online want ad sites were not showing any promise. He hardly received any visitors, so he became alarmed. He unlocked a desk drawer and drew the registered firearm he always kept there. He heard a knock at the door. "Who is it?" he yelled. "Lee Callaway?" asked a muffled male voice. "Who wants to know?" "Can I speak to you?" "About what?" By now, Callaway's ear was touching the door. He could hear the rhythmic sound of rain hitting the metal stairs. "It's about a job," the man replied. If Callaway was not desperate for money, he would not have opened the door. But he did, and he found himself face to face with a man in a trench coat. "What kind of a job?" Callaway asked. "Do you mind if I come in?" the man asked. The rain was coming down hard, and the man was soaked from head to toe. Callaway hesitated, but the man's expensive leather shoes caught his eye. Would such a well-dressed man want to hurt me, he thought. He let the man in. His eyes widened when he saw the gun in Callaway's hand. Callaway apologized and quickly put the weapon back in its drawer. He did not offer the man a seat. For some strange reason, he was more worried about his sofa getting wet than what the man had to say. He now regretted he was so thoughtless, knowing what lay in store for the man. "My name is David Becker," the man had said. His green eyes were weary, and Callaway sensed the man was scared. "How did you find me, Mr. Becker?" Callaway asked. "Call me David." "Okay, David." "I know an acquaintance of yours." "Who?" "Evan Roth." Roth was a high-profile defense lawyer. and he was the best of the best. Callaway had saved one of his clients from prison. In return, Roth had helped get Callaway out on bail when Callaway was charged for murder. "How do you know Roth?" Callaway asked. "He and I go to the same courthouse, so we cross paths on a regular basis." "You're a lawyer?" "I am," Becker replied with a nod. "When I told Evan I had a problem, he told me to contact you." "So what can I do for you?" Callaway asked. "I need you to find someone." "Who?" Becker removed an envelope from his suit jacket and held it out. "The name is on the back of the envelope." Callaway took the envelope. His eyes widened when he saw the bills inside. "That's a lot of money." "It is, and that's why I need you to work extra hard to find this person." "How can I reach you?" "Don't worry, I know where to find you." Before Callaway could ask another question, Becker turned and walked out the door. Callaway remembered sitting in his office, dazed and confused. He could not believe his luck. A minute ago he was contemplating looking for work elsewhere, and here he was holding enough money to get him comfortably through the next couple of months. The sound from the TV snapped him out of his thoughts. Nina was watching an animated cartoon. She was right, though. He was known to daydream. With the laptop up and running, he punched in the name David had written on the envelope. Lana Anderson. Chapter 22. Allison Becker wailed as she mourned the sudden death of her husband. Holt was at the Becker residence. He wished Fisher was there with him. She was better at this than he was, and not because she was more in tune with people's feelings than he could be. It broke his heart to see someone in tears. Behind his big, gruff exterior was a sensitive and emotional man who hid his feelings from the world. He had dealt with his share of tragedies, and when his nephew was coldly murdered, he nearly fell apart. He was happiest when he was working on an investigation. Investigating kept his mind focused on the task at hand. He was able to forget all he had lost over the course of his lifetime. Allison's sister came over and wrapped her arms around her. Word of Becker's death had reached the family via the media. Holt was relieved that he did not have to break the news to Allison, but at the same time, he felt it was his responsibility to assure the grieving family that he would do everything to find out what happened. Allison looked up at him, her eyes red and raw. "Why would David do this?" "I don't know, Mrs. Becker," Holt replied. "That's why I'm here." She shook her head. "David was not suicidal." Holt knew in an event like this, denial was the first emotion. People did not want to believe their loved one would take their own lives. "Was your husband upset about something?" he asked. Allison fell silent. She looked at her sister and began to cry again. Her sister said, "David and Allison were seeing a marriage counselor." "Can I ask why?" Holt gently asked. Allison swallowed. "David and I had separated, but," she quickly added, "after going to counseling, we were planning to get back together." "What were the reasons for your separation?" Holt asked. "I only ask to understand why David would choose to end his life like this." She wiped her face with a tissue. "David was under a lot of stress. His practice had shut down." Holt moved forward in his chair. "Your husband was dressed as if he was going to the office." She smiled, but her eyes were still moist. "David liked getting ready each morning, even if it was his day off. There was never a day that went by where he didn't shower or shave. It was something he'd picked up from his father. He wanted to be prepared for whatever happened during the day." "Why did his practice shut down?" Holt asked. She sighed. David was a real estate lawyer. He represented some of the biggest real estate companies in Milton. But then there were accusations leveled against him. "What kind of accusations?" She shook her head. "I'm sorry, I don't want to get into it right now. My children are at school. I have to go pick them up and let them know their father is dead." Holt extended his condolences again and then excused himself. As he was making his way down the driveway, Allison's sister came out of the house. "Detective Holt?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am." "There is something else you should know." "Okay." David had moved out of the house. He had rented a condo not far from here. Holt mulled this over. "Can you give me his condo's address?" She did. He thanked her and was about to get in his car when he saw a white van pull up to the curb. Holt knew the media was going to descend like vultures. Soon the front of the house would be swarming with reporters, news vans, and video cameras. Holt wanted no part of such a circus. He quickly got behind the wheel of his car and drove off. Chapter 23. Fisher rolled her hand carry down the Arrivals concourse. When she exited a set of doors, she found Casey Fisher standing with a smile on his face. In his hand was a sign that read, "Fisher and Sons, Inc." It was an old joke he loved to use repeatedly, but it was never meant to be cruel. It was his way of poking fun at her because she was the only girl in the family. Casey was tall, with a full shock of hair and smooth skin. He usually had a twinkle in his eyes that said he was looking for trouble. Today, however, he looked weary, and she could see in his eyes that he had not slept properly in days. The smile was forced, something he did to hide whatever pain he was feeling. The last time she saw him was 6 months ago. He was happy and excited about his future. Casey had overcome a lot of personal demons to get to where he was. Fisher finally thought her brother had broken through whatever was holding him back. She walked over to him. He immediately wrapped his arms around her. She hugged her baby brother as a tide of emotions washed over her. "Thanks for coming at such short notice," he said. "Tell me what's going on," she asked eagerly. He looked around. "Not here." He grabbed her hand carry and led her down the terminal. As they walked, she realized he was holding her hand. When they were younger, Fisher would hold his tiny hand as they walked to school. Wherever they went, he always grabbed her hand, not one of his brothers. But as he got older, he disliked her touching him. He was a big boy, and he did not need his older sister to take care of him. Right now, he was holding her hand as he did as a little boy. Her heart sank. "What have you gotten yourself into, Casey?" she thought. They walked to his car, an older model blue Hyundai Accent, which was parked at the end of the underground garage. "I'm glad to see you got rid of your BMW," Fisher said. Casey was not great when it came to money. He was forever buying the latest gadgets, clothes, and electronics. His red two-door BMW convertible was eating up most of his cash. There were a few occasions where Fisher had to send him money before the car was repossessed. "I have to be more mindful now," he said. "I could only stretch a teacher's salary so much." After working as a bartender, food delivery driver, fitness trainer, window cleaner, and a whole host of other odd jobs, he finally found a position he referred to as his true calling, a high school teacher. Even if the pay was not good, teaching came with security and stability, something Casey had been missing for a long period in his life. He placed her hand carry in the trunk and got behind the wheel. Fisher sat in the passenger seat. He smiled at her. "It's so good to see you, sis," he said. "It's good to see you too, Casey," she said. "Now will you tell me why I'm here?" He opened his mouth but then glanced down at his wrist. His smartwatch was blinking. "Oops, I keep forgetting to turn it off." "Turn what off?" she asked. He touched the LCD screen and said, "Do you remember I used to love keeping a diary as a kid?" She laughed. "You were worse than some of the girls in our school. You filled binders with your musings." He blushed. "Yeah, I kind of realize now that I went a little overboard with it." Fisher frowned. "But if I remember correctly, you suddenly stopped." He fell silent. "I grew up, you know," he slowly said, looking into the distance. "So what's with the watch?" she asked. The smile came back to his face. "Recently, I've decided to keep a record of all my thoughts." "I bet it's not that long," Fisher joked. She burst out laughing. "Everyone's a comedian," he said, letting out a chuckle. "Anyway, I've downloaded a software on my watch that lets me dictate notes into it. It's really clear and concise. It captures even side conversations." Her eyes narrowed. "Side conversations?" "Yeah. If I'm at a coffee shop, I can listen in on what other people are saying around me." Fisher frowned. "So you're eavesdropping?" He shook his head. I don't mean it like that. What I mean is that I can capture what's going on at the precise moment I am dictating into the watch. For instance, I like to go on long walks by the beach, and it's great to hear the water hitting the shore, the sound of my feet on the sand, and the seagulls squawking in the distance. It helps create a great atmosphere when I listen to the recording at the end of the day. You sound like a writer, she said. Maybe down the road I might get inspired and write a best-selling novel, he said, grinning from ear to ear. He started the engine, and they drove off. Chapter 24. Callaway frowned and leaned back in his chair. There were several people with the name Lana Anderson living in Milton. What if the woman he was searching for was not even in Milton? David Becker only provided him with a name, not even a photo or an address. I should have pushed for more details, he thought. But Becker did not give him time to ask any questions. It was as if he was in a hurry to leave. But why the rush? What was he so afraid of? He sighed. He could have called after Becker, but he was still reeling from the big payday. He turned his attention back to the laptop. He punched David Becker into the search engine, and like Lana Anderson, it too was a common name. Half a dozen David Beckers popped up on screen, but unlike Lana Anderson, he had more to go on. He reached into his coat and pulled out the envelope with the $20,000. On the front in the upper right corner was a logo. He squinted. Underneath the logo, he could see the words Parish Holdings, Inc. Callaway typed in, David Becker, Parish Holdings, Inc. A website for Becker & Becker, LLP came up. He clicked on the site. David Becker's face popped up on the main page. He was wearing a blue suit. His arms were crossed over his chest, and he was smiling at the camera. He scrolled to the About page. Becker & Becker, LLP was founded 10 years ago, specializing in real estate law, both residential and commercial. Becker had received his law degree from Rutgers School of Law in New Jersey. He had started practicing family law, but then switched over to real estate. The year of the switch was 2008, when the housing market in the United States had collapsed. 2008 would have been a lucrative time for real estate lawyers. Callaway scrolled further down the page. There was a list of clients, and when he looked carefully, one of them was Parish Holdings, Inc. Callaway's brow furrowed. Was there a reason Becker gave him an envelope with Parish Holdings, Inc.'s logo on it? It would have made far more sense if it was an envelope from his firm. Are you trying to tell me something, David? He thought. He suddenly felt a migraine coming on. He opened his desk drawer, but realized he was out of painkillers. He knew a jolt of caffeine would ease the pounding in his head. He looked over at Nina. Her eyes were glued to the TV screen. "Honey, I'll be back in a minute," he said and left the office. He rushed down the metal stairs and walked a block to a convenience store. He made himself a cup of coffee from the vending machine. When he was leaving the store, the owner behind the counter said, "No granola bar today, sir?" Callaway looked at him. "I'm sorry." The owner smiled. He had dark brown skin, silver hair, and a thick mustache. "I've seen you come here a dozen times. You always get coffee from the machine and a granola bar." The owner was right. He was always short of money, and the cost of the coffee and granola bar was less than $2, all he could afford after rummaging for loose change. "I'll take a granola bar as well," Callaway said with a smile. As he walked back to his office, he thought, I should try to get to know the people in the neighborhood. But there was a reason he avoided that. He did not want one of his clients' ex-spouses asking around for him. He took the stairs up to his office and entered. He stopped in his tracks. The office was empty. Nina's gone. Chapter 25. Callaway dropped the coffee and granola bar and raced out of the office. He skipped down the metal stairs and ran up to the street. He looked around, but there was no sight of Nina. His heart pounded in his chest as he broke into a cold sweat. If anything happened to her, I'll never forgive myself, he thought. He hurried back to the convenience store and asked the owner if he had seen someone with Nina's description. Callaway hoped Nina might have followed him there, but the owner shook his head. Callaway went into the street and yelled her name. People passing by looked at him as if he was crazy. What if she was kidnapped, he thought. Isn't that what Nina was worried about when we were at the freeway? He suddenly felt lightheaded. Everything around him began to spin. He felt like he was going to faint. He took a deep breath. Calm down, he thought. Panicking won't help me find her. He headed back to the office. He was passing the soup and noodle shop when he stopped. He squinted and then peeked through the windows. He let out a long sigh of relief. He went inside and found Nina seated at a table. Next to her was an older Asian woman. Ms. Chen was the owner of the restaurant, and she was also his landlady. She wore a floral print dress. Her hair was jet black and it reached down to her shoulders. A string necklace with a marble dog hung around her neck. Ms. Chen was born in the year of the dog, and according to her, people born in that year were cautious and they did not trust very easily. Callaway never gave her reason to trust him much. He was constantly behind in his rent payments, which caused him to avoid her when it became due. He always made promises to her, but failed to live up to them. He was a lousy tenant. "Why did you leave the office?" he asked, approaching Nina. She looked up at him. "I didn't know where you had gone," she replied. "I said I was going to be back in a minute." "Well, I didn't hear you. I was watching TV." "I should be angry," he thought, "but I'm just glad nothing happened to you." Miss Chen said, "I didn't realize you had such a beautiful and respectful daughter." He could not blame her for taking a jab at him. Even he was surprised at how Nina had turned out. "I saw her walking outside the shop," Miss Chen said. "I thought she was lost, and I asked her to come inside." "Thank you," Callaway said. Nina held up a fortune cookie. "Look what Miss Chen gave me." "What does it say?" he asked. She read from the white strip of paper. "Today is going to be a really exciting day." "Well, it is," he said. "We have to go see the pandas, don't we?" Nina's smile widened. They were about to leave when Ms. Chen put a hand on his arm and whispered, "I want to remind you, I will come by next week to pick up the rent." He grinned. "You won't have to." She blinked, and then her eyes widened. "You are finally leaving?" She sounded excited at the prospect. "Of course not, silly," he replied. He shoved his hand inside his coat pocket and pulled out several bills. He dropped them on the table. "I think that should cover it." She snatched up the money as if it might suddenly disappear. She counted the bills and then said, "All right, you are good for now." She then turned to Nina. "You can come by any time, and when you do, you can have our special bubble tea on the house." Nina smiled. "Thank you." Callaway held her hand as they walked out of the shop. Nina turned to him. "Daddy?" "Yes, honey." "What does 'on the house' mean?" "It means you don't have to pay for it." "Miss Chen is nice. I like her." "I would like her too if she gave me something on the house," he quipped. Nina asked, looking confused. Callaway smiled. "Never mind. Let's go." Chapter 26. After a 25-minute drive from the airport, Casey pulled up to a red brick bungalow. "What happened to your apartment?" Fisher asked. The last time she was in Lockport, Casey was renting a one-bedroom near his school. "The lease was up when I saw that this was on sale," he replied. "You bought a house?" she asked, green with envy. In Milton, she could not even afford to buy a condo, let alone a house. He laughed. "Actually, I'm renting this from a couple. They were looking at getting an investment property and reviewing the house when I happened to drive by. I told them I'd be interested in renting it from them if they bought it. It's got 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a renovated basement." "And let me guess, you're going to turn the basement into your man cave?" she teased. "No, I plan to convert it into a study area where I can tutor kids after school. It's one thing to rent an apartment. It's another to rent an entire house. I'm going to need the extra money, you know." She looked at him with pride. She could not believe her baby brother was all grown up. "Come on," he said, getting out of the car. He took her hand carry inside and wheeled it to a room in the back of the house. "Like I said, there are only 2 rooms, so you get this one." The room had a bed, a dresser, and a closet. Next to the bed was a window that overlooked the backyard. When did you have time to buy furniture? She asked. Some of it is from my apartment, but most of it came from the couple who bought the house, he replied. They had furniture lying in the basement of their own house, so they offered to let me use it. The furniture is old and kind of dated, but hey, it's free, right? Free is good. Across from your room is the bathroom, and down the hall is my room. You may not ask to see it. She shook her head. If I remember correctly, your room used to be the dirtiest and grimiest. He grinned. It still is. She made a puking face. Gross. Why don't you get settled and I'll make us a cup of tea? She headed for the bathroom to freshen up. She then walked around the house. The floors creaked. The fireplace was at least 30 years old, but even then, the place had a homey feel to it. I notice you have family photos all over your house, she said. Mom was always looking for a spot to hang up a frame. I once counted over 100 photos in our house. So that's where we get the habit of putting up photos, she thought. Mom said she constantly wanted to be reminded of her family. A smile crossed Fisher's face. The smile quickly faded when she said, Remember Grandpa's photo above the toilet? He cringed. It used to scare the crap out of me whenever I'd use the toilet. Maybe that's why Mom put it there, to scare us into pooping in the toilet when we were kids. They both laughed hard. He placed 2 steaming cups on the table. She sat across from him. After taking a sip, she said, Now, will you tell me why I'm here? I was in the middle of an investigation and I dropped everything to fly down here. Casey turned quiet. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, A student was found dead yesterday, and they think I might have something to do with what happened. The cup nearly slipped out of Fisher's hand. Chapter 27. Fisher's mouth was agape. What? Casey looked away. She stared at him. There were a lot of questions swirling in her head. Who's the student? She asked, her tone slipping into detective mode. Her name is Miranda Temple, he replied, still not looking at her. How old was she? 16. What can you tell me about her? He shrugged. She's popular. She's a high school cheerleader. Last year she ran for class president but lost by a few votes. How do you know her? She's in my English class. Where was her body found? On a slope next to Pine Trail. Pine Trail? She asked, confused. It's a road that leads into Leaside Forest Park. The park has a trail that is used by cyclists. The terrain is rough and there are a lot of obstacles, so it's great for mountain biking. I've gone on that trail a few times this past summer. Fisher paused to take this information in. Okay, so why did the police think you might have something to do with Miranda Temple's death? Casey was silent again. She leaned closer and said, You called me here. I can't help you if I don't know all the facts. I was with her yesterday. At Pine Trail? Yes. Fisher's eyes narrowed. What were you doing with a 16-year-old girl on a road that leads into a forest? He sighed. It's not like that. Then tell me, she said, raising her voice. Casey nearly jumped off his chair. He shivered, hugging himself. Fisher shut her eyes to compose herself. Casey was not some stranger. He was her brother, and he was scared. She reached out her hand, and he slowly took it. Please, talk to me. You know you can trust me, she said. He swallowed and nodded. Miranda is one of my students. She asked me to meet her at Leaside Forest Park. Why? She'd been struggling in class, and she wanted to speak to me in private. Fisher did not like where this was heading. And you agreed? He covered his face with his hands. I know, it's stupid, but I wanted to help. Help her how? She said she was having family issues. Why not meet her in your office, or in a public place? He shook his head. I wanted her to feel comfortable in confiding in me. I thought if I let her choose the spot to meet, it might go a long way toward me earning her trust. She chose Leaside Forest Park? Yes. And when you met her, what happened? We talked, but then... His voice trailed off. Casey? I realized she had ulterior motives. Fisher understood. It was not uncommon for students to have crushes on their teachers. Casey was handsome, and he had a playful charisma that women found attractive. She could see why Miranda Temple would be interested in him. "But you turned her away, right?" she said. "Of course I did," he snapped. "She's just a kid." Fisher thought a moment. "How far is Pine Trail from Leaside Forest Park?" "Maybe a 10-minute walk." "So how did her body end up 10 minutes away from the park?" "I drove her there." "You did what?" she snapped. He shook his head. "I had picked her up from the mall and driven her to Leaside Forest Park like she wanted me to. I couldn't leave her at the park after what happened. There are no buses that go from the main road to the park." "Okay, but then what happened at Pine Trail?" "We were driving back when she started crying and acting hysterical. She said I had made unwanted advances at her and that I had behaved inappropriately. I got angry and told her to get out of the car. When I left her by the side of the road, she was still alive." Fisher's brow furrowed. "Were there other people at the park?" "Yeah, sure." "They saw you with Miranda Temple?" "Probably." "Is that why the police are linking you to her death?" she asked. "Yes." There was a heavy silence between them. Casey looked her straight in the eye. "I don't want anyone in the family to know what's going on. Mom and Dad would be upset, and you know how Mike is." Mike was the oldest, and he would tear into Casey for allowing a 16-year-old girl to get in his car. "That's why I called you, Dana," Casey said. "You'd understand how difficult this situation is for me." She nodded. She then asked, "Who's the detective in charge of the investigation?" "Helen Nunez." "Okay," Fisher said. "There is something else you should know," Casey said. Fisher sighed. "What?" "Helen and I are in a relationship." Chapter 28. It was not difficult for Holt to convince the property manager to let him into David Becker's condo. Like many in Milton, the property manager had seen the morning news. Becker's sister-in-law had stated the condo was a rental. It was a one-bedroom and close to 600 square feet. There were minimal furnishings, likely provided by the landlord, and Holt did not see anything that would indicate who lived here. No family photos, no mementos. Becker and his wife had separated, which would have made him take all his personal belongings with him, so why did he not? Becker had planned to use the condo for a short stay, Holt concluded. In fact, he and his wife were in the process of reconciling. The living room was clean, and there were a couple of banker's boxes. Were they for a case Becker was working on? Holt did not bother to check. Instead, he moved to the kitchen. There was a coffee maker in the corner. The pot was half full. He opened the fridge and saw a loaf of bread, a jar of jam, and a block of butter. There was also milk and a styrofoam box with food from a day before. The sink was filled with plates, cups, and utensils. He moved to the bathroom. On the sink counter was a container of shaving cream, and next to it was a razor. There was also a bottle of hair gel, moisturizing cream, and a toothbrush and toothpaste. In the bedroom, there was an ironing board next to the bed. The closet was filled with expensive suits and shirts. On the side table, there was a bottle of cologne and a jar of aftershave lotion. Holt spent the next half hour going through every inch of the condo. When he was done, he sat down on the sofa with a frown on his face. The absence of a suicide note, coupled with everything he saw in the condo, puzzled him. Becker did not look like a man who had woken up that morning with the intention of killing himself. He had showered, shaved, and even gone as far as ironing his shirt before getting dressed in one of his tailored suits. He had then prepared breakfast, and judging by the breadcrumbs on the table, he had even taken the time to eat it. Why would someone who knows today is his last day make the effort to get ready, have a meal, and then drive to the freeway and jump to his death? Holt thought. Chapter 29. Callaway pulled up to the entrance of the Milton City Zoo. What he saw before him made him frown. There was a long line to get in. He counted over 36 cars and several school buses. All the schools in Nina's district had a day off, which explained the number of cars. Like him, other parents were bringing their kids to the zoo, but for other school districts, it was business as usual, which explained the school buses. They're likely bringing their students on a field trip, he thought. The way the line was inching forward told him it would be a while before their turn came. "Honey," he said to Nina. "Yes, Daddy?" "Why don't we come back when it's less busy?" She made a face. "But I want to see the pandas." "They are probably sleeping right now." "How do you know?" she asked. I think they sleep like 20 hours a day," he claimed. "No, they don't," she said. "They only sleep like 3 hours at a time." "Really?" he asked, surprised by this fact. "Why so little?" She sighed like he was dumb. "Because they spend the next 3 hours looking for food and eating it." His brow furrowed. "They only eat bamboo, right?" "Yes." A smile crossed his face. "The pandas in this zoo sleep longer than 3 hours at a time." "How do you know?" "Because they're lazy pandas. They don't have to look for food. The zoo cuts and delivers bamboo directly to them, so they don't have to go up and down trees. All they have to do is sit, eat, and sleep." His story was an outright fib, but he hoped she would not challenge him on it. "I don't know," she said, not sounding convinced. "How about this?" he said. "Let's go get something to eat. By the time we're done, the rush will be over and you'll get to see the pandas." She stared at him. She then let out an audible sigh. "All right." They drove across the city to a restaurant Callaway was known to frequent on a regular basis, though his patronage had nothing to do with the restaurant's decor or menu. It was one of the staff that made him a regular. Jolie Patterson was behind the counter, pouring a customer a cup of steaming coffee, when Callaway and Nina walked into the establishment. Jolie had blonde hair, which was always kept in a ponytail. She wore a body-hugging t-shirt with an apron over it. Jolie had dreams of becoming a singer, but after a failed marriage and the birth of a child, she pushed that dream to the side. Callaway still believed in her. He always pushed her to follow her true calling. But her attention had turned to her son, Joshua, who was 6 years old and the apple of her eye. Josh, as she liked to call him, had shown an uncanny ability to play baseball. In the city's Little League tournament, his team competed against 12 other teams, but due to some costly mistakes by his teammates, they lost 7-6 in the finals. Even with that loss, he was unanimously named the tournament's MVP. Jolie now pinned all her hopes on her son getting into the pros one day and becoming a star. She knew the odds were against him, but she also knew if she nurtured his talent and encouraged him, who knew how far he could go? At least he would not end up like her, standing on her feet 8 hours a day making minimum wage. Her smile widened when she saw them. "Well, look who's here," she said, leaning over the counter. Callaway said, "Nina, this is Jolie. Jolie is a good friend of mine and someone I trust." Jolie had been there for him during times when he was at his lowest. He would find himself without enough money to purchase a meal, and Jolie would give him something on the house. Her boss, Bill, had come to despise Callaway for his freeloading ways, and he had even gone so far as to order Jolie not to serve him, but she still did. For that, he was forever indebted to her. "I've heard wonderful things about you, Nina," Jolie said. Nina smiled back. Callaway turned to Nina. "Let me take you to my favorite table." He led her to a table in the corner of the restaurant, near the windows. It was at that very table, while enjoying his breakfast, that he was arrested for murder. But he was not a superstitious man, so he kept sitting there. Once Nina was seated, Jolie came over. "What can I get you guys?" she asked. "Get her whatever she wants," he replied. "And what about you?" Jolie asked. He leaned over and whispered, "I need you to watch Nina." Jolie made a face. "Where are you going?" "I can't say, but I'll be back soon." He then turned to Nina. "Honey, Jolie will take care of you." "You're leaving me again?" Nina asked with a scowl. "Again?" Jolie's eyes widened. "He tried to abandon you?" "Twice." "It was only once," he corrected her, "at the freeway." "You left me behind in your office," Nina added. "I only stepped away for a minute." Jolie's eyes were slits. "You are a horrible father, Lee Callaway." He put his hands up in defense. "Slow down, it's not what it looks or sounds like. Nothing happened to Nina. As you can see, she is fine." "Does your mom know what he tried to do?" Jolie asked her. Callaway jumped in. "No, she doesn't, and it's best she never finds out." Before the conversation veered in another direction, he said, "Jolie will get you whatever your heart desires." He pulled out a $20 bill and handed it to her. He turned to Nina. "I'll be back before you finish your meal. I promise." Chapter 30. Detective Helen Nunez had short brown hair, an olive complexion, and smooth skin. Her eyes were hazel, and they sparkled in natural light. Fisher sat across from her on a patio outside a coffee shop. When she called and introduced herself, none suggested they meet in a more pleasant location than the Lockport police station. Fisher took a sip of her black coffee and said, "Thank you for meeting me on such short notice, Detective Nunez." "Call me Helen, and anything for Casey's sister," Nunez said, sipping her espresso. "You know why I wanted to speak to you, don't you?" Fisher asked. Nunez nodded. She then looked over at a couple sitting at a table further away. Fisher sensed Nunez did not want anyone to hear their conversation. The couple was too busy charming each other to care about what was happening around them. Nunez said, "It's a difficult time for Casey and me. It's put me in a difficult position. I'm surprised the Lockport PD would let you investigate a crime involving someone you were dating." "They don't know." Fisher blinked. "Your superiors aren't aware of your relationship with Casey?" She shook her head. "We had decided that until it became serious, we would not tell anybody." "But you surely can't hide this forever. It's bound to get out eventually." Nunez sighed. "I know, but the department has gone through a string of cutbacks. We used to have over a dozen detectives, but now we are left with only a handful. A lot of detectives were transferred to departments in other cities, and those who retired were never replaced with new ones." "So, what are you trying to say?" "If I didn't agree to take on the case, and with the workload already on our desks, the case would have gone to someone outside the department." Fisher understood. Miranda Temple's murder would be investigated by a detective who wasn't from Lockport, which would mean Nunez would have no control. "Do you think Casey is guilty?" Fisher asked. "If he is, I think you should excuse yourself." Fisher loved her brother dearly and would do just about anything for him. But it would be wrong, and a stain on her badge, if she helped him get away with murder. Nunez sighed. "I don't know if he is guilty or not, but at the moment the facts against him don't look good." Fisher sipped her coffee in silence. "Listen," Nunez said. "Casey spoke a lot about you. I know he trusts you, and I'm glad you are here to support him. But I will do my job regardless of the consequences. I hope you understand this." "I do," Fisher said. After a brief pause, she asked, "What can you share with me about your investigation?" "Not much, I'm afraid." Fisher expected Nunez's answer. By opening her investigation to Fisher, she would be showing her hand, which all detectives hated to do, especially to someone who was related to a suspect. But Fisher had to ask. Nunez asked, "Should I be worried about you, Detective Fisher?" "Call me Dana. And I'm not sure what you mean." "I mean, are you going to conduct a parallel investigation that might end up impeding my investigation?" "As a fellow officer, I would never do that." "Not even for your brother?" she interjected. Fisher paused and then said, "I'm here to help my brother. Out of courtesy, I wanted you to know I will leave no stones unturned until I get to the bottom of what happened at Pine Trail." Chapter 31. The glass and steel building rose up into the sky, looking as if it could touch the clouds. Light reflected off the windows, almost making the tower look like a diamond from afar. Callaway stood at the main entrance of Parrish Holdings, Inc.'s headquarters. He knew from his search online that the office was located on the top floor. He knew he could not go up there unannounced. "What would I say if I did?" he thought. "Hi, I'm Lee Callaway. and I've been hired by David Becker to search for a woman named Lana Anderson. Can you help me out?" He shook his head. "That would sound so obtuse, but what other choice do I have?" Callaway followed a set of codes. One was that he would never renege on a contract. There were too many instances where a cheating spouse would offer him a bribe to silence him. Callaway's word meant something to him, no matter how much money was thrown his way. The second was that he would always complete the task given to him. Prior to his death, David had left him with a responsibility, and Callaway was not about to shirk from it. As he stared at the magnificent building, he pondered his next move. Callaway figured there might be some link between Anderson and Parrish Holdings, or at the very least, it would give him a place to start his investigation. He went through a set of glass doors and entered the lobby. A security guard was seated behind a metal desk. He decided to walk up to the guard. "I would like to speak to someone at Parrish Holdings Incorporated," Callaway said. "It's regarding a project, and I don't want to call their 1-800 number, you know?" The guard smiled. "If you go to that booth over there," he said, pointing, "and dial 7228, it will connect you directly to their main office." Callaway grinned. "Thank you so much." "You're welcome, sir." He walked to the booth and picked up the phone. He punched in the number and listened as the phone rang. "R.J. Parrish's office, how can I help you?" an older woman asked. Callaway froze. The R.J. Parrish? The man had single-handedly changed the city's architectural landscape. His name was synonymous with construction and philanthropy. I'm not sure if this is the right place," he stammered. "But I'm looking for Lana Anderson?" There was silence on the other end. "Who are you?" the woman asked. "I'm a friend of Lana's." Another pause, this one longer. "I'm sorry, but no one by that name works here." Before he could ask another question, the line went dead. Chapter 32. The law office of Becker and Becker, LLP, was on the main floor of a 3-story brick and concrete building. Holt had easily found the office, but he was surprised by the throng of reporters gathered outside. He froze in his tracks. Holt was the lead investigator, and as such he would be asked to provide updates on the case. He was in no mood to answer questions, so he doubled back and returned to his vehicle. He was about to drive off when a man approached the driver's side window and tapped it with his knuckles. The man had wavy hair, long sideburns, and a heavy mustache that covered his upper lip. He looked like a character from the 1970s. Holt grunted and rolled down his window. "I have no comments," he growled. "I'm not with them," he said, nodding in the direction of the media. "I was smoking outside when I recognized you. You're a detective with the Milton PD, right?" Holt paused before he replied. "I am." "And you are here about David Becker, right?" Holt paused again, but then he said, "I am." "David's office was across from mine." Holt glanced over at the reporters. A couple of them were looking in their direction. He said, "Do you mind if I asked you a few questions?" "Sure." "Do you mind answering them in my car?" The man understood. He walked around and got in the passenger seat. He smelled of cigarettes. He extended his hand. "Emmanuel Fenton." "Greg Holt," Holt said, shaking hands. "Mr. Fenton, what can you tell me about David Becker?" Fenton pursed his lips. "While David was into real estate law, I am a personal injury lawyer." "I wouldn't have guessed it," Holt wanted to say, but he kept quiet. "I wouldn't call us friends. We were more like neighbors," Fenton said. "We saw each other on a regular basis, and we would chat briefly about the cases we were working on." "Was Mr. Becker suicidal?" Holt asked. Fenton laughed, exposing his yellow-stained teeth. "Let me tell you this for a fact. David was the last person who'd kill himself." "Then why do you think he'd jump in front of a moving car?" Holt asked. Fenton frowned. "That's a question I've been thinking about all morning." "Did you notice anything different about him in the last couple of days?" Fenton frowned. "Different?" "His behavior. Was it erratic or out of character? Something that you found alarming, perhaps?" Fenton shook his head. I can't be sure. I didn't see David in his office for weeks or maybe even a month. Holt said. Ever since I caught someone in his office? Holt's eyebrows arched. Someone broke in? I'm not sure, but I know David was not in that day. When I confronted the man, he abruptly left. What did this man look like? He was dressed in a black suit. I remember his skin was whiter than white, but it was his eyes that gave me the chills. Fenton shivered. What was he doing in the office? Holt asked. He was going through the office cabinets. Do you know what he was looking for? I have no idea. I asked who he was, but he didn't say a word and walked out. I thought about following him, but like I said, the man scared me. I called David right away and told him what happened. He drove over immediately, Fenton said. I didn't see the man carry anything with him, but even then, David went through the office to see if anything was missing. I told him to call the police and report it, but I'm not sure if he did, because I didn't see any police officers come by the place. After that day, David started coming to the office less and less. Did you ever see that man again? Holt asked. No, never. Chapter 33. The light streamed through the branches and trees, almost giving the space a majestic feel. It would have made for a picturesque view had a murder not taken place in the vicinity. Fisher was at Pine Trail. She wanted a first-hand view of the crime scene. Normally she would flash her badge and gain instant access, but she was not on duty and she was out of her jurisdiction. A string of yellow police tape, spanning a quarter of a mile, surrounded the scene. Fisher had to park a good distance away and then walk to where Miranda Temple's body was found. When Miranda Temple had not returned home the day she met Casey, her family contacted the police. The police informed them they would only open an investigation if she did not return after 24 hours. Her family did not wait that long. They contacted local media, and when the news broke of her disappearance, people came forward and said they had seen her get in a blue Hyundai at Leaside Forest Park. One viewer even provided a partial license plate number. By the time the police tracked the Hyundai to Casey, Miranda Temple's family had organized a search. It was her brother who had discovered her on the slope next to Pine Trail. Fisher could not imagine what he must have felt when he saw his sister's body. Her heart went out to Miranda's family. Fisher winced. She could not believe Casey had gotten himself into something as tragic as this. She peeked over the side of Pine Trail and saw how steep the slope was. It would not be hard for someone to slip and roll to the bottom, which, by Fisher's estimate, was a good 30 feet down. She noticed no streetlights on the trail, which would make it near impossible to see if someone was at the bottom of the slope during the night. She also noticed no security cameras. She was not really expecting them to begin with. Parks and trails rarely had them. The cost to install and maintain them would be prohibitive, but it would have been nice to have something tangible to work with instead of relying on people's memories. Witnesses said they saw Miranda with Casey, a fact Casey never denied. But it would be nice to know what happened after Casey left Miranda by the side of the road. According to him, she was alive when he drove off. Why didn't you just drop her at the bus stop? Fisher thought with a sigh. There would have been other people who could have confirmed your statement. Several news vans were gathered near the area where Miranda's body was found. Fisher decided against going further. She did not want someone recognizing her and asking questions. She went back to her car and drove to Leaside Forest Park. Casey was right. It took a little over 5 minutes to get there. The park was an open, grassy area as far as her eyes could see. It was surrounded by the Leaside Forest, hence the name. The leaves had started to turn orange and yellow. Fall was on its way, and soon the area would have a golden glow. She spotted people walking their dogs or pushing strollers on the cement path that snaked through the park. On any other day, Fisher would have loved to jog through the park, maybe even try the mountain bike trail that went through the forest. Right now, her mind was preoccupied with Casey. She was not sure how she was going to get him out of the situation he had gotten himself into. Chapter 34. Callaway stared at the building before him and frowned. The Better Living Nursing Home was in East Milton. The place was completely white with a flower garden in the front and benches all around. Elderly men and women sat on the benches talking to each other or staring at nothing specific. A few of them sat in wheelchairs. He had found that a Lana Anderson lived at this address. He never thought the address would turn out to be a long-term care facility. Callaway parked in a visitor's spot and got out. He walked inside and looked around. He spotted a woman in a white uniform. "Hi there," he said with his best smile. "I'm looking for Lana Anderson." The nurse eyed him up and down. "You are?" she asked. He had not prepared a cover story, so he told the truth. "I've been hired by someone to find her." "Who?" "I can't say, but I must speak to her." "Does this have something to do with her will?" "Her will?" he asked, confused. "From what I heard, her family used to be worth a lot of money." "Used to be?" "They were into real estate properties, but I think they sold most of it years ago." Callaway's heart started beating faster. David Becker was a real estate lawyer. "Did I just hit a home run at first bat?" he thought. "It can't be this easy, can it?" The nurse said, "We've had her family drop by occasionally asking how she is doing. I think they are waiting for her to die. As far as I can tell, she doesn't have any money left, so I'm not sure why they want her gone so fast." "This has nothing to do with money," he assured her. "I just need to ask her a couple of questions, that's all." The nurse was about to say something when a resident started screaming at the TV in the main lounge. "Terrence," she yelled, "you have to calm down." Terrence threw his walking cane at the screen. "You know we don't tolerate that kind of behavior," the nurse said. Terrence gave her a rude sign with his middle finger. "All right, you asked for it," the nurse said, storming over to him. Callaway took this as his cue and hurried down the hall. He was not sure how he would find Lana Anderson, but fortunately all the rooms had the occupant's name in big, bold letters. Some even had family photos taped to the doors, so the resident would know which room was theirs. The door to Anderson's room was open, and he found her sitting in an armchair. She had stark white hair, wrinkled skin, and she looked frail. Her eyes were closed. Callaway hated having to disturb her, but he did not want to come back later and risk the ire of that stubborn nurse. "Miss Anderson?" he gently asked. Her eyes opened. "Yes?" He walked up to her. "Someone asked me to find you." "Who?" "David Becker." She looked puzzled. "David?" she slowly said. "Yes, do you know him?" A smile crossed her face. "Of course I know him. David is my son." Callaway's jaw nearly hit the floor. "My task is complete." "Yes, your son wanted me to find you." "Why isn't David here with you?" He paused. "I'm afraid David is gone." "Gone?" "Yes, he's dead." She put a hand over her mouth. "Oh, my God." "I'm so sorry for your loss." Her eyes moistened. "How did he die?" Callaway said, struggling to find the right words. "He killed himself." "When?" "This morning." She covered her face with her hands and wept quietly. She then said softly, "David was different than the others. He was hard-working and honest. Deborah and Jane were conniving and cruel. All they cared much about was money. I blame their father for spoiling them. We had money, lots of it, and as the two eldest, they were given whatever their hearts desired. David came much later when things weren't as financially rosy as before, but we still had properties all over the country, even if their value wasn't what it used to be. Deborah and Jane had their eyes on them, and when Gil died of cancer, I was lost and confused. They took advantage of it and tricked me into bequeathing the properties to them. After my stroke, they threw me in this nursing home. David begged me to come and stay with him, but I knew I couldn't leave. I was born and raised in Milton, and I planned to be buried next to Gil." Callaway blinked. Something doesn't sound right, he thought. "Where did David plan to take you?" Botswana? His knees almost buckled. Did you say Botswana, as in Africa? Yes, Anderson replied. David works for Doctors Without Borders. I can't live in a foreign country, not at my age. She covered her face again. I can't believe my darling David is dead. Callaway was stunned. I've just made a terrible mistake. Chapter 35. Fisher decided to go to a fast food restaurant. She wanted a quick bite to eat and to take some time to find out more about the case. She had hoped Nunez would be more forthcoming when they met, but she could not blame her for being reticent. Fisher was the main suspect's sister. On top of that, Nunez was in a relationship with the suspect. Fisher would worry about that when the time came. Right now, she had to gather all the facts. She ordered a combo from the drive-thru and then parked the car in the restaurant's back lot. While she munched on the burger, she did an online search via her cell phone and reviewed all the news articles about the case. She quickly realized most of the coverage was done by one reporter. Heather Keel worked for the Lockport Chronicle. The paper was widely read, and as such, Keel's reporting would go a long way in establishing public opinion for or against Casey. What Fisher read troubled her. Keel had dug deep into Casey's past. She reported Casey's brush with the law as a teenager. Casey was arrested for drunk driving, smoking marijuana, and vandalism. Fisher knew the reason for her brother's rebellious behavior. A few days after he turned 16, Casey went to a party with his best friend. Afterwards, his friend, who had a license, decided to take Casey for a joyride. Sometime that night, they met up with a group of boys and made the ill-fated decision to drag race. Things did not go as they had hoped. The car Casey and his friend were in ended up crashing into another car. The driver of that car survived, but Casey's best friend died on impact. Miraculously, Casey walked away with nothing more than a few scratches. After that day, Casey was not the same. He went from being a sweet kid to a full-out punk. He grew his hair long, began dressing in black clothes, and he also dabbled with hard drugs. Casey's grief was too much for him to bear, compelling him to embark on a path of self-destruction. Fortunately, with the help of family and friends, as well as years of therapy, Casey was able to turn his life around. Fisher feared that with the spotlight on him now, his life might unravel like before. She moved on to other articles by Keel. Her portrayal of Miranda Temple was that of the girl next door. Miranda was a top student. She volunteered at the homeless shelter, and she hoped to one day work for a nonprofit organization. The accompanying photo of Miranda showed her in a cheerleader outfit, posing for the cameras. She had smooth blonde hair, sparkling blue eyes, and a smile that was inviting. Fisher could see why Miranda was popular at school. She looked like she made friends easily. Keel's view of Casey, however, was not glowing in the least. Fisher never expected Keel would be personally sympathetic toward her brother, but her reporting should be balanced. Casey came across as a rogue teacher with a checkered past. There was even an assertion that perhaps Casey had tried to lure Miranda into a relationship. According to Casey, it was Miranda who was trying to seduce him. It did not help that she was seen getting into his car, so Fisher could not argue against Keel's claims. Fisher got the feeling that Keel was out to get Casey. Chapter 36. Holt was back at his desk at the Milton PD. No matter how many times he saw the footage of David Becker falling to his death, he felt like he was watching it for the first time. The Milton Department of Transportation had sent CCTV footage from the freeway and overpass, showing the incident from every angle. Becker's Mercedes pulled to the side of the overpass. He got out and looked over the railing. Another vehicle pulled up behind his Mercedes. The driver talked to Becker to discourage him from doing anything rash. Next moment, Becker heaved himself over the railing and was gone. The footage from the freeway showed him dropping onto a sedan. The sedan braked, and a Ford truck slammed into it from behind, pushing the sedan into the concrete barrier. The driver of the truck got out to survey the scene. He then pulled a hysterical woman from the sedan. Holt pinched the bridge of his nose. Becker's death was exactly how witnesses at the scene said it happened. So why am I investigating a suicide then? He thought. I have other cases that need my attention. His desk was covered in files ranging from gang-related shootings to fatal armed robberies to hit-and-runs. All the cases involved death, which meant there were grieving loved ones who wanted answers and justice. Until those who were responsible for their loss were punished, they would not get the closure they deserved. They were relying on Holt to provide them that closure. And here he was, obsessing about a man who chose to end his own life. No one pushed him, no one forced him. He jumped on his own free will. Or did he? That was the question that troubled Holt. If Holt had decided to kill himself, what would he do right before he did it? The answer was simple. He would call his family, if only to hear their voices one last time. Becker's children were aged 11 and 9. Mrs. Becker stated that her husband had not called them any time in the morning before his death. The day before, he was supposed to take the kids out to the movies, but he canceled at the last minute. He said something had come up and required his immediate attention. What was more important than spending time with his children, Holt thought, especially if he was preparing to end his life? Holt turned his attention to Becker's briefcase. He had already gone through the contents, pulling each item out one by one. There was nothing that stood out to him. He grabbed the loose papers and folders and began to place them back inside the briefcase, when something flew out of one of the folders and landed on his shoe. He reached down and picked up the piece of paper. It was a bank slip. He was about to stuff the slip in the briefcase when he noticed the date. It was from yesterday, and the amount made his eyes widen. He grabbed his jacket and left his desk. Chapter 37. Callaway drove as fast from the nursing home as possible. The moment he realized his mistake, he spent a good 20 minutes explaining to Lana Anderson that her son was indeed not dead. The staff were not pleased. Lana Anderson was 88 years old, and the shock of losing her only son could have been detrimental to her health. It was only when they were able to contact her son in Botswana that they calmed her down. Callaway was grateful they did not call the police on him. How was he supposed to know she was not the one? She had a son whose name was David, and her family had made money from real estate. The signs were right there for him to assume he had the right person. I must be more gentle next time, he thought. Or maybe I should just call it off? He was blindly knocking on doors, hoping to reach the woman Becker had wanted him to find. But what choice did he have? Becker did not leave him with much information to work with. He just had a name, one that lacked a middle name or initial to narrow his search. Fortunately, there were 2 more Lana Andersons residing in Milton. After he visited them, he would head back to Jolie's restaurant and take Nina to the zoo. He slowed in front of a bungalow with vinyl siding. The mesh on the fence was cut in several places, and the metal fence itself was tilting to one side as if it might fall any minute. There was a fridge on the front lawn, and a child's bicycle lay next to it. This can't be the right address, he thought, but I won't know until I walk up and ring the doorbell. He parked the Charger by the curb and got out. The street was empty except for a mailman making delivery several houses down. When he reached the front porch, he heard loud noises coming from inside. They were children's voices, accompanied by an adult's voice. Callaway looked for a doorbell but then knocked on the wooden door. He waited. The noise from inside had intensified. The adult's voice was booming. He knocked again, this time harder. A second later, the door swung open. A woman stared at him. She was overweight with multicolored hair, and she was holding a baby. The baby's mouth and hands were covered in what looked like raspberry jam. "What do you want?" the woman asked. She sported several tattoos on her arms. Callaway realized the names written in calligraphy were likely her brood. "Lana Anderson?" he asked. "Who wants to know?" Callaway whipped out a card and handed it to her. She took the card and said, "Gator Peckerwood?" "That's my name, ma'am." It was a name Callaway used when he did not want his identity known. "I'm a private investigator." The woman's eyes narrowed. "What do you want from me?" "Do you know a man named David Becker?" "David Becker?" she said with a frown. "Hey, isn't that the guy who jumped off a bridge?" "Overpass." "What?" "Do you know him?" "No, I don't, but these kids are driving me nuts. I wouldn't mind jumping off a bridge right now." "It wasn't a bridge, it was, never mind. Have yourself a great day." He walked back to his car. Strike two, he thought. Chapter 38. Nina put her elbows on the table. She had just finished a burger and fries. She stared out the window at the cars in the parking lot. Each time a car pulled up to the restaurant, her heart jumped. But when she realized it was not her dad, her heart sank. Jolie came over and sat down across from her. "Hey, sweetie," she said. "What's with the sad face?" "I'm waiting for my dad." "I'm sure he'll be back soon." "I know, but I really want to go see the pandas. The zoo will close soon." Jolie glanced at the clock. "You still have a few hours. That should be enough time for you to see the pandas and maybe even take photos of them." Nina still looked sad. "How about this?" Jolie said. "Why don't you help me out until your dad comes?" Nina looked up at her. "Help? How?" "I need someone reliable behind the counter." "I'm reliable," she quickly said. "Are you really?" Jolie asked, narrowing her eyes. "I sure am. Once my mom's friend left her purse at our house. I found it and held on to it until she came to pick it up." "So I can trust you?" "Absolutely." Jolie smiled. "All right then, come with me." She took Nina behind the counter. "Don't tell anyone that I let you touch the cash register, okay?" "I won't." Jolie leaned closer and whispered, "My boss, Bill, doesn't like people touching the machine, especially not children. So this will be our secret, or else I could get into serious trouble." "I promise I won't tell anyone." "Okay, so this is what you have to do. When I take an order, you get to punch it into the machine." "How will I know what to punch?" "I will tell you." Jolie went to get an apron for Nina. "There you go," Jolie said with a smile. "Everyone will think you work here." Nina smiled. A man came out of the kitchen. He was short, pudgy, and bald. "What do we have here?" he said, staring at Nina. "Charlie is our main cook," Jolie said, introducing him. "Hi, Charlie," Nina said with a wave. Jolie turned to him. "Nina is our new employee." "Is that right?" Charlie said with a laugh. "Welcome to the team, kid." Nina was beaming. "And what will you be doing?" Charlie asked. "I'll be watching the cash machine." "That is a very important job." "It is," Jolie added. Charlie said, "And if you do a good job, I will whip up whatever you like. Pancakes, waffles, French toast. You just name it and I'll make it." "I love pancakes with maple syrup." "As a reward, you'll get Charlie's special pancakes with hot maple syrup." Nina clapped her hands with joy. Chapter 39. Heather Keel had cropped auburn hair, full lips, and a blemish-free skin. Prior to getting a job at the Lockport Chronicle, Keel had worked as a model, which explained her bone structure, wide shoulders, and perfect posture. Keel was surprised when Fisher had contacted her. She did not expect Casey's sister would want to speak to her. When Keel found out that his sister was also a police detective, she rushed over immediately. They were sitting on a bench not far from the newspaper office. Fisher said, "Whatever we discuss is off the record." Keel frowned. "Then what's the point of us meeting up if I can't use what you tell me in my stories?" "You will get another side of the story," Fisher replied. "Another side?" "I've read your articles, and I would categorize them as biased." "How so?" "I get the sense you don't like my brother." "I don't like people who abuse their authority." Fisher gave Keel a stern look. "How did my brother abuse his authority?" Keel did not flinch. He is a teacher. Miranda Temple is a student. It's obvious he coerced her into a relationship. There is no proof they were in a relationship. Is that what your brother said? Fisher knew Keel was poking for information. Yes, he did, and I believe him. Why? Fisher could not tell her he was already in a relationship with Nunez. Instead, she said, "What makes you so sure it wasn't Miranda Temple who tried to seduce him? I mean, didn't you ever have a crush on a teacher when you were in high school?" Keel stared at her. After a pause, she said, "I can't say I haven't, but I never acted on it. And to answer your previous questions, I don't believe Miranda seduced your brother." "How can you be so sure?" "If she seduced him, then how come she's the one dead?" Keel leaned in closer. "This is how I see it. Your brother pushed Miranda to have a relationship with him, and when she rebuffed him, and perhaps even threatened to expose him, he killed her. He may not have planned to do it, but it's a textbook case of someone trying to protect their reputation." Fisher said, "I still don't understand why you would try to destroy my brother even before he's charged or has gone to trial." Keel's eyes hardened. "I had people try to take advantage of me when I was an aspiring model. These people are powerful. They could make or break a career. As you can see, I'm not in the industry anymore, which tells you I didn't go along with what they had in mind for me." Fisher was silent. Keel had been hurt by those she trusted. She was now defending the weak and powerless. Fisher had to commend her for that. But this was about her brother, whose life hung on what a prospective jury thought of him. "My brother said when he left Miranda by the side of the road, she was still alive," Fisher said. "According to the police statement, Miranda died of a broken neck. When her body was discovered, her neck was twisted at an awkward angle that blocked the airway. She pretty much suffocated." "So what are you trying to say?" "It wasn't some random person who showed up after your brother had left and killed her. Miranda was fully clothed. She was not assaulted in any way. So again, it couldn't have been a stranger who saw a pretty girl walking alone on a secluded road and decided to take advantage of the situation. Whoever killed her wanted her dead." Fisher looked away. Keel said, "Your brother admitted to being with Miranda on the day she died. I've spoken to witnesses who confirm this. And just to let you know that I'm not as cold-hearted as you think I am, your brother was in a relationship with Miranda. I just never printed it." "How can you be so sure he was?" "I have proof." Fisher's eyes narrowed. "What kind of proof?" Keel smiled. "I'll show it to you, if you go on the record." Chapter 40. After speaking to the teller, Holt was introduced to the bank manager, Brian Whittles, a thin man who sported a goatee and wore prescription glasses. He was so thin his suit hung over his body like it was a coat hanger. Whittles led Holt down a hall to his office in the back. The office was half the size of a single-car garage, which was fitting, Holt supposed, for a small bank like this. "Can I see the receipt?" Whittles asked. Holt pulled out the bank receipt he had found in Becker's briefcase and handed it to Whittles. "It has the date and time stamp on it," Whittles said as he examined the receipt, "so it won't be too hard to pull it up." He got behind his computer and began typing on the keyboard. "You know," he said, "I applied for a job with the Milton PD." "What position?" Holt asked. "Officer." Holt made no comment. "I didn't pass the physical. They said I needed to build more strength. I tried working out every day, drinking protein shakes, eating lean chicken, anything to gain body mass. But all I got was bony arms and legs and a hanging gut that made me look like I was 5 months pregnant." "I'm sorry to hear that," Holt said, not sure of what else to say. "Thanks," Whittles replied. "You're a big guy. How much do you eat a day? I bet it's like 3,000 to 5,000 calories, right?" "I'm not sure. I don't count calories," Holt admitted. "And I've always been big." When Holt was in 5th grade, he was the tallest kid in the entire school. By the time he was in high school, he was well over 6 feet tall. As far as his girth, that gene ran in his family. His parents were big people, though not necessarily fat, but they had thick legs, arms, and even hands. Holt would not admit it to anyone, but growing up he tried to go on a diet. He wanted to be slim like the other boys in class. He thought girls liked him more. But then he met a girl named Amy. She liked him for who he was, not what he looked like. They were together throughout high school. They only split up when she went to a university several states away. "I was disappointed over not being able to get into the academy," Whittle said. "But then I thought to myself, I'm not really cut out to be a police officer. I prefer to sit on my couch and play shoot-'em-up video games, rather than run around catching criminals. You know what I mean?" Yes, you would rather be an armchair cop than a real one, Holt thought. Whittles punched in a couple more keystrokes. His eyes widened. "Whoa, isn't that the guy who—" "Yes, he's the jumper," Holt said. "Do you mind if I see it?" "Oh, sorry." Whittles moved away to let Holt get behind the computer. On the screen was a black-and-white image, which showed Becker entering the bank and walking up to a line that was at least a dozen people long. Becker was wearing a business suit, and he was holding his briefcase. Holt squinted, focusing his gaze on Becker's face. He looked calm, not like someone contemplating suicide the next day. When his turn came, Becker walked up to the teller. He withdrew $20,000 and then left the bank. The entire process took less than 15 minutes. Holt turned to Whittles. "Can you pull up Mr. Becker's bank statements for the past year? I want a copy." "No problem, but it'll take some time. We store everything electronically at our main offices in Kansas." "I can wait," Holt said. Chapter 41. Callaway pulled up to an apartment building with a gray facade. By his estimate, it was at least 20 stories high. One more to go, he thought. The last Lana Anderson on his list lived on the 16th floor. He did not want to go home empty-handed. A part of him felt like he was being stubborn, that he should be at the zoo with his little girl right now. But another part of him felt like he had no time to waste. Why else would David show up at his office in the pouring rain and offer him more money than some people make in a year if it was not important? This woman knew something, or perhaps had something that David wanted. But then why did he kill himself before I could even begin my search? The question swirled in his head as he made his way to the building's front lobby. He saw a security desk behind the glass wall, but it was empty. He looked up and saw a camera staring directly at him. He moved to the intercom system located on the wall. He lifted the phone and put it to his ear, pretending like he was trying to reach a tenant. He waited until he saw someone come out the front doors. He snuck inside before the doors closed. He took the elevator up to the 16th floor and walked down the hall to unit number 1602. He knocked on the door and waited. Like with the previous Lana Anderson, he would be honest and straightforward. He hoped that would be enough for her to tell him why David wanted her found. There was something else that had been nagging him from the moment he took the case. Why would David pay him such a large sum to find this woman? The simple answer was David could not find her on his own, which meant Callaway going around knocking on doors was likely a wasted effort. If finding her was that easy, David would have done it. He knocked one more time, and when there was still no answer, he pulled out his lock-picking kit. As a private investigator, he was not bound by the rules and regulations law enforcement officials had to follow. His job was to complete a task he had been hired for, regardless of how he did it. And yet, he disliked committing a crime, and breaking and entering was just that. But now was the time for action, not debating himself about right and wrong. In less than 30 seconds, he was in. He moved down the hallway and found he was in an open space with floor-to-ceiling windows. The living room had a sofa, coffee table, and TV stand. Adjacent to the living room was an area for a dining table and chairs, and next to it was the kitchen. Down the hall was the bathroom and the bedroom. He moved to the bedroom. He saw that everything was scattered on the bed and the floor. The clothes in the closet were in a heap at the bottom, and the cabinet drawers were open, and the contents inside them all disorganized. His eyes caught something on the side table. He walked over and grabbed the framed photo. A young woman was smiling at the camera. She had short, dark hair, expressive eyes, and perfect teeth. He removed the photo from the frame and pocketed it. If this was the right person, he might need the photo later. He spent the next half hour going through every inch of the apartment. When he was done, he came to two conclusions. One, someone had been through the entire apartment, looking for something. Two, Lana Anderson had left in a hurry. He could not find a laptop, luggage, toiletry, cell phone charger, or even a jacket, all items that she would take on a trip. He suddenly had a feeling this was the Lana Anderson he was searching for. Chapter 42. Fisher was furious when she confronted Casey at his home. His head was bowed as he stared at the photo in his hand. After agreeing to go on record, Heather Keel had provided Fisher with the proof that Casey was indeed having an affair with Miranda Temple. In the photo, Casey was seen kissing Miranda in a school hallway. Fisher knew Casey had always been good with girls. She could not count the number of girlfriends he had in high school. She hated to admit it, but her brother was a player. He would date one girl, but also flirt with others at the same time. She had questioned him numerous times why he behaved like this, and his answer was always that he could not help himself. He had a soft spot for a pretty face. She also could not understand why girls would keep giving him a chance, even when his reputation preceded him. The girls foolishly believed they would be the one to change Casey Fisher. Somehow, he would become monogamous because of them. And when their hearts were inevitably broken, some would even come to Fisher for a shoulder to cry on. They hoped she would talk some sense into him. Instead, Fisher would talk sense into them. A leopard doesn't change his spots, she would tell them. Casey will always be a cad. Deep down, though, Fisher hoped her brother would mature with age, and that he would find that special someone and settle down. Jumping from one relationship to another took a toll on him. Behind his bravado, he was still sensitive. He just hid the pain better than others. "Talk to me," Fisher implored as she sat across from him at the dining table. "Tell me what I'm seeing isn't what it is." He looked up. His eyes were soft. "It isn't." "Then what do you call that in the photo?" "Miranda pushed herself on me," he said. "She initiated the kiss, and I pushed her back. I swear. Do you know who took the photo?" "Heather Keel wouldn't tell me." "How did she get it?" "I don't know that either." He shook his head. "Then you are only seeing one part of the story. Whoever took that photo is trying to smear my name. I bet Heather is in on it. Have you read what she's written about me?" "I have. But I hate to say it, she's not fabricating anything." His eyes hardened. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means you have a checkered past, and Keel is shining a light on it." "I can't believe you would side with her," he snapped. "You're my sister." "I'm not siding with her. I'm on your side. But as a detective, I can smell when something is not right," she replied. "Like what?" Fisher fell silent. "Just say it, sis. You don't believe I'm innocent." "I never said that. But there are parts of your story that don't add up." "Which part?" "When you said Miranda was having family issues, and that's why she wanted to meet you. I've dug up as much as I can on her family, and from all accounts they are as stable as they come. Her father runs a nonprofit organization, and her mother works in healthcare. They've asked for privacy from reporters, or else I wouldn't be surprised if they were all over the news demanding you be given the death penalty." Casey looked away. He slowly said, "Miranda asked me to take her to Leaside Forest Park." "Why?" "She said she had something to show me." "What?" It was Casey's turn to go silent. "You have to be completely honest with me," Fisher said. "That's the only way I can help you." Casey stared at her. He sighed and his shoulders slumped. "I'm sorry, sis. But some things are best left unspoken." He got up and left the room. Chapter 43. Callaway rushed back to Jolie's restaurant. After picking up Nina, he drove straight to the zoo. When they reached the front entrance, the sign read that the zoo would be closing in an hour. It's still enough time for Nina to see the pandas, he thought. When he turned, he saw his daughter was passed out in the back seat. He debated whether to wake her up. After all, she had been waiting all day to go to the zoo, but the way she was sleeping so peacefully made him not want to disturb her. He felt a pang of guilt. He should have spent the day with her. He should have taken her to the zoo. "You're a jerk, Lee," he scolded himself. "You dumped your little girl off on someone, so you could run around being a private eye instead of a dad." He shut his eyes and sighed. David's death had shaken him to the core. Callaway was a lot of things. A gambler, a lousy husband and father, and even a drunk at times. But he was honest and dedicated. He performed his duty to his clients as honestly as possible, and he was dedicated to the tasks given to him by them. He did not take any case lightly. He knew private investigators got a bad rap, which had a lot to do with how the movies portrayed them as down-on-their-luck schmucks. Callaway would be the first to admit that he fit that role at times. But he did not take the profession for granted. The jobs were few and far between, so when he landed a case, he gave it his all, even to the detriment of his health and personal life. There were too many times to count when he had put himself in a dangerous situation. Somehow he was always able to walk away unscathed. He knew one day he would find himself in a position where he would not be able to talk himself out of a tight spot so easily. He just hoped he had quit the business before that time ever came. He looked back at Nina again. His little girl was fast asleep. He would never let any harm come to her. He also did not want anything to happen to him. His daughter needed a father, and he wanted to make sure he was there for her. Today he knew he had let her down, and he had a feeling she did too. He turned the car around and drove back to Patty's house. He pulled up into the driveway. He got out and went to the back seat. He was about to lift Nina up and carry her inside when her eyes snapped open. She yawned. "Daddy, are we there yet?" He shook his head. "I'm sorry, darling, but the zoo was closing, and I didn't want to wake you." She looked disappointed. "I promise I'll make it up to you." The front door swung open and Patty came outside. "So, how was the zoo?" Callaway froze. If Patty found out what he had done, she would never leave Nina with him again. Nina suddenly brightened up. "It was great, Mom." "What did you see?" She shrugged. "Animals." "What type of animals?" "You know, lions, tigers, elephants." "What about pandas?" "The pandas were asleep." She turned to him. "But Daddy promised he'll take me again to see them." "I will," he quickly replied. "I sure will." "Okay," Patty said. "You can tell me all the details inside." "I'm too tired, Mom." "All right. You can shower and then go straight to bed." Nina turned and hugged him. She then whispered in his ear, "The fortune cookie was right. Today was an exciting day. I had a lot of fun at Jolie's. Thank you." His eyes welled up. He did not deserve a kid like her. He was sure she would tell Patty all about his latest goof-up, but instead she had his back. "I love you so much, baby," he said, kissing her on the forehead. Chapter 44. Fisher hung up the phone and sighed. She had just spoken to Holt, and without going into specifics, she explained why she abruptly left him hanging at the beginning of an investigation. He was very sympathetic. He offered to come down to Lockport and help her in any way possible. She declined. With her gone, he was needed in Milton more than ever. Also, Casey's problems were her problems, since this was a family matter requiring a great deal of care. Casey did not want any strangers involved in his mess, which was why he had asked only his sister to come down. She was grateful that the news of Miranda Temple's death had not traveled outside the state, or else her parents and older brothers would surely have come as well. Holt told her to take as long as she needed. She appreciated having her partner's support at a time like this. After her spat with Casey, he left the house and drove off to blow off steam. She regretted being so harsh with him. She should not have behaved like a detective. She should have behaved like an older sister. She could not imagine what he was going through right now. He had finally found a place he was happy in, and she could hear in his voice how much he loved teaching. And from Nunez, Fisher got the sense she cared for him. Why else would she risk destroying her career by taking on his case? But Fisher knew from experience Nunez had put herself in a tough spot. Regardless of the outcome, there would be blowback over her decision. If Casey was never formally charged, or maybe even exonerated after the fact, people would always assume Nunez had something to do with it. If Casey was charged and convicted, people would always wonder why she was involved with such a person in the first place. Fisher knew the answer. Casey was hard to hate but easy to love. He had that special quality about him. His heart was in the right place. He just had a way of making dumb mistakes. He should never have met Miranda outside the school, Fisher thought. The way it looked was terrible for someone in his position. But if Casey was telling the truth, he went to meet Miranda because he thought he was doing the right thing by trying to help her. Had Miranda not ended up dead, Casey would have continued his day like he always did, and Fisher would still be in Milton, spending an evening having dinner with Lance. Lance, she cringed. In all the commotion, she forgot to tell him why she had flown out to Lockport. There were several missed calls and several text messages from him. He must think I'm ignoring him, she thought. She pressed a button and pulled up his messages. Where are you, babe? I hope everything's okay. Spoke to Holt. He said you had family matters to deal with. Call me. I'm worried. She smiled, even though she had disappeared without a word. He was still concerned for her. She let out a breath and dialed Lance's number. Hey, she said. First off, I owe you an apology. Chapter 45. Holt was at his desk when he spoke to Fisher. She told him only what he needed to hear. He did not push her for details. It was not his place to get in between her and her family. All he could do was let her know he was there for her if she needed it. Fisher had stood by him through all his trials and tribulations. Holt had seen his share of personal pain. He lost his parents at a very young age. His sister, Marjorie, raised him with the help of their grandparents. His mother suffered a mental breakdown after her second child. A boy born before Holt died of cerebral palsy. Even after having Holt, his mother never got over the loss. Seeing his mother fall apart, his father slowly drank himself to death. If that was not enough, Holt and his wife, Nancy, endured 6 miscarriages. When they realized they could not have any children of their own, they decided to adopt a boy from Ukraine. The Holts thought they could finally have the family they had dreamed of. But the dream turned into a nightmare when the boy was diagnosed with a rare form of cancer 7 months after his arrival in the United States. Holt poured all his time, energy, and money into finding a cure, but before the year was up, the boy succumbed to his illness. Holt was devastated. His grief then turned to anger, and he flew to Ukraine to find the boy's birth parents. The doctors believed if the boy had been diagnosed earlier, there might have been a chance to save him. But no one, not even the adoption agency, made any mention of the boy's medical condition. Even if Holt had known, he would have still adopted the boy, but he would have made sure he had gotten treated sooner. His trip to Ukraine left him lonely and lost. He was unable to find the boy's birth parents, and the agency had closed its doors and disappeared. Nancy fell into a deep depression she still had not fully come out of. She was on medication, and she saw a therapist on a weekly basis. Holt made sure to check on her throughout the day. He could not imagine how he would go on if anything were to happen to her. To make matters worse, Holt lost his nephew in a brutal murder. He was a star college basketball player with the potential to make it to the pros. Marjorie was heartbroken, and Holt felt helpless he could not do anything to bring his nephew back. They would never get over their losses, but they had each other for support. He checked the time. Holt and Nancy were supposed to go ballroom dancing. One of their neighbors had put the idea in Nancy's head. Holt hated having to prance around in front of strangers. When it came to dancing, he had 2 left feet. He debated canceling tonight's event, but he knew how much Nancy enjoyed dancing. For a short while, she forgot all her worries. He would do anything to make her happy. Nancy must be waiting for me, he thought. He dialed his home number and said, "Darling, get my tux ready. I'm on my way." Chapter 46. Callaway took the elevator up to his 2-bedroom apartment on the 14th floor. After spending months in a hotel, he had wanted a place he could settle down in. Callaway had always moved around, though not because he enjoyed going from one place to another. He just could not afford nicer lodgings. He had lived in places where the heating did not work during the winter months, or the hot water stopped working in the middle of a shower, or, even worse, the toilet would overflow after each flush. And if any place had rodents, he would hightail out of there. He did not mind insects. He had slept in beds with roaches, ants, and even bedbugs. They were more of a nuisance. But rats or mice were another thing. He worried about the diseases they carried. On top of that, he had this phobia that they would crawl up his pants and bite his nether regions. He shivered at the thought. Prior to moving to the 2-bedroom, Callaway had thoroughly inspected the building. He wanted to see how management took care of the place, which would tell him whether he would have to deal with a rodent infestation. The building was clean, well-maintained, and the elevators were in working order. This was something else he made sure to check. He once lived in a building where the elevators were always breaking down. His unit was on one of the top floors. He would end up waiting 15 minutes just to get an elevator. The smell of fresh paint still lingered as he entered his unit. The parquet floor still had the shine from the polish. Old appliances had been replaced with new ones, and the kitchen had been given a facelift. Management had gone out of their way to fix up the unit prior to him taking possession. The rent was far more than he had ever paid for a place, but he saw where the money was being spent, so he did not mind. He was tired of living in run-down dumps. Callaway had still not properly furnished the apartment. When he moved in, he brought with him a used futon, a coffee table, an old television, and a bed. He also had a small fridge he had picked up from the sidewalk outside the last hotel he had lived at, but now that he had a full fridge, he decided to get rid of the old one. The space was big for a single man, but he had plans. He walked over to the 2nd bedroom. He had painted the room pink, and he had also purchased a single bed with pink bed sheets. This room would be Nina's whenever she stayed over for the night. He smiled. "I'll let her decorate it," he thought. He went to the kitchen. From the freezer he pulled out a frozen dinner, chicken strips with mashed potatoes and corn. While his meal cooked in the microwave, he got a bottle of iced tea from the fridge and took a sip. In other times, he would have been sipping beer, but because of Patty, he was cutting back on alcohol. The microwave beeped. He grabbed his meal and moved to the living room. He removed the envelope David had given him and placed it on the coffee table. He stared at the envelope while he ate his meal. Callaway knew he could just pocket the money and walk away, but he did not want to. He was not superstitious, but he did not like having negative energy hanging over him, and taking a dead man's money and not completing his last wish was not right. He grabbed his drink and walked out onto the balcony. There were advantages to living this high up. The view was breathtaking, especially at night. In the distance, he could see the freeway. Cars roared by at high speed, creating a pattern of lights. He took a sip from the bottle. He could not help but wonder, where are you, Lana Anderson? And what are you doing right now? Chapter 47. Fisher sat on the porch with a cold drink in her hand. The sun had started to set, casting a warm glow on the horizon. Fisher was feeling anything but warm. Casey's predicament had put her on high alert. As a detective, she was constantly analyzing all aspects of the case from every angle. She could not help herself. She needed answers, and right now she had none. Witnesses saw Miranda get into Casey's car. They then drove to Pine Trail, where a few hours later her dead body was discovered below the road. Everything pointed to Casey being the murderer, and yet she still felt troubled. Was it because he was her brother? And that she could not believe him capable of such a hideous crime? She took a sip from the bottle. She had to be objective. She had to let go of all her emotions, which were clouding her judgment. She was not seeing the evidence for what it was. But there was a reason she believed Casey when he said Miranda was alive when he left her. After leaving Pine Trail, Casey had driven to a gas station nearby. He had bought himself a bag of chips, a can of pop, and a lottery ticket. Fisher had seen the cash register receipt. Would a person do that if they had just murdered another human being? Was Casey a cold-blooded psychopath? She shook her head. She had to give her brother the benefit of the doubt. In all the cases she investigated, she always went in with the mindset that a person was innocent until proven guilty. This helped her gather evidence in a proper manner, so that even the prosecutor had little or no trouble getting a verdict when the case eventually went to trial. A car pulled up in the driveway. Casey got out and came up to the porch. He sat on a chair next to her. Without saying a word, she offered him a bottle. He took it. There was a long moment of silence before he said, "I'm sorry about earlier." "No worries," she replied. He opened his bottle and took a long gulp. She took another sip. Her eyes were fixed on the sun that was quickly disappearing from view. She then asked, "Where did you go?" "I needed to clear my head, and I went to see Helen." "Do you think it's a good idea for you two to be seen together? Nunez is investigating a crime you are suspected of committing." "That's why I needed to see her. We've decided to keep our distance until this all blows over." "What if this doesn't blow over?" she asked, finally turning to him. Chapter 48. Casey was silent. She could tell this was something he had been grappling with ever since Miranda died. Casey would not survive a day in prison. He would rather slit his wrists than spend the rest of his life behind bars. "How did you and Nunez hook up anyway?" she asked. A smile flickered across his face. "She pulled me over for a traffic violation." Fisher's eyes widened. "No way." "Yes way." "And?" Casey was smiling. "I charmed her into going on a date with me." "No, you didn't." "I sure did. But she still gave me a ticket, though." They both laughed. It was good to feel like there was not a black cloud hovering over them all the time. Ever since Casey told her what had happened, Fisher could not get rid of the knot in her stomach. "You like her?" Fisher asked. "I do," Casey replied with a nod. "I think she might be the one." Fisher's jaw dropped. "Are you thinking of proposing to her?" "That thought had crossed my mind." Fisher could not believe her baby brother, a person who railed against the institution of marriage, was thinking of settling down. He said, "I've even checked out a few engagement rings." "Does she know of your intentions?" "I plan on surprising her." "What if she says no?" Fisher said. Casey gave her a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" Fisher knew half a dozen girls who would have happily married Casey if he had just asked. In fact, some of them still hoped he might return one day and propose. "When did you plan on doing it?" Fisher asked. "First, I have to save enough for a nice ring. Then I plan to take her to the Grand Canyon. And at the precise moment the sun is setting, I will get down on my knee and propose." Fisher's eyes turned moist. "It sounds romantic." "That was the plan until—" He looked away. She reached over and put her hand over his. "You'll get the chance for your happy ending, Casey, I know it." He turned to her and smiled, but she could tell he did not believe her. A moment of silence passed before he said, "I've been doing some thinking." "About what?" "After speaking to Helen, I think it's time I finally tell you something I should have told you years ago." Fisher felt the knot in her stomach tighten. Chapter 49. Parrish stared at the large TV screen in his office. He had been glued to the news ever since David Becker decided to make a spectacle of his death. "David, you fool," he mumbled. He reached over and picked up a glass of bourbon. He could taste the oak flavor on his tongue. Bourbon was his choice of drink, and today he'd had enough of it for a week. He was not drunk, but he could feel the buzz. He was not a big drinker. He only drank when something was gnawing at him. He had been through major battles in his life. He had been twice divorced. His first wife took nearly half his assets. He did not make the same mistake with the second one. She was his mistress, and the reason for the end of his first marriage. He made her sign an ironclad prenup. No matter how many lawyers she hired, they could not get an extra penny out of him, except for what was stated in their agreement. A third Mrs. R.J. Parrish was on his horizon. She was currently in Maui. He had paid for her and her friends to spend a week on the island. He needed her out of the way. His plan required great discretion. The soon-to-be Mrs. Parrish was 30 years younger than him. She was his private trainer. After he suffered a minor heart attack, his doctors ordered him to eat healthily and to exercise. He was never big on fruits and vegetables, but he could spend a few minutes each day working out. It did not take long for the Mrs. Parrish-in-waiting to fall for him, or his money. He knew it was not true love. That did not happen for men of his age and stature. They had to buy affection, and he was quite comfortable doing that. There was a knock at the door. "Yes," he bellowed. His secretary stuck her head in. Beth had worked for him for almost 20 years. She had long, graying hair and deep-set eyes. Even with all the foundation and makeup she wore, the wrinkles were still visible. She wore a floral patterned dress that went down to her knees and high heels. "I'm heading home," she said. "Do you need anything, Mr. Parrish?" "No, I'm fine," he said with a wave of his hand. "Good night." "Good night," Beth said before she shut the door behind her. I should be with a woman her age, he thought. He quickly shook the thought away. Money afforded him the luxury to acquire whatever he wanted, even the company of beautiful women. He just wished he could have used his money to make his current problem go away. He took another sip from his glass. On the TV, the news reporter was at the scene of Becker's death. The freeway had been cleared now, but those stuck in traffic because of the tragic incident were still complaining about what had happened. "There is nothing tragic about it," Parrish grumbled. There was another knock at the door. "What is it now?" he yelled. The door swung open and Vigo entered, momentarily startling Parrish. The man had that effect on people. "Have you seen the news?" Parrish asked. "I have," Vigo replied. "Did we push him too far?" "I don't think we pushed the right buttons." Parrish knew where he was going with this. Vigo was ex-military. He had wanted to take David to a secure location and extract the information they were looking for. Parrish knew the ramifications of such an extreme action. If that had been done, they would have had to kill David. He was comfortable with lots of things, even torture, but not murder. Perhaps, considering what had transpired, he should have gone down that route. It might have killed, no pun intended, two birds with one stone, he thought, getting rid of David Becker and discovering where Lana Anderson is hiding. Vigo said, "There's a private investigator going around asking questions." "What kind of questions?" "About her." Parrish thought a moment and then smiled. "Follow this private investigator. He may just lead us to her." Chapter 50. Fisher waited for Casey to speak. He took another sip from his bottle to clear his throat and said, "Jacob was not behind the wheel the night he died. I was." Fisher knew Jacob Wilson was Casey's childhood best friend. They were returning from a party when they decided to drag race with a group of boys. Their car crashed into another car. Jacob died while Casey survived. "I didn't have my license, but I so badly wanted to drive," Casey said. "Dad would have never let me drive his car, and you know how Mike and Sam were." Their older brothers never let Casey do anything. They treated him like a child. Jacob had just gotten his license and his parents let him take their car. I begged him to let me take it for a spin. I could see that he wasn't sure about it, but he was my friend, so he agreed. Casey turned to her. "We were not drinking that night at the party. I want you to know that." She understood that point was important to him. He did not want alcohol to take responsibility for what happened. "We had just gone a couple of blocks from the party when another car pulled up next to us. The guys in that car were around our age, maybe a year or two older, and they started egging us into racing them. Jacob told me to ignore them. I did until one of them called me a baby." That was what everyone in the family called him. Fisher knew how much Casey hated being called that, but she liked calling him baby in order to tease him. "I don't know what came over me. The moment the light turned green, I pressed the accelerator as hard as I could." He covered his face with his hands. "I can still hear Jacob's voice in my ears. He was screaming for me to slow down, but I could feel the power of the car. I remember I glanced at the rearview mirror and saw I had a large lead on the other car. I felt great, but then I lost my grip on the steering wheel, swerved into the other lane, and slammed into an oncoming car. It all happened in an instant. I remember being in shock. I couldn't believe I was still alive. When I turned, I saw Jacob was slumped in the passenger seat. The airbags had deployed, but there was blood on his face. I then saw the car we were racing slow down, then speed away. I think when they saw what had happened, they got out of there as fast as they could. I somehow managed to get out of the car. I saw the driver of the car we hit was slumped behind his wheel. I rushed to the other side of our car and checked for a pulse, but Jacob was dead. I was suddenly scared. I knew Dad, Sam, and Mike would tear me to pieces for being so stupid. I panicked and managed to pull Jacob out of the passenger seat and drag him to the driver's side." Casey's head fell to his chest. "I let Jacob take the blame for what I had done. His parents never knew I had killed their only son." Casey began to sob into his hands. Fisher wanted to reach over and comfort him, but she did not. Fisher was not in the country when the accident happened. She was 18, and she and a friend had decided to go backpacking through Europe. When she returned from her trip, she noticed that Casey had become more reserved. He no longer shared all his secrets with her. He had suddenly grown up in the course of a summer. He had also changed, for the worse. He went from a smiling young man to one who was dour and angry. Fisher always thought it was because of the loss of his best friend that he was acting that way. She now realized his self-destructive behavior stemmed from the guilt that was eating away at him. Chapter 51. Holt had spent an hour going over all of David Becker's medical records. His blood sugar level was normal, his heart was normal, his blood pressure was normal, his cholesterol was normal, he did not have any serious life-threatening illness. There was nothing health-related that would push him to kill himself. But there was something else that might have been a precursor to him making that fateful decision on the freeway. Holt had discovered that Becker was embroiled in a lawsuit filed by one of his clients, Parrish Holdings, Inc. Becker was accused of stealing millions of dollars from Parrish Holdings. As a lawyer, Becker's firm held money in trust for various real estate projects. But Becker had been accused of siphoning money from those trust accounts and transferring it to a numbered account in the Isle of Man. The owner of that numbered account was David Becker. Holt was not able to get further details, as the case was still before the courts. Holt was able to get Becker's personal bank account statements. Becker had money in his checking, savings, and 401k account. He had far more than the average citizen, Holt thought, but was it enough to defend him in a lawsuit? Parrish Holdings had far more resources to go after him. Holt was certain the money in the Isle of Man was already frozen, which meant Becker would not have been able to use it for himself. Is that what pushed him over the edge? He saw that his scheme had been exposed, and he knew there was no way out. Becker's last words before he jumped were, "I'm doing this for my family." Maybe he did not want them dragged through a lengthy and messy trial. Holt leaned back in his chair. His mind drifted to what the tenant at Becker's office had told him. A man was caught going through Becker's office, and he had scared the tenant. Who was this man? What was he looking for? Did it have anything to do with the lawsuit? Holt sighed. The longer he spent on David Becker's case, the more he came to realize Becker had finally thought life was not worth living. Holt had had bouts of depression. They usually came after an unexpected tragedy, but because he was dealing with the grief, he knew how precious life was. He also saw firsthand the impact death made. As a detective, he had investigated hundreds of murder cases. The devastation for the loved ones was immense. Some never got over the loss, and they spent the rest of their lives carrying it with them. Others were so damaged that they ceased to function normally. Holt's mother never got over a son who had died of cerebral palsy. Nancy never got over the death of their adopted son from cancer. Marjorie was barely hanging on after Holt's nephew was brutally murdered. All these mothers were destroyed by the death of a child. Holt shook his head. Why am I thinking about this too hard? He wondered. David Becker was a grown man who chose to end his life. There was no one else to blame for what happened to Becker, except for David Becker himself. But there was still something nagging him about this case. He just wished he knew what that was. Chapter 52. Fisher was lying in bed when a sweet smell bombarded her senses. She got up and left her room. Casey was in the kitchen. He was wearing an apron as he fried something on the stove. "What are you making?" she asked, her mouth watering. "French toast with strawberries, bananas, layered honey, and powdered sugar," he replied. She took a seat at the table. He placed a plate in front of her. While he filled her cup with coffee, she took a bite. "This is actually pretty good," she said. "You sound surprised. You never made anything when you were at home." He shrugged. "When you don't have your mom cooking for you, you are forced to learn a few things." He sat across from her. Suddenly, there was an awkward silence between them. "I can tell you didn't sleep at all last night," he finally said. "Really?" "Yeah, because I didn't sleep either." She said nothing. "I know you must think I'm a monster." "I don't," she quickly said. "I just don't know why you didn't tell the truth about what happened that night years ago." "I wanted to. I really did. But as time went by and everyone talked less and less about it, I thought I could leave it behind me." "Jacob Wilson is dead." "I know, and I am alive. That's something I've had to carry with me all these years." He paused and then said, "Right after it happened, I thought about killing myself." She stared at him. "I even attempted it." "You did?" she asked, shocked. He nodded. "You remember that beach we used to go to as kids?" "Of course, it was like a 20-minute drive from our house. Sam and Mike would spend all day there." "You know why, don't you?" "Girls, what else?" "Yeah," he said with a wistful smile. "One day I couldn't take it anymore. I took the bus to the beach. I spent an hour sitting on the sand, staring at the water. I then mustered up the courage, and I started to walk into the water. It was cold to the touch, and I suddenly thought about turning back, but the pain was too much to bear. I wanted to make it go away. I kept going deeper and deeper until the water was up to my neck. I then let go." As Casey talked, Fisher felt the knot in her stomach twist. "I shut my eyes and let the ocean take me. As I was sinking, it felt like I was hanging in the air. For a moment, I was at peace. I was ready for whatever awaited me in the afterlife. But then when I began to swallow and inhale the water, I suddenly panicked. I was desperate for air, and I realized I didn't want to die. I quickly swam up and made my way back to the beach. As I coughed up water, I began to cry. I was weak and a coward. I let Jacob take the blame for my actions, and I didn't even have the courage to kill myself." He winced. "I then went home. No one asked where I was or what had happened. They had no idea. What they also didn't know was that I had left a suicide letter in my room. It explained how much I loved them and why I had decided to kill myself. I wanted to take full responsibility for what happened to Jacob. "What did you do with the letter?" Fisher finally asked. "When I knew I wasn't going to kill myself, I didn't want anyone to ever find out what I had done that led to Jacob's death. I buried the letter, just like I buried everything else deep inside me." Fisher saw pain in his eyes. "You know why I chose to be a teacher?" he asked. She shrugged. She figured he wanted to have a stable and secure job. "I wanted to make sure other kids didn't do something stupid like I did," he said. "I tried to be friends with them. I wanted them to know they had an adult who knew what they were going through. I told them to take responsibility for their actions, not to drink and drive, not to take drugs, because I had done those things. I wanted them to know they could come to me if they had any problems." "Is that why you took Miranda to Leaside Forest Park? You wanted her to trust you?" "I wanted to help her, regardless of how things looked. I just never imagined she too would end up dead." Fisher got the sense that death followed Casey wherever he went. Like the people who adored him, death was also attracted to him. "Nunez knows what happened with you and Jacob?" she asked. "When I knew I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her, I told her the truth. It was a selfish decision more so than anything." "How so?" "I didn't want to hold on to it by myself. I wanted someone to carry the weight with me. If Helen loved me, she would understand. And she did. She encouraged me to tell you last night." "Have you told anyone else in the family?" He shook his head. "No, only you." "Why just me?" He leaned forward. "Because you and I used to be very close until that fateful night. After that, I withdrew from you and the world. I want us to be close again, like we were as kids." He reached out his hand to her. She took it without hesitation. "I love you, sis," he said. "I love you too," she replied. No matter what he had done, to her, Casey would always be the young boy who used to hold her hand as they walked to school together. Chapter 53. Callaway pulled up across from the apartment building. There was still so much he did not know. Who was this Lana Anderson? And how was she linked to Becker? The answers lay inside that building. More specifically, in the building's security footage, which would show when Lana Anderson had left and if she was alone or with someone. Could the person who searched her apartment have taken her? He was not sure. He also was not sure how to gain access to the security cameras. Unlike on his previous visit, when he had just walked in without anyone stopping him, a security guard was seated behind the lobby desk. Callaway leaned forward, opened the glove compartment, and pulled out a police badge and ID. In one of his older cases, a man was imitating a Saudi prince and was conning people out of their money. One of his victims hired Callaway to expose him. Callaway approached the man as a prospective investor. The man was so good at conning people that he almost convinced Callaway to invest in his fake project. Fortunately for Callaway, he did not have any money to invest because he was broke. Callaway managed to expose the con, and the man was sent to prison for his actions. When he was released a few years later, Callaway tracked him down. The man was from New Jersey, but his ability to play a Saudi prince highly impressed Callaway. The man also had a talent for creating fake IDs. During his trial, it was discovered that he had imitated a priest, a doctor, and a police officer. Callaway got the man to sell him a fake badge and ID. He knew it was illegal to impersonate an officer, and the chances of getting caught were quite high. But he had no choice but to take the gamble. He had to see what was on the building's CCTV footage. The security guard would not allow just anybody to look at that. Callaway got out and slowly walked up to the front entrance. He could see the security guard was speaking to a tenant. He did not want any witnesses, so he waited until the tenant left. He made his move. He tapped on the glass door and waved his hand. The guard buzzed him in. Callaway knew where the cameras were, so he had to be careful when he showed the badge, which he had clipped to his belt. "Hi there," Callaway said as he approached the guard's desk. "You work here?" The guard made a face. That's why I'm sitting here." He was young with whiskers on his chin and his hair was pulled back into a ponytail. He was wearing a security guard uniform. Callaway lifted his coat up to reveal the badge. "Detective Greg Holt from the Milton PD. What's your name?" The guard blinked. "Trevor Donnelly?" "Trevor," Callaway said, resting his left elbow on top of the desk. "I'm afraid I'm here on a police matter." "Okay." "I need to see your security camera footage." "Why?" "I can't really say." "I'm going to have to call property management." "I'm sure they are busy," Callaway quickly said. "We don't want to bother them, do we, Trevor?" Trevor shrugged. "I don't know. If this is a police matter, I have to get their permission." "That won't be necessary," Callaway insisted. "If you do what I say, I'll make sure to recommend you for the mayor's annual Good Citizen Award." He was not sure one existed, but right now was not the time to worry about that. "I'm really sorry, but I have to follow procedures," Trevor replied. He reached for the telephone. Callaway asked, "How long have you worked here?" 8 months. "Do you, by any chance, know a tenant named Lana Anderson?" He pulled out the photo he had taken from her apartment and placed it on the desk. The guard stared at the photo. "Yeah, I've seen her around." "Why do you want to find her?" "That's none of your business. When was the last time you saw her?" Trevor shrugged. "I don't know." "Think it's important." "Maybe a couple of days ago, but I don't work here every day. I alternate with Andre." "Were you here 2 days ago?" Trevor pondered the question. "I was." "And the day before that?" "I think so." "Then you must have seen her." Callaway was grasping for anything. "There are hundreds of units in this building. How do I keep track of everyone who comes and goes?" "Exactly. And that's why I need to see your security footage." "Like I told you, I have to ask management. In fact, if you wait 10 minutes, my boss usually comes down around this time to check on the place." Callaway did not want to get busted. "You know what? I'll be back with a warrant. And I will make sure you are not recommended for the mayor's annual Good Citizen Award." Callaway turned and left. Chapter 54. The city morgue was in an old government building that was in desperate need of a renovation. With government budgets being slashed each year, the building's occupants had long given up any hope of an upgrade. The building's exterior was cold and uninviting. The interior was no better. The walls were painted in dark colors, and the floor tiles, which were once white, had turned an ugly shade of yellow. Fluorescent light bulbs flickered above as Holt walked down the hallway. He went through a set of doors that entered a cool room. A strong smell of ammonia and disinfectants hung in the air, but it still did not mask the smell of death, which was strong and overpowering. Holt found Andrea Wakefield standing next to a table with a green sheet on it. She was wearing a white lab coat that reached down to her knees. "Is Detective Fisher not coming?" Wakefield asked. "I'm afraid not." "Is she all right?" Holt was surprised by the medical examiner's concern for his partner. According to him, Wakefield spent so much time dissecting cadavers that she preferred the dead over the living. He did not know this for a fact. He knew very little about her. Their relationship was always professional. He trusted her judgment. He had to. If her findings contradicted their statements in any way, then they had no case. "Fisher is fine," Holt replied. "She had some family matters to attend to." Wakefield nodded and then pulled down the green sheet, revealing the face of the deceased. David Becker's eyes were closed. He had a bluish tint over his skin, with the tint more prevalent on his lips. "Official cause of death?" Holt asked. "Everything." "Everything?" he repeated, confused. "The victim," Wakefield paused and then said, "Have you concluded whether he jumped of his own free will, or someone pushed him?" "So far, our investigation leads us to believe it might be a suicide." "Then he's not a victim. We'll refer to him as the deceased." Holt was not sure why that mattered right now. "All right," he said. The deceased had suffered broken bones, broken ribs, internal bleeding, a cracked skull, swelling of the brain, a fractured vertebra, and a punctured lung. Take your pick. Any one of those injuries could have killed him. "He sustained all that?" Holt asked. The height of the fall, matched with the speed of the vehicle, resulted in a powerful impact that caused severe damage to his body, Wakefield replied. "Were there any drugs or alcohol in his system?" She walked over to a table and returned with a clipboard. The tests came back negative for any drugs. There were traces of alcohol in his system, but it was far less than the legal limit. "So he wasn't intoxicated, or under the influence of drugs when he jumped?" "No," Holt frowned. David Becker was fully aware of his actions when he decided to take his own life. Chapter 55. Fisher was sitting in her car when she spotted Nunez coming out of the Lockport Police Department. She took long strides as she made her way to her unmarked cruiser. Fisher got out and walked up to her. "Detective Nunez?" she said. Nunez turned, and when she saw who it was, she smiled. "I told you to call me Helen." "Right, sorry," Fisher said. "Do you have a minute?" "I was on my way to court. Will this take long?" "No, I just have a few questions to ask you, if you don't mind." "If they have anything to do with Miranda Temple's murder investigation, then I'm sorry. I can't help you." "I won't ask anything specific. I just need to clarify some things that have been nagging at me." Nunez laughed. "It's that detective voice inside your head, right?" Fisher said nothing. "If you've worked long enough as a detective, you start to analyze everything in your life. You try to make sense of even the smallest things. Everything becomes a puzzle that needs to be solved. Don't worry, you're not the only one. I get that too. So, what's bothering you?" "It's about Casey." "What about him?" "There were witnesses who saw Miranda get into his car on the day she died. In fact, he confirmed he was at Pine Trail where her body was discovered sometime later." Nunez's eyes narrowed. "Where are you going with this?" "What I don't understand is, with all that information at your disposal, why haven't you arrested my brother for her death? Is that what you want? It's what I would have done if I was the lead investigator on the case." Fisher paused and then said, "Unless, of course, there is something you know that is preventing you from proceeding with charges against my brother." Nunez looked away. "Yes, you're right. We can't charge your brother until we—" She hesitated. "Until what, Helen?" Fisher asked. "This is about my brother's life, and I deserve to know what's going on." Nunez sighed. "Until we speak to Warren first." "Who?" "Warren McGinty, Miranda's ex-boyfriend." "Why?" "After her death, we spoke to several of her friends, as we do in any investigation of this nature. And one of her friends told us that Warren had not gotten over his breakup with Miranda. This friend also stated that Miranda complained to her that Warren was following her, even after they had broken up." "Okay." "And get this, the reason for the breakup was that Miranda had caught Warren spying on her." "How?" Fisher asked. "Through her phone," Nunez replied. "Apparently, from what I'm told, he had downloaded an app on her cell phone, which allowed him to see who she was texting and messaging. Miranda was furious. She ended the relationship and changed cell phones." "All right, but that still doesn't explain why you want to speak to Warren." "The friend we spoke to confessed that she mistakenly blurted out to Warren that Miranda was meeting someone at Leaside Forest Park. Warren had been contrite, and he wanted the friend's help to get back together with Miranda. But the moment he found out about the meetup, he rushed out." "So you believe he was also there that day at the park, and perhaps even at Pine Trail?" "We won't know until we speak to him." "Why haven't you yet?" "We're having some trouble locating him." Fisher mulled this over. This was a game-changer in the investigation. Then a thought occurred to her. "Do you have Miranda's cell phone? You can check to see if she called anyone else right after Casey left her at Pine Trail, or if she texted her friend to come pick her up or something." "We haven't been able to locate it. It wasn't on her person, and we searched the entire area where her body was found. We also tried to trace it, but the signal was lost on the day she died. Damn it, Fisher thought. Nunez opened the door of her car. I have to go. I'm running late. One more thing? Yes. Can you give me the name of her friend, the one who told you about Warren? Nunez shook her head. I can't have you questioning people in Lockport regarding Miranda's death. I'm just trying to find out the truth, that's all. That's what I'm doing as well. How about this? Fisher offered. You want to find Warren? And now so do I. I'm sure you would rather spend your time putting cases together than spend it knocking on doors. Let me ask around. I'll let you know what I find, I promise. Nunez stared at her. She then sighed. Fine. Chapter 56. Callaway was parked across from Lana Anderson's apartment building, watching Trevor Donnelly through the glass doorway. After Callaway had returned to his car, he had seen a man in a suit enter the building and speak to Trevor. He may have been the property manager Trevor had been referring to. Trevor might have even told him about the visit by Detective Greg Holt. Callaway hoped the manager did not go to the Milton PD and ask why an officer was making demands without a warrant. Callaway cursed. He could not see a way forward in his search for Lana Anderson without that security footage. The footage might show when she left her apartment, what she was wearing, and if she was carrying something with her like a hand carry or backpack. If she was not planning to return, that meant she had left the city. That would make his search all the more difficult. If there were a couple of Lana Andersons just in Milton, who knows how many there are all over the United States, he thought. Callaway felt a migraine coming on. He reached across and opened the glove compartment. He searched the compartment and then shut it. He had left his painkillers back at his office. He suddenly felt parched. In days gone by, he would have gone to the nearest bar. But now that he was back with Patty, that was out of the question. He looked around the interior of the car and found a bottle of water underneath his seat. You better get used to this, Lee, he thought as he took a sip. When he had emptied the bottle, he saw Donnelly come out the main entrance. Donnelly walked to a white, beat-up Ford Taurus. He got behind the wheel and slowly pulled out of his spot. Callaway was not sure where Trevor was headed, but something told him he should follow. The Ford drove away with Callaway right on its tail. Donnelly moved through traffic at speeds higher than the limit. He looked like he was in his early 20s, so it explained why he was a bit reckless. Regardless, Callaway did not match his speed. He only had to make sure he did not lose sight of him, and even if he did, he knew where to find him. After a couple of minutes, the Ford pulled into a run-down plaza. Callaway did the same, and he saw up ahead that the Ford had parked next to a barber shop. A man in a hoodie was leaning into the passenger side window. The hoodie man reached into his pocket, pulled out something, and then extended his hand into the car. Callaway knew what was going on. He grabbed his camera and quickly snapped a couple of photos. A moment later, the Ford headed to the other side of the plaza and went around the back. Callaway followed right after. There was a giant parking lot in the back. The Ford drove all the way to the end and then parked. The driver's side window slid down a couple of inches. 2 minutes later, thick smoke began coming out. Callaway could not help but smile. I got you now, Donnelly, he thought. He aimed the camera and began taking more photos. Chapter 57. Wendy Benton was the polar opposite of Miranda Temple. She was short, slightly overweight, and she had crooked teeth. Fisher had known many popular girls in school who were friends with girls who were not as attractive as them. Most did not care what their friends looked like, while others thought it made them look hotter. As Wendy spoke, Fisher got the sense Miranda was in the latter category. When Fisher had called Wendy, she agreed to meet her at a mall. They were seated on a bench not far from the store she worked at as a salesperson. Wendy wiped her eyes. Miranda could be manipulative when she wanted to be, she said. But she was still your friend? Yeah, I mean, she was friends with a lot of people at school. You liked hanging around with her? She shrugged. We didn't really hang around outside school, but yeah, I liked her." "Why did you say she could be manipulative?" Fisher asked. Wendy fell silent. "Were you the one who took the photo of Miranda kissing Mr. Fisher in the school hallway?" Wendy nodded. "Did Miranda instigate the kiss, or did Mr. Fisher?" Wendy looked away. "Miranda." Casey was telling the truth, Fisher thought. Why did Miranda set up Mr. Fisher? Wendy sighed. Each year, the school hosts a stage production for the neighborhood. Parents and family and friends of the students are invited to come. Strangers can also come and watch the production for a small price. All the money raised goes to a local charity. People from the media also show up. So it's a pretty big deal at the school. Mr. Fisher is the school's drama teacher, so he's in charge of the production. This year's production was Sleeping Beauty. Let me guess, Miranda wanted to play the lead? Yes, but Mr. Fisher wanted someone else. Who? Bree Auden. Does Miranda get along with Bree? Wendy shrugged. They don't really know each other. So Mr. Fisher refused to give Miranda the part, and she decided to blackmail him. Is that right? She looked down at her hands. Yes, she slowly replied. Now it makes sense why Casey would take her to Leaside Forest Park, Fisher thought. He probably wanted Miranda to hand over the photos. But then Casey would have a motive to want her dead if she refused. Did Mr. Fisher give Miranda the lead role after that? Fisher asked. No. Fisher was surprised by the response. Why not? He knew the photos were a setup. Who told him? I did. Why? Mr. Fisher is a good teacher. He cares about his students. I only went along with Miranda's scheme because I thought she was my friend. I never thought she would try to ruin his career. Fisher's brow furrowed. If Mr. Fisher already knew the photos were a setup, then why did he go with Miranda to Leaside Forest Park? I don't know. The moment she found out I told him about the photos, she stopped being my friend. Then how did you know she was going to Leaside Forest Park? She posted an online message on her page that said she'd be going there that day. She forgot to remove me from her friends list, so I was able to see her post. A moment later, Fisher asked, why was she so keen on playing Sleeping Beauty? Maddie was playing Prince Charming. Who's Maddie? Maddie Gainsbourg is the school's star quarterback. Miranda liked him? Every girl likes him. He's also the hottest guy in school. And what did Warren think about her wanting to play opposite Maddie? When he was quiet. Warren was jealous of all the attention Miranda got. Isn't that why he downloaded a spy app on her cell phone? Fisher said. You know about that? Wendy said, surprised. Detective Nunez told me. She also told me you told Warren that Miranda had gone to Leaside Forest Park. Warren looked so sad, and I don't know why, but I told him. I never thought Miranda would end up dead. Wendy's eyes welled up with tears. Fisher worried she might break down and cry. Is Warren capable of hurting someone? Fisher asked. Wendy shrugged. I'm not sure, but he's gotten into a lot of fights at school. Do you know where I can find him? He lives with his dad. You can try there. Fisher was about to ask something else when Wendy got up from the bench. I have to go. My break's over. Okay, sure. Thanks for talking to me. As she watched Wendy walk away, Fisher knew she had to talk to Warren McGinty more than ever. Chapter 58. Callaway stared intently at the computer screen. He was inside a room at the back of the apartment building. He felt a shadow hovering over him. Trevor Donnelly stood behind him, biting his fingernails nervously. Once Callaway showed Trevor the photos he had taken of him smoking marijuana in his car, Trevor became more cooperative. Trevor knew if his employers found out what he was doing during his breaks, they would fire him. Callaway's instincts had turned out to be right. The first time he spoke to Trevor, he had smelled an odor on him. The smell was thick, pungent, and unmistakable, one that did not easily go away with cologne or heavy deodorant. Weed stuck to you, and only went away after you scrubbed it off. Callaway knew that was what he would use against Trevor if the opportunity arose. He wished the fake badge and ID had done the trick. Then he would not have had to resort to blackmail. He winced. He hated the word blackmail. He preferred to call what he had gotten on Trevor leverage. "How long will it take?" Trevor asked, moving his weight from one leg to the other. He was anxious, and he was making Callaway anxious. "Why don't you go outside and watch the front desk?" Callaway suggested. "You wouldn't want building management to show up and start asking questions as to what I'm doing in this room, do you?" Trevor stared at him and sighed. "Okay, I'll keep a lookout, but you gotta hurry up. I could get in serious trouble for this." He left the room. "You could also get in serious trouble for smoking weed on your breaks," Callaway thought. Callaway focused his attention back on the screen. The room he was in was small and windowless, and it reminded him of his office. But unlike his office, the room was warm and stuffy. He realized the cause of the heat. Next to the computer monitor was heavy electronic equipment used to store all the security footage. A fan was blowing hot air into the small space. He removed the photo he had taken from Lana Anderson's apartment and placed it next to the keyboard. He was not sure how old the photograph was, but it was all he had to work with. He began to review the footage. He had to find Lana Anderson, no matter what. Chapter 59. Holt returned to his desk with a frown on his face. He had spent an hour with the sergeant going over the David Becker investigation, but it was not a discussion. The sergeant had grilled Holt more than anything. He was not pleased Holt was still working on the case. All evidence pointed to Becker's death being a suicide, so why not say so and close it? Holt tried to justify why he was still looking into the case, but the longer he spoke, the less confident he became. The department was already stretched for resources, and with Fisher on personal leave, it was all hands on deck. He removed his suit jacket and placed it on the back of his chair. His shirt was soaked with sweat. The sergeant was not a man of many words, but today he blasted Holt. Holt knew the sergeant was right. It was foolish of him to pursue something that even he knew to be true. David Becker had killed himself, and he did it in front of a dozen people. He reached over the desk and lifted Becker's case file. Holt sighed. "It's time I close this file and be rid of it," he thought. He began assembling all the necessary paperwork when he realized Becker's Mercedes was still at the department's parking lot. He would have to contact Becker's wife, and also let the guys at the lot know that they could release the car to her. A realization suddenly dawned on him. The Mercedes was never thoroughly inspected. No crime was committed in the vehicle or with the vehicle, so it was not deemed necessary. As per procedure, the car was merely towed away from the scene. Holt grabbed his jacket and took the elevator down to the basement level. He got out and walked through the underground parking lot to the back of the building. Behind a chain-link fence was the department's impound lot. He spoke to an officer and was led to the silver Mercedes. No man contemplating suicide would have taken care of the vehicle as well as Becker did. The exterior and interior were spotless. Holt shook his head. "Stop analyzing it," he thought. "You have orders to close the case." He got behind the wheel. The car smelled of lavender. He realized he had never examined the vehicle himself. It was Fisher who had done so, right before she left for Lockport. He checked the glove compartment, the storage compartment between the seats, and the space underneath the seats. He was about to get out and check the trunk when he pulled down the visor. An envelope fell on his lap. There was something inside the envelope. Holt reached inside and pulled out photos. The first one showed Mrs. Becker holding her daughter's hand and walking down the street. The second showed Becker's son riding his bicycle outside their house. The third showed all three having fun at a playground. He flipped the envelope over. There was a handwritten note on the back. "How much do you love your family?" Chapter 60. Callaway was starting to feel hopeless. He had fast-forwarded through hours of footage and still no sign of Lana Anderson. The apartment building had several cameras. One was pointed at the entrance, one was in the lobby, one was at the back exit, and one was at the entrance of the parking garage. Callaway had to make sure he kept an eye on all of them. If Lana Anderson decided to leave from the front, 2 cameras would catch her doing so. If she chose the back, then he had to make sure she did not slip out without being detected. The garage was the most difficult of the 4. In his initial search, he had found that no vehicle was registered to a Lana Anderson at this address, which meant she did not drive herself out of the building. But that still did not mean someone else could not have. Someone had gone through her apartment. What if she was there at the time, and she had been taken down the elevator to the basement garage and left the building from there? Callaway had a feeling that did not happen. Whoever was in her apartment could not have accessed the garage without a garage opener, and he doubted very much that Lana Anderson had let him in. The only way out of the building was through the front. Callaway was about to call it quits when he spotted a familiar person on the screen. David Becker was wearing a suit and holding a briefcase. He was at the entrance when he picked up the phone and dialed a number. A moment later, the door buzzed, and he went inside. He calmly walked through the lobby and up to the elevators. He waited and then disappeared into one of the elevators. There were no cameras on any of the floors, but that did not mean Callaway could not find out where he was going. The floor numbers changed as the elevator went up, finally stopping at the 16th floor. Callaway's eyes widened. Lana Anderson lived in Unit 1602. David was visiting her. Callaway fast-forwarded the footage. Half an hour later, David emerged from the elevator. He looked distressed. His strides were long and hurried as he quickly left the building. Callaway was not sure what was discussed between Lana and David, but it must have clearly upset him. Callaway knew he was on the right track. Sooner or later, he was certain Lana Anderson would show up. He was certain of it. He was right. Almost an hour later, she came out of the elevator. He paused the footage. She had a backpack slung over her shoulders. Also, on one shoulder, she had slung a purse. In one hand, she was pulling a hand carry, and in the other, it looked like she had her cell phone. She was wearing a jeans jacket, dark pants and boots, and a baseball cap. Even with the cap, Callaway was certain he was staring at the woman he had been searching for. He pressed play and watched her move through the lobby and exit the building. The camera at the front of the building caught her entering a waiting taxi. The taxi drove away. Callaway leaned back in his chair. His eyes narrowed as he pondered what he had just seen. His instincts were right. Lana Anderson had gone on a trip somewhere. Where she went, he had no idea. He realized his search for Lana Anderson had suddenly become far more difficult than he had hoped. Lana Anderson could be anywhere. His phone buzzed. He checked the number. "I'm running late," he thought, and left the room. Chapter 61. Fisher drove up to the house and frowned. This doesn't look promising, she thought. To say the bungalow looked derelict would be an understatement. Everything about the place, exemplified by the roof, the exterior walls, and the cracked windows, was in dire need of repairs. The last time anyone had ever worked on the home was when it was built, which, by Fisher's estimate, was a good 30 years ago. Even the lawn required a good mowing. The grass was up to an average person's knees. Maybe Wendy gave me the wrong address, she thought. Or did she send me on a wild goose chase? Fisher had no idea, and the only way to make sure was to go find out. She got out and walked up to the house. Reminds me of a crack house, she thought. She wished she had her weapon with her. She took a step onto the porch and felt the wood creak underneath her feet. She knocked on a weather-beaten door and waited. When she got no reply, she moved to the front window. She cupped her hands around her eyes and peeked in. The interior was dark, but she could make out the silhouette of furniture inside. She squinted to get a clearer view. "Hold it right there, missy," a man's voice said from behind her. She slowly turned and saw a rifle was being pointed in her direction. The man holding the rifle wore a wife-beater, cut-off shorts, and cowboy boots. He had a cigarette hanging from his mouth, and his face was etched in deep wrinkles. Am I in some bad western, she thought.
"What are you doing spying in my house?"
the man asked in a southern drawl. I'm looking for Warren McGinty, she replied.
"Why?"
Are you his father?
"You didn't answer my question,"
he growled. She could see his finger was on the trigger. She did not want to provoke him into firing. Can I show you my badge? She asked. His brow furrowed.
"Badge?"
Yeah, I'm a detective.
"You are?"
She pulled back her coat, revealing the Milton PD badge clipped to her belt. He lowered the rifle and said,
"Why didn't you say you were police?" He shook his head. "I could have shot you, you know."
I was going to, but you had a weapon pointed in my direction.
"Sorry about that. I don't like intruders on my property. I wouldn't want someone getting the idea I'm not home and stealing my stuff."
What stuff? Fisher thought. All I see is junk. He rubbed his nose.
"Hey, how come you don't have a gun?"
I didn't think I was going to need it today. He stared at her.
"Always carry one. You never know what dangers are lurking out there."
Thanks for the advice, she said. My name is Detective Dana Fisher. His eyes narrowed.
"You don't happen to be related to that teacher who killed that girl, would you?"
There's no proof that he did anything, but yes, I'm his sister. He thought a moment.
"That girl, Miranda, used to date my boy. You are here to ask about that, aren't you?"
She realized he liked to end his sentences with a question. I am, she replied. And, sir, you are?
"Leonard McGinty," he replied with a nod. "Before you ask me further questions, I'd like to make a statement."
She was not sure where he was going with this. Okay.
"My official statement is I don't know where Warren is. I haven't seen him in 2 days.
That's how long Miranda has been dead, she thought. Warren lives with you, doesn't he? She asked.
He does.
And you're not worried that he hasn't come home in 2 days?
He's a grown boy.
He's 17.
Leonard smiled. Do you know what I had done by the time I was his age?
She was not interested, but she still said, I don't know.
I had left my parents' house and hitchhiked my way across half the country, and look at how great I turned out.
She could tell he was proud of this. I noticed that your car isn't parked in the driveway, she said.
That's right.
2 days ago, Warren took your car to Leaside Forest Park. It's not far from where Miranda's body was found. After Wendy had blurted out to Warren where Miranda had gone, she had seen him get in a weathered 4x4 and drive away. A 4x4 was registered to Leonard McGinty.
Is that right? Leonard said, looking genuinely surprised.
You let Warren take your vehicle?
He shrugged. He's got a license, so why not?
You don't need the vehicle for work? She asked. He shook his head.
Unfortunately, I'm on disability benefits. I hurt my back while loading stuff onto a truck.
What did you do? She asked, curious.
I used to drive an 18-wheeler over the border to Canada. I did that for almost 35 years. I made the darndest mistake of lifting stuff with my hands instead of the equipment the company gave us. I liked to do things fast, and I figured it'd be faster with my hands. I'm paying the price for my mistake. Even with the pain medication, some days I can barely leave the house. Why else do you think my house looks like crap?
Do you know where I can find Warren? She asked.
I'd tell you if I knew.
She had a feeling Leonard would not, even if he knew. Thanks for your time, she said, and left. Chapter 62. Vigo watched as a security guard finished his shift and made his way to his car. Vigo approached him and asked,
What was that guy asking you?
Trevor Donnelly nearly jumped back. When he saw who it was, he relaxed. Man, you scared the shit out of me.
That private investigator. What did he want from you?
What private investigator? Trevor asked, confused.
Lee Callaway.
Trevor frowned. Is that what his name is? I knew he wasn't a cop.
He told you he was a police officer? Vigo asked.
Yeah, he even showed me a badge, Trevor replied.
Why was he here?
He wanted to see the security footage.
And you let him see it?
Sure. I mean, he had stuff on me.
Vigo's brow furrowed. Stuff?
He caught me smoking weed on my break. I didn't want to lose my job, so I let him. If I'd known he was a private investigator, I would have asked him for money.
A smile crossed Trevor's face.
More money than you gave me.
Vigo had also seen the security footage. He knew Becker had visited Lana. On the footage, he had watched her leave the building and get in a taxi. Vigo had traced the cab to its driver. At first, the driver could not remember her, but Vigo had ways to make people remember. They did not have to involve violence or threats. It was the tone in his voice that did the trick. Vigo also knew people found his physical presence menacing, and it helped that he liked to dress in black. The color made him look like the angel of death. He had killed before. First as a member of the Serbian army, then as a private security contractor, and then as a hitman for a local crime boss. Vigo loved the last gig. The money was good, and he could inflict as much pain as he wanted. His boss had no qualms about getting blood on his hands. Had the crime boss not been convicted of tax evasion, Vigo would have still been working for him. Vigo spent the next several months moving through the country, looking for the right kind of work. When he knocked on the door of R.J. Parrish, he thought he had found a place he could stay long-term. Parrish had a reputation. He was ruthless and corrupt. He would do just about anything to get the upper hand, but that did not involve murder. Parrish was just a businessman. Unlike the crime boss, he did not hold vendettas. All he cared about was money. Vigo felt handcuffed. Parrish barked, but he did not bite. But not anymore. Parrish knew he was wrong when he did not let Vigo do what he was good at. Vigo would take control of this situation the only way he knew best. The taxi driver told him where he had dropped Lana off. At first he did not believe him, but the driver had shown him security footage from his cab. Lana Anderson had left her apartment building and gone to the office tower of Parrish Holdings, Inc. Vigo had checked security footage from the tower to confirm this. There was a record of her entering the building, but no record of her leaving. After that, the trail went cold. Vigo was not sure why she would go there. She was given specific instructions not to go anywhere near R.J. Parrish. The office tower had 22 floors with dozens upon dozens of businesses. There was no telling who she was there to meet. It surely was not R.J. Parrish. If he knew where she was, he would not have sent Vigo to find her. Vigo had searched her apartment for clues. He had hoped there was some rhyme or reason for her going to the tower, but he found none. He despised having to rely on other people to complete his tasks. He would have to wait for the private investigator and see what he came up with. He turned and began to walk back to his car, when Trevor said, "Hey, listen, why don't you put me on your payroll?" Vigo faced him. Payroll?
Yeah, you know, if I hear something or see something, you're the first person I call.
No thanks.
Come on, the security job doesn't pay enough. I could use the money. And plus, he paused and then said, I know you and that woman had a thing going.
What thing?
I don't know. Maybe she's your girl and you're her pimp.
Vigo's face hardened. I'm not her pimp, he snarled.
Trevor put his hands up in defense. Relax, I didn't mean anything by it. I saw you drop her off in front of the building a couple of times, and I thought she worked for you. My bad.
Vigo stared at him. He wondered how much Trevor really knew. Probably enough. There was not much to do as a security guard other than sit in a chair and stare at people entering and exiting the building. So what if he saw her with me? Vigo thought. It doesn't raise any serious questions or concerns. Go home, kid, Vigo said. He turned once again to go back to his car. Trevor said, You might find this interesting. A week ago, I saw someone else drop her off in front of the building. Vigo's back arched. Who? Trevor smiled. Now wouldn't you want to know? Tell me, Vigo demanded.
Only if you double what you paid me last time. Vigo suddenly had a feeling Trevor would be more trouble than he had first thought. Chapter 63. Fisher was pulling up to Casey's house when she stopped in the driveway. What she saw horrified her. Someone had spray-painted "Murderer" in red on his front door. She saw Casey sitting on the front porch. Their eyes met, and she could see that he was scared. She approached him. "Who did this?" "I don't know." When she had first arrived at his house, she noticed the grass on the front lawn had been trampled on. Casey told her the media had converged like a mob. They wanted to know what he knew, but he was able to get the Lockport PD to shoo the reporters away. "We need to report this to the police," she said. "I already did." "And?" "They came and took a statement. They also took photographs of—" He fell silent. "Are you okay?" she asked, concerned. He shrugged. She noticed a piece of paper in his hand. "What's that?" He held up the paper for her, and she took it. "They fired you?" she said, shocked. "This morning the board made the decision to terminate my employment," he said. "They can't do that." "They just did. You can appeal." "Why?" he asked. "You haven't committed any crime. You are still innocent until proven guilty." "But in the eyes of many parents, I am guilty." Fisher understood that the assumption of guilt was far more powerful than actually being guilty. She had seen the effects of this firsthand, which was why, as a detective, she made sure to be 100% certain before she accused anyone of a crime. Merely being a suspect could have long-lasting effects. She hoped that would not be the case for Casey. He loved being a teacher, and from the way he spoke, she could tell he adored his students. "It's probably for the best," he said. "You don't mean that." He looked away. He then covered his face with his hands. She leaned over and wrapped her arms around him. He began to sob. He was always the sensitive one in the family. He would break down in tears for even the smallest of reasons. Once, as a kid, he saw a cartoon where the main character's father had died. Casey cried for days. If he saw a rainbow, he would get teary-eyed. If he saw a dead bug, he would mourn its death. "Maybe I deserve this," he said. "What do you mean?" "Karma is punishing me for what I did to Jacob." She lifted his head, so he was facing her. She looked him in the eye and said, "This has nothing to do with what happened years ago when you were a kid." He stared at her, but she could tell he did not believe her. "Come on," she said. "Let's clean that stuff off your front door." Chapter 64. Patty and Nina were at Callaway's apartment, having dinner. Nina said, "This is the best pizza ever, Dad." Callaway turned to Patty. "Did you tell her to say that?" "I thought you were cooking something special for us tonight. I didn't want to break your heart." Callaway had planned to cook meatloaf, but he had ended up spending too much time going over the footage at Lana Anderson's apartment building. By the time he got home, Nina and Patty were already there. Fortunately, he had picked up a pizza on his way over. "To tell you the truth," he said, "you don't want me cooking anything. If I don't end up burning the meal, I'll end up burning down the building." "I can't argue with that," Patty said. She turned to Nina. "Did you know, right after we got married, your dad tried to make me breakfast?" Nina was surprised. "Really?" "Yes, really," Patty said. "Fortunately, I was already awake in bed and smelled something burning. By the time I got to the kitchen, it was covered in thick black smoke." Callaway's eyes widened. "I remember that day. I could not put the fire out." "You made the mistake of putting water on burning oil." "I saw flames and my instinct was to douse it." "You're supposed to suffocate the fire," Patty said. Nina looked puzzled. "Suffocate it?" "Yes, fire needs oxygen to grow, so you have to remove all oxygen from the flame." "Oh, I get it," Nina said. "It's like the time we went camping and you blew on the flames to light it up." "Exactly. And in your dad's case, I had to cover the burning pan with another pan to subdue the flames." "Cool," she said as if her mom was some hero.
"I was going to do that eventually," Callaway quickly said, seeking to redeem his self-respect.
"When?" Patty asked, teasing him. "When the house was up in flames?"
Callaway raised an eyebrow, grinned, and said, "At least by then, you'll need water to douse the fire and not some stupid pan."
They laughed. When dinner was over, Nina rushed to her bedroom. She had ideas on how to decorate it. After seeing what Callaway had done to prepare the room for their daughter, Patty had finally relented. Nina could sleep over one night, but only under certain conditions. Nina was not allowed to stay up past her bedtime. She was not to eat junk food all day. She was not to be left alone in the apartment under any circumstances. And this was most important, Callaway would not take her to a bar, casino, or any other establishments that would be detrimental to her development. Callaway agreed to everything. He just wanted an opportunity to be a father to his only child. So far, though, he had really messed up. He did not take Nina to the zoo like he was supposed to, and he had left her in Jolie's care. He was fortunate Patty was still not aware of what he had done. Unlike him, Nina could keep a promise and a secret. Callaway wanted desperately to fulfill his promise to take her to the zoo. He and Patty were washing the dishes when he leaned closer and said, "I know Nina gets to sleep over at my place. When will you sleep over?" "Excuse me?" she said. Callaway had a twinkle in his eyes. "I mean, we are dating, you know." "Slow down, hotshot," she said with a smile. "I don't jump in bed after a few dates. I'm not that type of girl." When they had first started dating, before their marriage, Patty had warned him that if he wanted the relationship to progress, he would have to wait. She wanted them to get to know each other better. Callaway waited, and he was rewarded with a wife and daughter, which he threw away for a life of supposed excitement and adventure. He would wait however long to make sure this relationship with Patty progressed further than the last time. Chapter 65. Governor James Bartlett had silver hair, smooth skin, and sparkling blue eyes. Bartlett did not look anywhere close to his age of 51. He had grown up on a farm in Texas. His parents raised livestock, and Bartlett, along with his 7 siblings, helped them from early morning until late at night. But Bartlett had bigger plans for his life. He did not see himself herding cattle and sheep 7 days a week, 365 days a year. He studied hard at school and got grades good enough to get to college. He graduated, the only one in his family to do so, a fact he always mentioned throughout his political career, and then he went to law school. After passing the bar exam, he landed a job at a prestigious firm on Wall Street. He moved up in the firm, making partner by the age of 35, one of the youngest in the firm's history. He was making more money in a year than his parents made in their entire lives. Life should have been complete. He had married his college sweetheart, and they had 2 daughters together. He was living in a mansion in upstate New York. He even had a personal driver and a 3-star chef who came to his house to prepare a meal once a week. But that was still not enough for Bartlett. He quickly realized that real power was in the hands of politicians, not the millionaires and billionaires. Sure, the rich and wealthy propped up a candidate, but it was the candidate's own abilities that pushed them to victory. Bartlett had risen from humble beginnings. He used this to launch his first campaign. He made himself out to be a nobody, who became a somebody. The boy who was cleaning cow dung was now going to clean up the state. He championed for the working class, and he won in a landslide. Deep down, though, he resented what his parents had gone through. They did not have to struggle so hard. He did not have to struggle so hard, and he vowed his family would never struggle again. The only way for that to happen was for him to gain power, but more importantly, retain it, at any cost, if necessary. This meant he had to make alliances with people of dubious backgrounds. He was fully aware that some were even criminals, not the mafia kind, though. They were dangerous, and they did not understand the precarious situation he was in. The dons who had politicians in their grips used them as their personal errand boys. If they needed the feds to lay off them, they thought the politicians could make one call and make it happen. That's not how it happened. It was a delicate dance. On the one hand, the politician had to make his voters feel like he was working for them. On the other, he had to satisfy the people who had invested thousands of dollars in him. They were the real decision-makers behind his policies, not the voters. But through it all, he had to make sure that he stayed afloat. Politics was not about survival of the fittest. According to him, politics was a survival of the crooked. How deep were you willing to go before your arms were fully submerged in filth? James Bartlett was up to his neck in filth. He had made deals with people he would never associate with on a personal level, but he always followed one rule, and that was, never be seen with these people out in public. His image was key to him winning re-election. Any deals, no matter how great they looked on the surface, could backfire sometime down the road. There was another reason he did not make a public spectacle with these people. He could always backtrack on his agreement. He had to be careful how he did so, though. These people did not take kindly to being screwed. But Bartlett was a politician. He knew how to promise something, but deliver nothing. He would blame other parties, individuals, government, bureaucracy, anyone but him for why the deal fell through. There was a knock at the door. "Come in," he said. His chief of staff stuck her head in. "They are ready for you, sir," she said. Bartlett was inside the waiting room of a large auditorium. He was there to give a speech to a group of wealthy businessmen. He would tell them everything they wanted to hear, but if they were held under a microscope, his words would hold no substance. His cell phone buzzed. He checked the number. Bartlett was dreading this call, but it was one he could not go without answering. "Thank you," he said to his chief of staff. "I'll be there in a minute." She nodded and shut the door behind her. Bartlett took a deep breath and placed the phone to his ear. Chapter 66. Holt stared at the envelope he had found tucked between the visor of David Becker's Mercedes. On the surface, the handwritten scribble on the envelope was innocent, but when combined with the envelope's contents, it took on a menacing undertone. How much do you love your family? That was the question on the envelope. The contents were photos of Becker's wife and 2 children enjoying a day out. The photos were taken from a distance, which meant Becker didn't take them. Someone was watching them, Holt thought, and this person wanted Becker to know this. The hair on the back of Holt's neck stood up. He could not imagine how he would feel and what he would do if he found out someone was stalking Nancy. He would probably drop everything and dedicate his full attention to finding out who this person was and what their agenda was. A thought occurred to Holt. Right before Becker had jumped to his death, he had said, "I'm doing this for my family." Was he sacrificing himself to save them? If so, then it would mean there was a direct threat made at his family. Whoever was behind the threat did not physically push him off the overpass, but they gave Becker no other option but to take his own life. Did that constitute a crime? In Holt's eyes, it did. Did his pending litigation with Parrish Holdings have something to do with his death? It was an angle he had been thinking about. But so far, though, Holt could not make the connection. It was not Becker who had filed the suit against Parrish Holdings. It was the other way around. If Becker had taken Parrish Holdings to court and was later found dead, then Holt could see a motive. They wanted to stop the legal proceedings, but Parrish Holdings wanted Becker to repay the money he had misappropriated for his personal use. What good would it do for them to want him dead? Holt shut his eyes and took a deep breath. There had to be something he was missing, a key piece that would solve the puzzle that was occupying his brain. Again, that nagging voice emerged in his mind. "You are wasting your time," it reminded him. "You have no case. Becker committed suicide. End of story." During moments like these, he wished Fisher was there with him. She would tell him if he was fishing for something, or if he really had a case. But what case would that be? And how would he go about proving it? He had no idea. His cell phone buzzed. He answered, listened, then said, "I'm on my way." Chapter 67. Fisher had tried to scrub the red paint off with soap and water. When that did not work, she drove to the nearest hardware store and bought gray paint. The door was initially white. She knew it would take several coats of white paint to cover the red. Instead, it was better to use a dark color. She figured 2 coats would be more than enough. Casey was quiet throughout the process. Fisher did not try to cheer him up. He had, after all, just been fired from a job he thought would turn into a career. Fisher's heart went out for him. She could not imagine what he and Nunez would do going forward. They were both in a difficult position. He was a person of interest in a death, and she might very well end up arresting him for it. If things turned out for the better, meaning Casey was not charged or convicted, Fisher doubted Casey and Nunez would even get to stay in Lockport. The public's perception would stay with them for a long time. They would have to move and start their life as a couple somewhere else. Speak of the devil, Fisher thought. An unmarked vehicle pulled into the driveway. Fisher recognized the car as Nunez's. Nunez got out and walked over to them. "It looks nice," Nunez said, referring to the fresh coat of paint on the door. "Thanks, I guess," Fisher said. Nunez did not acknowledge Casey, who was standing further away on the porch, and he did not look in her direction either. They were trying to keep their relationship private. So why is she here, Fisher thought. As if reading her thoughts, Nunez said, "I found the person who vandalized Casey's door." This caught Casey's attention. He came over. "Who did it?" Fisher asked. Nunez pointed at her car. Fisher saw someone was in the back seat. "That's Troy, Miranda's brother," Nunez explained. Fisher could not see him clearly behind the tinted windows, but she could tell he had his head bowed. "One of Casey's neighbors saw him in the area shortly before Casey reported it to the police," Nunez explained. "When I went to speak to him, I saw red paint underneath his fingernails. Apparently, it doesn't wash off easily with soap and water." "Tell me about it," Fisher said. "We had been scrubbing for over an hour before we decided to paint over it." Nunez nodded. "I also found canisters of spray paint in the temple's garbage bin. Troy never thought we'd catch up to him this fast, so he figured it was the best way to dispose of them." "Why did you bring him here?" Fisher asked. "I have to ask if Casey wants to lay charges against Troy for what he did." Casey stared at the back seat of the car. Fisher knew he was staring at Troy, who still had his head bowed. "No," Casey said, and walked inside the house. There was a moment of silence before Nunez asked Fisher, "Did you find Warren?" Fisher shook her head. "His father doesn't know where he is, nor does he sound too concerned about when he'll return. Liam McGinty is as hard as they come. I've never seen him worried about anything. You know him? Let's say he's been in a few bar fights, and the person he was fighting always got the worst end of it. Do you think Warren might have run away?" Nunez shrugged. "It wouldn't be the first time. He's run away before?" "Several times, especially when old Leo has had a few too many to drink. He can be loud and belligerent." "Well, I'll keep looking." Nunez nodded. "Let me know what you find." Fisher nodded in Troy's direction. "What are you going to do with him?" "Drive him back to his house. What else?" "How are his parents doing?" "They're devastated. They only had Miranda and Troy, and with Miranda gone, they are lost." Fisher felt a sharp stab in her heart. No parent should have to bury a child. Once more, the thought that her brother was accused of murder weighed on her soul. Nunez said, "They weren't home when I took Troy away. I better take him back before I have to explain myself to a grieving parent." "Thanks for dropping by," Fisher said. Chapter 68. The white Ford Taurus was parked in a parking lot. The driver was slumped over the steering wheel with the side window rolled up. Blood was splattered across the glass. Holt felt a chill go up his spine. The scene was reminiscent of how he had found his nephew, Isaiah. Isaiah had been shot in the head while he sat waiting in his car. He had been executed at point-blank range. The shooter had approached from the passenger side window and shot into the vehicle. Isaiah had died immediately.
"Are you all right, sir?"
a voice asked, jolting Holt back to reality. Officer McConnell was the first officer at the scene. He was the one who had led Holt to where the Ford was parked.
"I'm fine,"
Holt replied, taking a deep breath. They were quiet a moment before McConnell asked, "Do you know when Detective Fisher will be returning to Milton?"
"She didn't tell you?"
Holt asked, surprised. Since McConnell and Fisher were in a relationship, Holt was certain she would be more forthcoming with him.
"Not really. I was hoping she'd said something to you," McConnell replied.
Holt could tell McConnell wanted to give Fisher enough space to deal with her personal matters, but at the same time, he wanted to be with her. Yet he did not have the courage to tell her. In a way, Holt admired that about him. On the one hand, he was secure about their relationship, but on the other, he missed her.
"The next time I speak to her," Holt said, "I'll ask her when she's coming back."
"Thanks," McConnell said, clearly relieved he did not have to push her for information. Holt stared at the blood-splattered window.
"Who found him?"
McConnell pointed to a Lexus parked next to the Ford.
"There's a train station a couple of blocks away. A lot of people park in this lot because the rates are lower than parking at the station."
He then pointed to a man in a business suit. He was standing next to McConnell's cruiser, and he was talking on a cell phone.
"He took the train back from work, and when he came to pick up his vehicle, he found the guy in the Ford. He then called 911.
Holt looked in the distance. He could see other people returning from work. They too wanted to pick up their vehicles and head home, but the yellow police tape prevented them.
"Is the entire area secured?" Holt asked. "I've circled the tape around the entire parking lot. Even if someone ducks underneath it and gets into the lot, they will not be able to pull their cars out without breaking the tape." "Okay, good. But call for an additional cruiser. I want an officer stationed at the exit just in case."
"Got it." As McConnell radioed for backup, Holt pulled on latex gloves and opened the driver's side door. The victim was male, around 20 to 25 years of age, and he was wearing a security guard uniform. Holt sniffed. There was a strong odor in the vehicle, and he knew what it was. The victim had smoked marijuana inside his car recently. Holt checked for a pulse. He was not expecting one, but it was a necessary procedure. He once had a victim who was stabbed, shot, and bludgeoned, but somehow managed to survive. If the victim showed any signs of life, Holt would immediately request an ambulance. The scene would then go from being a homicide investigation to one of rescue and survival. Holt reached down and pulled out a wallet from the victim's pants pocket. He flipped the wallet open and saw the name on the driver's license. Trevor Donnelly. Donnelly's eyes were closed, but there was a hole in the side of his temple. Red blood covered half his head and face. Holt had no idea how long Donnelly had been in this position, but he knew one thing for certain. Had Donnelly not been wearing a seatbelt, he surely would have fallen on the horn and activated it, alerting other people in the parking lot. Could the paramedics have saved him if they'd arrived in time? Holt was not sure. But right now, he had more important things to be concerned about. Who killed this security guard? And what was the motive behind it? Chapter 69. After Patty and Nina had left, Callaway grabbed a bottle of iced tea from the fridge and walked to the balcony. The air was cool and fresh. He felt great about tonight. Nina and Patty had a good time. They decided to have another family dinner together, but this time at Patty's house. Callaway did not realize how much he had missed these moments. He had left Patty when Nina was a baby, so they had not spent much time as a family. He smiled as he took a sip from the bottle. "You're becoming domesticated, Lee Callaway," he thought. "Next thing you know, You're changing diapers and burping babies." The smile quickly faded. He was not sure if Patty wanted another child. He most certainly did not. Or did he? Another child would give him the opportunity to do things he never got to do with Nina. What if it's a boy? I'd name him Lee Callaway, Jr. The smile popped back on his face. He knew he was getting ahead of himself. Anything could go wrong in his relationship with Patty. Patty was taking things one step at a time. She did not want her heart broken for the second time. He shook the thought away. "I won't let that happen this time," he vowed. He went back inside and turned on the TV, which was always set on 24-hour news. He walked back to the kitchen and heard there had been another homicide in the city. The news was always bad, so he was not surprised. Murder, robbery, hit and run, those were daily occurrences in most cities. Callaway was moving past the TV when he stopped in his tracks. On the screen, the reporter was in front of a strand of yellow police tape. The reporter mentioned that a man was found shot inside a parked white Ford Taurus. Callaway blinked. Ford Taurus? The man was believed to have worked as a security guard. Security guard? The police had not released the man's name to the public. My God, it's Trevor Donnelly. Callaway grabbed his coat and rushed out of his apartment. Instead of driving to the crime scene, he decided to return to Lana Anderson's apartment building. He parked across from the building and hurried to the front entrance. He spotted another security guard behind the desk. The guard was much older, almost in his 60s. He had silver hair, saggy skin, and small, beady eyes. He was busy reading a newspaper. He looked like he had no idea what had happened to the other guard. Good, Callaway thought. I better do this before the media and the police converge on the building. He waited by the front door. A man carrying a gym bag came out. The man had large headphones over his ears, and he was staring at his cell phone. The man did not notice Callaway as he walked away. The door was about to shut behind him when Callaway stuck his hand in and went inside. The guard did not look up once. He was still glued to his paper. Nothing exciting ever happened at the building, so the guard was not overly concerned. Callaway walked past him, headed straight for the elevators. He glanced back at the guard when he quickly turned right and headed for the office in the back. The last time he was here, he had seen Trevor punch in a code on the door. Callaway tried entering the code from memory. To his relief, the door unlocked. He entered and shut the door behind him. On the screen, he could see the guard was still seated behind his desk. Hot air blew from the computer equipment, warming up the room. He could not very well grab the base of the computer and carry it out. Someone would see him. He checked the wires behind the base and followed them to an external storage device. The device was no bigger than the size of his palm. He removed the wires and stuck the device inside his coat pocket. He left, hurried down the hall, and left the building from the back exit. When he reached his charger, he realized he was soaked in sweat. I hope this was all worth it, he thought, as he started the engine and drove off. Chapter 70. Fisher knew the key to the case was finding Warren. He might know something that would help clear Casey's name. However, finding him had become more difficult than she initially thought. Fisher had questioned Warren's neighbors in the hope that someone had seen him return to his house. Leo McGinty may act tough and all, but he was still a father. And no father, no matter how disinterested they were in their children's lives, would want their child to go to prison. Fisher had seen parental behaviors in all their variations. She had seen parents lie about the whereabouts of their children under oath. She had seen parents become accomplices in a crime. She had also seen parents take the blame just to protect their children. Leo McGinty could be shielding his son from the authorities. Did that mean Warren was guilty of Miranda's murder? Fisher did not know this for a fact, but according to the neighbors, no one had seen Warren since Miranda's death. Casey was not at home. The news of his firing had reached some of his colleagues at school. They decided to invite Casey over for drinks at a local bar. Fisher was relieved that Casey had people to console him. So far, with her, he had been reserved. Getting him to open up was like pulling teeth. She had to constantly barrage him with questions, almost interrogate him. She walked around the empty house feeling anxious. Her detective instincts told her to do something. Sitting at home would not help her find Warren. But how do I find him when Nunes hasn't been able to? She thought. She did not know Lockport as well as Milton. She did not have any jurisdiction here either. She could not very well roll up to people, flash her badge, and demand answers. She sighed and rubbed her temples. There had to be a way. There always was. She thought of something. When she had first arrived at Casey's house, he had given her a tour. She went downstairs to the basement. In the corner, Casey had also set up a makeshift office with a desk, chair, a filing cabinet, and a wooden bookshelf. She was moving her index finger over the books when she stopped on one and pulled it out. It was a yearbook from Casey's school. She sat at the desk and turned on the lamp. She flipped the yearbook open. There were photos of students doing various school activities. One page showed students acting on stage in the school's last production. It was apparently a Beauty and the Beast. The lead actress was dressed in an elegant gown, while the lead actor wore a mask that resembled a bison's head. The production was lavish, and it looked like the entire school was there to see it. Fisher could see why Miranda would covet the lead role in this year's production of Sleeping Beauty. Fisher flipped to the student photos in the back of the yearbook. She found Miranda's photo. She looked like an all-American girl, with a sparkle in her eyes and a wide smile. Fisher then found Warren's photo. He had hair parted from the middle, deep-set eyes, and dimples on his cheeks, but he had a hint of danger about him. It made sense why a sweet-looking girl like Miranda would find a bad boy like Warren attractive. Girls at that age made mistakes by going after guys who were nothing but trouble. Fisher was no different. She fell for all the wrong guys in school. She went through the yearbook page by page, scanning each photo. She stopped at one. The photo showed Warren leaning next to the lockers with his arms crossed over his chest. Beside him was another boy. He was shorter than Warren, and he had a buzz cut. He too had his arms crossed over his chest. They were both posing for the camera. Fisher went to the back of the yearbook and began looking at the student photos again. It took her 20 minutes before she found him. Sid Gorman. Chapter 71. Holt walked around the parking lot, looking for security cameras. He saw 2 at each end of the lot, attached to metal poles, and one was above the collector booth, recording all those who entered and exited. Holt dialed the telephone number listed on the booth. It took him a moment to get a hold of the right person, but the company that owned and operated the lot quickly dispatched someone to the scene. While Holt waited, he watched the area surrounding the parking lot. The media had stationed themselves at the entrance. Among them were irate drivers whose vehicles were parked in the lot. They wanted to get to their cars and head home after a long day at work. Holt felt for them, but he had no choice. There was no telling what evidence was still present. Once the crime scene unit had done their job, the lot would be reopened to the public. Until then, no one was allowed to enter or leave the lot. It was up to McConnell to make sure procedures were followed. It was also up to him to explain to the drivers why they could not access their cars. Holt did not envy the position McConnell was in. Drivers were venting their frustrations at him. To his credit, he listened to them calmly and patiently. He's a keeper, Holt found himself thinking. Even though Fisher was his colleague, their relationship went deeper. He cared for her, almost like an older brother, and he wanted her to be happy. He would never tell this to her face. She would remind him that she already had 3 brothers. She did not need another. McConnell waved a man through the yellow police tape. The man wore a gray coat, round spectacles, and he was balding. He hurried toward Holt and said, "I'm Brian Isley. I'm from Lockport Point Parking." "I need to see your security video," Holt said. "Yes, of course," Isley said, hurrying to the collector booth. He removed a set of keys attached to his belt and unlocked the booth door. "Why don't you have a person in the booth?" Holt asked. "It used to be manned, but the company decided to save money and switch to an automated system," Isley replied with frustration. "You don't sound happy about it," Holt said. "I'm not. My job used to be managing people.
make sure we always had someone at each booth. Now I have to run around all over the city to make sure the automated system doesn't break down."
"Does it break down?"
"All the time," Isley replied. "You wouldn't believe how many people try to jam the machine so they don't have to pay for parking."
"But you have the cameras," Holt said. "You can track down those drivers who avoid paying."
Isley almost laughed. "You really think we have the money to go after people for $10? Or in some cases even for $5? That's how much it costs to park in this lot. The cameras are more of a deterrence."
"But they are breaking the law," Holt said.
"Sure they are, but if we report them, do you really think the police will do anything?" He has a point, Holt thought. The department did not have resources for that kind of misdemeanor.
"So you let them off the hook?"
Holt asked. "Of course not," Isley replied. "We log their license plate into our system. If we find they are doing this on a regular basis, we give them a ticket, or we tow their car away for invalid payment." Holt realized he was getting sidetracked.
"The footage from the camera," he said, pointing to the one atop the collector booth. "Where does the feed go to?"
"Straight to company headquarters. We've got half a dozen officers watching the cameras and all the lots in real time."
Holt's heart sank. "So there's no footage at this booth?"
"There is," Isley replied. "The original is stored on the hard drives in the booth, but there is also a backup stored at company headquarters. It was done to prevent loss of data in case something messed up. When we had that big blackout years ago where several states were in the dark, we lost all feed to the lots. Fortunately, back then, we still had people at each lot, so we didn't suffer any significant property damage. A few cars were broken into, but we forwarded the footage to the police, and the culprits were quickly apprehended."
"Show me what's on the cameras in this lot," Holt said.
They squeezed into the booth, which was made for one person. Isley quickly sat on a stool. He turned on a small monitor and began working on a keyboard. "What's the time frame you were looking for?" Isley asked. "We have hours of footage." Holt blinked.
"I have no idea," he replied.
Chapter 72. Callaway returned to his office and plugged the external hard drive into his laptop. He impatiently waited as the old laptop booted up. Come on, he muttered. "I should throw it in the garbage and get a new one," he thought. Or better yet, I should get a refurbished laptop from one of those electronic repair shops. They have got to be faster than this hunk of junk. He decided to pass the time by running down to the convenience store around the block. He purchased a coffee from the vending machine and picked up a granola bar as well. He did not want the owner asking him any questions and slowing him down. He hurried back to his office, and when he was seated behind his desk, he saw the laptop was fully functional. He got to work. 20 minutes later, he sat back in his chair with a frown on his face. The hard drive's contents were password protected. Callaway had searched online to see if he could find a way to break in, but none of it worked. Amateurs had posted techniques that only worked on the most basic encryptions. I need a professional hacker, he thought. If not a professional, then at least a competent one. He had just the person in mind. Echo Rose was the best hacker he knew. It was not her sole job. She was a full-time reporter, so her hacking was done on the side as a hobby. He had met her in Fairview while trying to solve a case. With her help, they were able to stop a serial predator. In an odd way, the process bonded them. Callaway had not spoken to her in some time, and whenever he did, he was always asking her for help. So far, though, she had not turned him down once. He sent her a text and waited with bated breath for her reply. A minute later, his phone buzzed. She wanted details. Name of the encryption software, name of the firewall, if any, name of the operating system the hard drive was running on, and so forth. Callaway located everything she requested and texted her back. He got up and paced the room. He did not know how long she would take, but he desperately needed to access the security footage again. Callaway had a strong feeling Trevor Donnelly's death was no accident. Someone had targeted him, but why? He hoped to find out. His phone buzzed again. He checked. There was a message from her. The password to the hard drive was the address of the building. How the heck did she find that out? He wondered. Her next message told him.
She apologized for remotely accessing his laptop, which was the only way she could access the hard drive. Callaway was troubled Echo got into his personal data. Well, you did ask her for help, he thought. If that was the only way, then okay. He thanked her and got down to business. He found that the files were organized by dates. Each date was further broken down by hours. That's a lot of footage, he thought. Guess I will pick up where I left off. He started with the day Lana Anderson disappeared. He rewatched her leaving the building. His next step would be to find out what that taxi driver knew. But before that, he wanted to find out if anyone else of interest had visited that building. He fast-forwarded several hours of video. David Becker appeared again. Callaway played the footage at normal speed. Becker entered the building. He was dressed in a suit. Callaway squinted. Is that the same suit he wore when he came to my office? Yes, it is. Callaway checked the date. The footage was from the night Becker had hired him. Becker immediately picked up a telephone and dialed a number. He waited anxiously for Lana Anderson to open the door. He had no idea she had left a few hours ago. He looked stressed. He kept checking his watch. He then hung up the phone. He paced the front area of the building until someone came out, and he snuck in behind them. He took the elevator up to her floor. A moment later, Becker was back in the lobby, hurrying out of the building. Callaway decided to go back several days into the footage. If certain events had taken place that forced Lana to disappear and for David to kill himself, it had to have happened within a short time frame. He went through each day, seeing Lana leave and return, but there was nothing in her behavior that indicated she was in trouble or distress. As the images zoomed past him, Callaway found his eyes getting strained. He blinked, but stayed focused. He did not want to miss anything. He hated the idea of going through the footage a second time. 3 days before Lana was last seen, something caught Callaway's attention. He had to rewind the footage to confirm what he saw. It was night. Only the front area of the apartment building was illuminated by lights. A black Escalade pulled up and stopped by the front entrance. The car waited there for several minutes. The engine was still running, and the headlights were still on. Callaway squinted and leaned closer to the screen. He wanted to get the license plate number. But visibility was low. Maybe someone could zoom in and enlarge the footage. Callaway did not have that kind of technology, but he doubted he would need it. He merely wanted to confirm what he had seen a minute ago. A man got out of the driver's side door. He was wearing a suit and a long coat. He raced around the Escalade and held the passenger's side door. A woman came out. She was wearing a dress, high heels, and her hair was in curls. She smiled at the man. They embraced, but did not kiss. She then entered the apartment and disappeared up the elevator. Meanwhile, the man returned to the Escalade and quickly drove away. Callaway stopped the footage and sank back in his chair. Suddenly, everything started to become clearer. The woman was Lana Anderson, and the man was none other than Governor James Bartlett. Chapter 73. Vigo entered R.J. Parrish's office and was immediately informed by his secretary that Mr. Parrish was on a conference call. While Vigo waited for Parrish to finish his call, he sensed the secretary was unnerved by his presence. He could not blame her. He had that effect on people. Vigo was not a man of subtlety. He liked making an example of his targets. If a situation required a scalpel, Vigo preferred a chainsaw. His previous employer, the crime boss, relished his methods and his results. Vigo could not say the same thing for Parrish. When news of the security guard's murder had spread, Vigo received a call from Parrish. Parrish had a feeling Vigo was behind the murder. After all, Vigo was staking out the apartment building in case Lana Anderson decided to return. Parrish wanted an explanation about the guard's death, and Vigo would give him one, plain and simple. The guard knew too much, but he was willing to bargain with his knowledge, and for a fee he would keep his mouth shut. In Vigo's experience, people who could be bought were the most unreliable. It would not be long before the guard would spill his guts to the highest bidder. Trevor Donnelly had become a thorn that needed to be removed. If Vigo had ignored him, Trevor would have turned into an infection that could have spread and destroyed everything they were trying to accomplish. Trevor should have kept his mouth shut, but he became too smart for his own good. He deserved what came to him. Trevor told him he had seen Vigo with Lana Anderson. Vigo was not too concerned about that. Vigo was nobody. His presence with Lana Anderson did not interest anyone. But when Trevor said he had seen Lana Anderson with Governor Bartlett, now that was something of serious concern. Bartlett was someone of importance. His presence with a woman other than his wife would raise not only eyebrows but also questions. It would also undermine everything Vigo had been assigned to do. Bartlett was never supposed to be seen with Lana Anderson. It was up to Vigo to make sure of that. He would drive Lana back and forth to meet Bartlett. That was the arrangement. This way Bartlett was protected, and so was their plan. But Bartlett turned out to be far more foolish than they had expected, risking his career and his marriage by meeting Lana alone. After Trevor spilled his secret, Vigo was left with no choice. He forced Trevor to get behind the wheel, which was far easier than he anticipated. The moment he produced a gun, Trevor followed all his instructions. He made Trevor drive to a parking lot across the city. Once they were parked, he put a bullet in the side of Trevor's head. During the ride over, Trevor begged and pleaded for his life. He knew what he had done, and he made all sorts of promises. He even swore on his mother's life that he would never utter a word about what he saw. Vigo knew those were empty promises, made under extreme duress. The moment Trevor was no longer in danger, he would race to the nearest police station and report what he had endured. Vigo was not going to take any chances. He was familiar with that particular parking lot. He had driven there a few times when the train station's lot was full. He knew where the cameras were and how to avoid detection. After the deed was complete, he took a bus back to the apartment building to retrieve his vehicle. He was certain no one saw him. If they had, the media would have reported something. There was nothing to report, and never would be. Vigo was that confident in his ability to cover his tracks. He wished he could have toyed with good old Trevor. He missed those days working for the crime boss. There was nothing more therapeutic than torturing someone. Trevor would have snapped under the pressure, but that would not be the point. Vigo already knew everything Trevor knew. The torture would be more for Vigo's pleasure. He wanted to see how long it would take before life seeped out of Trevor's body. If he had to take a guess, that would have taken 6 hours. Not anywhere close to the 3 days he made one victim suffer, but that was not entirely Vigo's fault. The man he was questioning would not give up a name. He lived by some ridiculous ancient code of honor. He would rather die than rat on someone. Vigo never understood these codes. Nothing was more important than life. Without life, nothing really mattered. Vigo remembered being exhausted, but also invigorated after those 3 days. Trevor's death had to be swift. Time was of the essence. His attention could not be diverted. He still had to find Lana Anderson. Now, if Trevor had known her whereabouts, that would have led to a different outcome. Trevor would still be alive, and Vigo would have rewarded him handsomely. Through Parrish, of course. Vigo took a deep breath. He noticed the secretary constantly glancing his way. Even though she was terrified of him, she still could not understand what a man like Parrish was doing with someone like Vigo.
I'm the guy who does the dirty work, so your boss doesn't have to,
Vigo thought. The secretary's desk phone rang. She answered it and then said to him, "Mr. Parrish is waiting for you." He stood up and adjusted his jacket. As he walked into the room, he could feel her staring at him. Chapter 74. The house was located on a dead-end street. The only way out was the road Fisher was parked on. It was a 2-story house with a red brick facade and large windows. There were no cars parked in the driveway, but the upstairs bedroom light was still on. Someone is home, Fisher thought. The house belonged to the parents of Sid Gorman. Gorman was the boy who was posing next to Warren in their school yearbook. Fisher had discovered that Gorman and Warren were in a garage rock band. They had played at some local venues, but the online reviews said they were not very good. The chances of them hitting big was a long shot. Gorman's parents were well-to-do. His father was an architect, and his mother ran her own consulting business. Gorman had a sister who was 5 years younger than him. His goal in life was to become rich and famous. Who doesn't at that age, Fisher thought. Even Fisher believed she would one day go on to make a mark in the world. Do something that would give her wealth and respect. How was she going to do that? She had no idea. Naivety made you think you could accomplish the impossible. It was only after the world had hit you hard that you realized how foolish that thinking was. Fisher may not be changing the world, but in her own small way, she was making it better. She was putting criminals behind bars, even though for every one she arrested, there was another around the corner. Without her, though, there would be more perpetrators walking free on the streets. This was something she reminded herself about whenever the job wore her down. But Fisher was not here for Sid Gorman. She was here for Warren. At least, she hoped things turned out that way. There was no telling where he was. But Fisher had made some calculated deductions. For one thing, Warren would not want his father involved in his mess. Leo McGinty would protect his son, just as long as it did not come back to bite him. Leo was someone who looked out for himself. His relaxed attitude toward his son not returning home was indicative of that. He also looked like someone who was less forgiving if the heat was put on him, especially by his son. This left Sid Gorman. Sid and Warren were bandmates, so it made sense for Warren to seek refuge with him. 10 minutes later, the house's front door opened. She sat up straight. A man came out of the house. He was wearing a hoodie, and he was too far away for Fisher to get a clear view of his face. The man lit a cigarette and blew a plume of thick smoke into the air. Instead of walking in her direction, the man turned and headed the other way. Where are you going? Fisher thought. As far as she could tell, the street ended by the house. She got out and hurried after him. When she reached the house, the man was nowhere to be seen. She looked around and noticed a trail around the bend. She walked through it and was confronted by a concrete wall. She saw a path going left and one going right. Which way could he have gone? She bit her lip and turned left. If she did not see him up ahead, she would double back and go the other way. But she did not have to. In the distance, she could see the cloud of smoke. The man had one hand in his pocket, and the other held a cigarette. She heard a loud rumble that nearly made her jump. She quickly realized what it was as a train roared past her. The concrete wall was a barrier between the residential neighborhood and the train tracks. She watched as the man flicked the cigarette in the air and continued walking. When she passed the cigarette, she stubbed the butt with her boot. She had a fear that something as small as a lit cigarette could start a devastating fire. The man turned right and disappeared. She hurried up and saw a tunnel that went underneath the tracks. The man was nowhere to be seen. He had to have gone through the tunnel, she thought. There was no other way. She jogged through the tunnel, and when she was on the other side of the tracks, she saw the man up ahead. He went around a gray building. She reached the building and was about to turn the corner when the man cut her off. The man was Warren, and he was holding a knife in his right hand. "What do you want?" he demanded. "You shouldn't threaten a police officer," she said, revealing her badge. The color drained from his face. He lowered the knife. "Hey, listen, I didn't know who you were. I was just trying to defend myself." "I'm not here to arrest you," she said. "Then why are you following me?" "I need to ask you some questions." "About what?" "Miranda." At the sound of her name, his eyes turned moist. "Is there some place we can go sit and talk?" she asked. He stared at her and then nodded. "I know a place." Chapter 75. Callaway walked out of the building with a scowl on his face. He had gone to Governor James Bartlett's office. He wanted to speak to him, but his chief of staff turned him away. Callaway even produced a fake business card. He told her he was a reporter from Above the Fold, the very paper Echo Rose worked for in Fairview. The chief of staff told him the governor did not take walk-ins. If Callaway wanted an interview, he should send a list of questions to the governor's office. Once the questions were pre-approved, and time and date could be squeezed into his tight schedule, only then would Callaway be permitted to speak to him. Callaway was tempted to blurt out the real reason he was there. Surely, when the news reached the governor, he would be far more accommodating. But Callaway held his tongue. There was still so much he did not understand. What was Lana Anderson doing with the governor late that night? Was she his friend? Or employee? Or perhaps his mistress? Callaway was leaning toward the last possibility, but he could not accuse Bartlett of impropriety without knowing all the facts. In his line of work, Callaway had learned to be discreet. Even a hint of any wrongdoing could destroy marriages, careers, and even lives. Callaway did not take this lightly. He would not accuse Bartlett without speaking to him first, and in order to do that he wanted to meet him face to face. Callaway had left his business card with a note that it was a matter of life and death, but he doubted his chief of staff would pass it on to Bartlett. Her job was to make sure the governor was re-elected, and for that to happen, she was careful to screen all the media outlets he spoke to. Anything he said in print could come back to bite him. This is not about a story, he thought as he walked back to his car. This is about a missing woman. He got behind the wheel of the Charger and started the engine. He was about to drive off when something occurred to him. He quickly pulled out a small pocketbook from inside his coat pocket. As he got older, he found he was becoming forgetful. He had worried he was showing signs of early stages of Alzheimer's. The disease ran in his family. Thankfully, he soon realized all the drinking he was doing was what was fogging his brain. Still, keeping notes was a big help. He flipped the pages and found what he was looking for. From the footage of Lana Anderson and Governor Bartlett, Callaway had managed to get a partial license plate number. He knew Bartlett drove an Escalade. At least that was what he had pulled up in front of Lana's apartment building in. Callaway left the Charger and began walking around Bartlett's office building. He scanned each car in the parking lot. He spotted 2 Escalades, but their license plate numbers did not even remotely match what he had. He slapped his forehead. Bartlett would not park in front of the building in plain view of the public. He would park in the underground parking lot. Callaway went back inside the building and took the elevator down to the basement. He began to search the lot for the Escalade. People who saw him looking around asked if he was lost. He told them he had forgotten where he had parked. They laughed and said it happened to them as well. Just when he was about to give up his search, he spotted an Escalade squeezed between a Chevy Colorado and a Toyota Highlander. No wonder I couldn't spot it easily, he thought. He double-checked the license plate. The numbers matched the partial numbers he had. He smiled. Bartlett is still in his office. Chapter 76. Holt was still inside the collector booth. His eyes were strained, and they were beginning to blur. Brian Isley was still seated at the computer, playing the security footage on the tiny monitor. Holt had no idea when the Ford Taurus had entered the lot. Right now, they were working within the parameters of when the 911 call came. What if the victim arrived earlier than I initially assumed, he thought. If so, we'd need to go further back in the footage. But how far? Suddenly, something occurred to him. "Excuse me for a minute," he said to Isley. He left the booth and walked over to the Ford Taurus. Andrea Wakefield was leaning over the victim's body. "Find anything useful?" he asked her. Wakefield replied, "Victim died of a single gunshot to the head. The impact was from close range. The shooter was likely seated in the passenger seat." "You got all that from just looking at the body?" he asked, surprised. She nodded. "When the bullet made contact, blood spurted in the shooter's direction. You can see bloodstains on the headrest, but not on the seat itself." "So, are you saying evidence may have gotten on the killer?" "Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying." Holt rubbed his chin. "This is interesting," he thought. "We are examining the security footage," he said. "Maybe we can spot someone trying to wipe themselves clean as they left the parking lot." "I doubt you'll see something of that nature," Wakefield said. Holt frowned. "Why do you say that?" She pointed to the glove compartment. Holt leaned in and opened the compartment. Inside was an empty box of tissues. After shooting Donnelly, the killer had used the tissues to remove the evidence and then taken the tissues with them. Wakefield said, "I noticed a pungent odor in the vehicle."
"I did too. My guess would be it's marijuana."
"It is," she said. "You can see by his fingernails that he's a regular smoker and that he smoked it recently."
"How can you tell?"
"The smell lingers inside the mouth, especially underneath the tongue."
"Oh, right." Holt paused and then asked, "Do you mind if I take a look at the body?"
Wakefield took a step back. He began examining Donnelly's uniform. "What are you looking for?" Wakefield asked.
"The name of his employers."
He spotted the logo on the shirt sleeve. "Why is that relevant?" she asked.
"So far, we have no idea when the victim drove his car here, but I think I may have an idea."
"How so?"
"He's still wearing his uniform. I can see food stains and sweat marks on the shirt. This tells me he was returning from work. If I can find out when he left his shift, it might give me a time frame to work with."
Wakefield's face brightened in admiration. "Well done, Detective."
"Don't congratulate me just yet," Holt said with a shrug. "It's just a theory, and the only one I've got right now."
Chapter 77. They found a park not far from the train tracks. Warren sat on one side of a picnic table. Fisher sat on the other. Warren covered his face with his hands.
"I can't believe Miranda is gone,"
he said as he wiped away tears. Fisher felt for him. He looked distraught, but she needed answers. At the same time, she could not make it look like she was interrogating him. Warren had not committed any crime, and she was not on duty. He had agreed to speak to her voluntarily. "Did you meet her in class?" she asked, easing into the questioning. He shook his head. "No, she was a year younger. But I'd seen her in the school halls. She was always with her friend." "Wendy Benton?" Fisher asked. "Yeah, Wendy," he replied. "I first approached her. I asked her a lot of questions about Miranda. Did she have a boyfriend? What did she like to do? Stuff like that." "And what? What did she like to do?" "Wendy said Miranda loved to sing. She would always be singing at home, in the car, even while they studied. So I got an idea. I asked Wendy to bring Miranda to this karaoke bar. I had worked one summer there, so I knew the owner. When Miranda and Wendy came, I got up on stage and I started singing some pop song." "You can sing?" Fisher asked, impressed. Warren chuckled. "That's the thing, I can't hold a tune. I'm terrible." People in the audience started booing. Just then the owner asked the audience if anyone could sing, and Wendy raised her hand and pointed to Miranda. She was reluctant, but the owner encouraged her to come up. She got behind the mic and she was pretty good. After my singing, she sounded 10 times better. People cheered her. She was so excited. When she found out I'd set it up, she went out with me." Warren broke down. "I loved Miranda so much," he said between sobs. "I don't know if I'll ever love someone as much as I loved her." Fisher knew people his age over-exaggerated their emotions. They thought it was the end of the world if a relationship ended. Fisher leaned closer and asked, "Did Miranda love you?" Warren looked up at her. His eyes were raw. "What do you mean?" "I mean, wasn't she the one who told you she didn't want to see you anymore?" "Yeah, but—" "She knew you were spying on her, isn't that right?" He opened his mouth but then shut it. "You put spyware on her phone to keep track of her. You were jealous that she might be interested in other guys." Warren stared at her. "When she broke up with you, you were angry, weren't you? In fact, you were furious. You got into several altercations at school." "How did you know?" "I'm a detective. I asked around," Fisher replied. "And then when you found out she was into her English teacher, you lost your mind." His face was ashen. "You wanted her back, didn't you?" "I loved her," Warren mumbled. "Is that why you killed her?" Fisher asked, raising her voice. His eyes widened, and he stood up from the table. Fisher feared she had pushed too hard. Warren could walk away, and she could do nothing about it. She was in no position to compel him to answer any of her questions. He looked away, staring into the distance, but Fisher could tell from Warren's eyes that he was somewhere far away. He stood still for a few minutes, and then put his hand in his hoodie pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. "Do you smoke?" Warren asked, his voice calm. Fisher shook her head. He lit one up and blew out thick smoke. He then sat back down. He looked her straight in the eye. "I did not kill Miranda." "Okay," she said, relieved that he was still talking to her. "If you had nothing to do with what happened to her, then why are you hiding?" "I was scared." "Of what?" "Of everything, of everyone." It was Fisher's turn to be silent. Warren puffed on his cigarette some more and moved his hand through his hair. "Listen, I don't know if you know this, but Miranda had a restraining order against me." "I didn't know this," Fisher said, genuinely taken aback. "Yeah, after we broke up, I started following her. It wasn't stalking or anything, but Miranda caught me outside her house and she called the police. I was to stay 100 feet away from her at all times." "Why only 100 feet?" Fisher asked. "I didn't want to change schools," Warren replied. "The one I'm in is closer to my dad's place, so the judge let me keep going there, but I had to make sure I didn't go near Miranda. If I was going to class and I saw her in the halls, I had to take another route. It sucked, because I was never going to hurt her. Like I said, I loved her. I was hoping to convince her to take me back." Fisher could hear the pain in his voice. "Tell me what happened on the day you found out Miranda was meeting Mr. Fisher at Leaside Forest Park." Warren took a deep breath and exhaled. "After Wendy told me, I rushed over to the mall." "Mall?" Fisher asked, confused. "Yeah, Mr. Fisher was supposed to pick up Miranda at the mall not far from her house." She remembered Casey mentioning this to her. "Right," she said. "I don't know how, but when I was entering the mall's parking lot, I saw Mr. Fisher's car leaving." "Was Miranda with him?" "She was," Warren replied, looking disappointed. "I couldn't believe it. I thought Wendy was making it up, but Miranda was with Mr. Fisher." "Then what happened?" "I thought about turning back, but then "You what?" "I followed them." "To Leaside Forest Park?" He shook his head. "That's the thing. I never got to Leaside Forest Park." "What?" she asked, surprised. "I followed them from the mall to a motel." She sat up straight. "Mr. Fisher and Miranda went to a motel?" "Yes." "Lying to an officer is an offense," she said, seething at even the assertion Casey would do something like that. "I'm not lying," Warren said. "It's the Motel 6 on Craven Boulevard. You can go there and ask them yourself." "I will," she shot back. "I was heartbroken. I couldn't believe Miranda would do something like that with a teacher." "You don't know what happened in there," Fisher said. He made a face that said, "I know exactly what happened." "I was so angry," he continued. "I wanted to go in there and catch them in the act, but then I saw him." "Saw who?" "Vincent Lum." Fisher was confused. He saw the look on her face and said, "He's in one of my classes. I saw him talking to Miranda a couple of times at school." "He's friends with Miranda?" "I've heard her mention his name before." "What was he doing at the motel?" "I don't know, but he was holding his cell phone like he was recording something. I was ready to confront him and find out what was going on, but then I got a call from my dad." "Okay." "He wanted me to bring his car back. I told him I was far away, but—" Warren sighed. "My dad has a bit of a temper, and he wasn't happy that I took his car without his permission, so I went straight home." Fisher pondered everything Warren had just told her. "Where do I find Vincent Lum?" she asked. Chapter 78. It did not take long for Callaway to spot Governor James Bartlett coming out of the basement elevator. He had a phone stuck to his ear and a briefcase in his other hand. He walked briskly to his Escalade. Callaway waited to see if anyone accompanied him, presumably his chief of staff. When Bartlett reached the Escalade and unlocked the doors, Callaway made his move. "Governor Bartlett," he asked, approaching him from behind. Bartlett turned. He looked annoyed. "May I have a word with you?" Bartlett cupped his phone with his hand. "If this is about an interview, no, it's not." "Then I'm sorry, I don't have time for this." Bartlett threw his briefcase in the back seat. He ended his call and got behind the wheel. "Are you heading home?" Callaway asked. "As a matter of fact, I am." "To your wife and kids?" Bartlett glared at him. "I don't know who you are, and quite frankly, I don't care. If you don't leave me alone, I'll call security." He started the engine. "Does your family know about Lana Anderson?" Callaway asked. The blood drained from Bartlett's face. I don't know anyone by that name." Callaway pulled out his cell phone and held it up for Bartlett. "It's not very clear. I took the photo from my laptop screen. But if you look carefully, that's you and Lana Anderson outside her apartment building. If you still deny it, I can always email a high-resolution copy to your chief of staff. She did say I should go through her if I wanted to speak to you, but I figured it might be better if I spoke to you directly." Bartlett looked around the garage. "We can't talk here. Get in my car." Callaway got in the passenger seat. They drove out of the underground parking lot and went around the block to a quiet road. Bartlett parked by the curb and turned to Callaway. "What do you want?" "I want to know where Lana Anderson is," Callaway replied. Bartlett shook his head. "I have no idea." Callaway did not believe him. "I swear, I don't know. In fact, I've been trying to get in contact with her myself." "Why?" Bartlett looked away. He was silent for a moment. "You better start talking," Callaway said, his voice hard as steel, "or else a copy of the footage will be on every major newspaper desk by the end of the day." Bartlett sighed. "I vowed I would never do anything stupid that would jeopardize my career. I had seen people in power fall hard and fast, and behind their fall was always a scandal. I admit I have made deals that have benefited me immensely. I have shaken hands with the wrong people, but I made sure to keep my emotions under control." He looked down at his hands. "This time, I'm afraid, I failed miserably." Callaway waited for him to explain. Bartlett looked up wistfully. "I remember the exact day I met Lana. It was at a charity event. I was with my wife. I helped raise over $300,000 for an at-risk youth center. I knew my face would be on the morning news. I would even win over some urban votes. The event was an overwhelming success. Then I saw her. She was wearing a red dress. I thought she was beautiful. Throughout the night I kept making eye contact with her, and then suddenly she approached me. She said she was a fan of mine. She believed in my policies and would vote for me in the upcoming election. I thanked her like I thanked every voter who supported me. I took a photo with her. It was nothing special, one I had done 1,000 times before." He paused to collect his thoughts. "As I drove back home that night, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Even with my wife next to me, Lana was on my mind. As days went by, I got busy with work, and I forgot about her. But one day, while I was emptying my coat pockets to take it to the dry cleaners, I found a card inside. When we were taking the photo, she had slipped it in my pocket without me knowing." He almost laughed. "I stared at that card for almost an hour. I couldn't believe my luck. Until then, I knew nothing about her. I didn't even know her name. Now, in hindsight, maybe I should have torn that card to pieces, but at that time, I wanted to see her again. So I called her. She said she had been waiting for my call. We spoke briefly and agreed to meet the following week. I had to go to D.C. for several important meetings, but I couldn't wait to speak to her again. I called her from the hotel the first night I was in Washington. We ended up speaking for hours. When I returned to Milton, I met her several times at a restaurant, a coffee shop, at a bar, wherever it was private. She would always be waiting for me before I got there. But then one day, I told her I would pick her up from her place. I'm old-fashioned. A guy is supposed to take a lady to dinner. Plus, I got the sense that she didn't like the clandestine way we were always meeting. I thought things were progressing fine when one day—" Bartlett fell silent. "One day what?" Callaway asked. Bartlett let out a long sigh. I found an envelope. It was on the driver's seat of my car. I don't know how, but someone had gotten into my car. Callaway knew that was not hard these days. Criminals could clone frequencies picked up from remote keys and use it to access a vehicle. Bartlett said, "When I saw what was inside the envelope, I couldn't believe it. There were photos of me with Lana. A lot of photos of us together. They were taken in every place we'd ever met. There was even a handwritten note on the envelope."
"What did it say?" Callaway asked, curious.
"How much do you love your family?" It was written in big block letters. Callaway was silent. He knew the words were a veiled threat.
"Do you know who sent them to you?" he asked.
At first I didn't know, but then I got a second envelope. It had no name on it, but I understood who had sent it," Bartlett replied.
"Who?"
Chapter 79. R.J. Parrish.
"How could you tell?" Callaway asked.
"I'm on the board that awards contracts for government projects. Our biggest project is the repair and maintenance of our freeways. The costs could run from hundreds of millions to even $1 billion. The freeways are old and deteriorating. Some are no longer even safe. Investment in infrastructure was a major platform promise in my last election. I knew if I could raise the money from Congress, I could create thousands of construction jobs, which would mean I could meet my promises and therefore have a better chance of winning the next election. It was another reason of mine for going to Washington. Anyway, 3 companies were bidding for the project."
"And let me guess, one of them was Parrish Holdings, Inc., Callaway said.
Bartlett nodded. "Theirs wasn't even the lowest bid, but they had made it into the final rounds of bidding. The board consists of 10 members, not including me. I only get involved if there is a stalemate. My vote then becomes the deciding factor. The board was split on awarding the contract to Parrish Holdings."
"You still didn't answer my question," Callaway said. "How did you know it was R.J. Parrish who had sent you those photos?"
"The night I met Lana at the charity event, R.J. Parrish was also there," Bartlett said. "He wrote a big check to the youth center."
"Isn't that meddling?" Callaway asked. "I mean, you were reviewing his bid after all."
"It was a charity event, one I hosted but was not involved in personally. Now, if it was a fundraiser for my campaign, then absolutely, there would be lobbying concerns that may arise."
"Okay," Callaway said, understanding.
R.J. Parrish approached me at some point that night. I thanked him for his support. He smiled and told me philanthropy was one of his biggest priorities. This was true. R.J. Parrish has donated millions of dollars for various causes. He then leaned closer and whispered in my ear, "Parrish Holdings thanks you for your support and letting them build the best freeways in the state." I remember I laughed. I told him nothing was decided and that the process was still ongoing. But the smile on his face said that as far as he was concerned, the decision was already made. Callaway pondered what Bartlett had just told him.
"Do you know David Becker?" Callaway asked.
Bartlett looked puzzled. "Isn't that the guy who jumped onto the freeway?"
"Yes."
"No, I've never met him."
A thought occurred to Callaway. That freeway where Becker jumped, was that on the list of projects Parrish Holdings was bidding on?
Bartlett thought for a moment. "Yes, as a matter of fact, it was." Callaway now understood why David had chosen that spot to kill himself. In death, he was giving R.J. Parrish a middle finger. That freeway would always be remembered by the citizens of Milton for a shocking suicide.
"When do you have to make a decision regarding the freeway?" Callaway asked.
"We are meeting in the next couple of days to vote," Bartlett replied.
"And are you leaning toward giving it to Parrish?"
Bartlett gritted his teeth and looked away. "I don't have much choice. If those photos reach the media, my marriage will be over."
"I thought you liked Lana," Callaway asked. "Isn't that why you were seeing her in private?"
"I do, but—"
His words trailed off. "But you don't want to marry her," Callaway finished for him.
"I can't marry her even if I wanted to. She's much younger than me, and the scandal would ruin my career. The divorce would be even worse. My wife would drag me through the courts. The tabloids would have a field day. I can't imagine what my children would have to go through." Bartlett bit his bottom lip to control his emotions. Callaway felt no pity for people like Bartlett. They thought they could have it all. They had money, they had power, they had respect. But they wanted more. It was never enough for them. They were arrogant to think their actions would never come back to haunt them. They could tell lies for only so long. Eventually, the truth would come out. Callaway knew this for a fact. He made his career going after cheating husbands and wives. It was only after they had lost everything did they realize the error of their ways. Callaway got out of the Escalade. "As far as your career and marriage, you should have thought of that before you decided to call Lana Anderson," he said. He walked away. Chapter 80. The security company was able to provide Holt with the time Trevor Donnelly was scheduled to end his shift. It was an hour before his death was reported. Holt was back in the collector booth. Brian Isley was working the keyboard. "I can't believe I missed it," Isley said as a way of apology. Holt did not blame him. The parking lot could hold close to 100 vehicles. There was always a vehicle entering and exiting the lot. Watching the tiny monitor as vehicles moved in and out of view, it was easy to miss the Ford. But now that they had a time frame to work with, their task was cut in half. "There," Isley said, pointing at the screen. Holt leaned closer and squinted. The Ford pulled up to the collector booth. The driver's side window rolled down, and an arm extended out, but the driver could not reach the button. The door opened slightly, and Trevor Donnelly came into view. He pressed the button and retrieved a ticket. Isley said, "I think there is someone next to him." Holt saw he was right, but unless the man also stuck his head out, they would never know who he was. The gate opened and the Ford entered. The camera switched from the collector booth to an aerial view of the lot. The Ford drove around the lot until it found a spot somewhere in the middle, away from the cameras, disappearing into a sea of parked cars. If Holt blinked, he would not know where the Ford was. The shooter chose a perfect spot to execute Donnelly, Holt thought. Several minutes went by before a man emerged from the Ford. He looked like a miniature figurine as he moved across the screen. He was too far away for Holt to see any distinguishing features. He thanked Isley for his assistance and left the collector booth. He returned to the Ford. Donnelly's body was being loaded into a white van, and several members of the CSU were going over the Ford. One of them, a woman, came over and held up a clear plastic baggie with a shell casing inside. "It was underneath the passenger seat," she said. Holt was certain the bullet that killed Donnelly would match the shell casing found in the car. They would still run ballistics, however. Holt walked over to his vehicle and pulled out a laptop the department had given him. He logged in and ran a search in all the databases for Trevor Donnelly. When the results came back, he frowned. Donnelly had no record, not even a traffic violation. How can this be, he wondered. After smelling marijuana on Donnelly, Holt figured his death might have had something to do with the drugs. If Donnelly's death was not drug-related, Holt thought, why was he murdered in such a brutal way? Chapter 81. After speaking to Warren, it did not take long for Fisher to find Vincent Lum. He was tall, lanky, and he wore thick prescription glasses. He had on a sweatshirt, jeans, and white sneakers. He lived with his parents and 2 siblings in a 3-bedroom townhouse. Vincent did not want his parents to find out he was somehow involved in what happened to Miranda, so Fisher drove him to a cafe not far from his house. Vincent sipped on a soft drink, while Fisher had a hot coffee. "It was Miranda's idea," he said, looking down at his drink. "What was?" she asked. "To take Mr. Fisher to the motel." "Why?" "She wanted to blackmail him." Fisher understood. "She wanted to use the photos you took of them at the motel to do it." He nodded. "You still have the photos?" Fisher asked. He nodded again. I was going to meet Miranda later that night, but then—" He fell silent. Fisher knew what he was going to say. Miranda was found dead not long after that. She asked, "Do you know how Miranda got Mr. Fisher to go to the motel with him?" "Yes." She waited for him to speak. When he did not say anything, she said, "Vincent?" "I helped her, you know," he slowly said. His voice was just above a whisper. "You took the photos at the motel. I know." "No, not just that. I helped her." "With what?" He finally looked at her. "With finding out the truth about Mr. Fisher's past." Fisher's eyes narrowed. "You mean the car accident he was involved in as a teenager?" "Yes." "How?" "I'm good with computers." "You're a hacker?" He was not offended. In fact, there was a gleam of pride in his eyes. "Sort of, yeah." "Okay." "Miranda came to me one day and asked for my help. She wanted me to find dirt on Mr. Fisher." "And you agreed?" He shrugged. "Yeah. I mean, she's one of the hottest girls in school, and she also—" Fisher realized she would have to pull information out of Vincent. "Also what?" "She said if I helped her, she'd give me some photos." "What photos?" "Of her." "What kind of photos?" Vincent looked away in embarrassment. Fisher understood. Risque photos. "Okay, after you agreed to help her," Fisher said, "how did you find out about Mr. Fisher's past?" "Once I started looking into him, I found articles about an accident he was involved in when he was young. All the articles said pretty much the same thing. Mr. Fisher was in the passenger seat, but his friend was driving the car. I never thought too much about it. I really wanted to find out if Mr. Fisher had smoked pot as a kid or got too drunk at a party, stuff like that. And to get that information, I created a website. I made it look like it was a high school reunion page. I then contacted all the students I could find from Mr. Fisher's class. It wasn't hard. A lot of them have social media accounts. I contacted them and made it look like I was also a student from their class. Most didn't remember me, and some caught my lie and ended our conversation. One said he knew the truth about the car accident. I asked him. At first he didn't respond, but then I guess he wanted to let it out. He said he knows the guy who was in the other car that was drag racing Mr. Fisher's. That guy said he saw Mr. Fisher in the driver's seat, and Mr. Fisher's friend in the passenger seat. The guy also said that Mr. Fisher's car was ahead of theirs during the race, and they saw him crash into another car. They slowed down to see what had happened. The guy wanted to get out and help them, but his buddies talked him out of it. They were drinking that night, and they were also racing. They didn't want their parents to find out. They were scared, and they left the scene. When they found out the next morning that Mr. Fisher was reported to be in the passenger seat, they knew it was a lie, but they never came forward. They wanted nothing to do with what happened that night. Fisher listened in silence. "You spoke to a person who said he knew someone else who was at the scene," she said. "But you didn't have anything to corroborate his story." Vincent shook his head. "That's why Miranda came up with the plan to get Mr. Fisher to the motel." She understood. "You used his past to lure him to the motel." Miranda told him she had proof and that she would show it to him in private. But she had no proof. No, she didn't. Fisher pondered her next question. "How did you and Miranda become friends?" "We're not really friends. Like I said, I'm good at computers. Miranda was in my class. She was struggling. She asked if I could help her pass the finals. I told her I could get her the actual test exams." "You can?" Fisher asked, surprised. He gave her a small smile. "I hacked into the school's networks and got a copy for her." "Is that why she got you to dig up dirt on Mr. Fisher?" Vincent nodded. Then he shuddered. "I can't believe Mr. Fisher would do something like that." "He didn't do anything," Fisher corrected him. "He hasn't been charged with any crime." Vincent looked at her like he did not believe her. Fisher did not care. Casey knew he was wrong for not taking responsibility for what had happened to Jacob. He carried that guilt with him wherever he went, and Miranda used it to try to manipulate him. She took him to the motel to blackmail him. Miranda was not the sweet girl everyone made her out to be, and Casey was not the innocent younger brother she always made him out to be. They were both guilty of something. Fisher now had to find out who was guilty of Miranda's murder. Chapter 82. Callaway was back in his office. His conversation with the governor had confirmed his hunch. Bartlett was having an affair with Lana Anderson. She was his mistress. Callaway had also confirmed that Parrish was behind the affair. He had set up Bartlett with Lana Anderson so that he could squeeze him for his personal gain. The contracts for the repair and maintenance of the state freeways were worth tons of money. The stakes were high, and Parrish was not going to take any chances. He wanted those government contracts at any cost, even if it meant blackmailing a sitting governor. Callaway also had an idea about how David Becker was linked to Parrish. David had worked for Parrish, and Parrish had sued David for embezzlement and fraud. Callaway still was not sure if that was the reason David had killed himself, but it would make absolute sense if it was. David's reputation was in shreds. No one would hire his firm to represent him. Worst of all, if he lost the trial, he might be looking at a dozen years behind bars. What Callaway still could not figure out was how Lana was linked to David, and why David went to her apartment the day she disappeared. But more importantly, where was she? Callaway rubbed his temples. He had already taken 2 painkillers, but the headache was still there. What if Lana Anderson is dead? That thought reverberated in his mind nonstop, causing the headache he was suffering right now. Callaway now believed R.J. Parrish was a dangerous man. Would he resort to something as deranged as murder? Callaway did not know, and he hoped it had not come down to that. David wanted Lana Anderson found. She knew something that was important to him. With him gone, and possibly Lana, whatever they both knew would be buried forever. He sighed. He heard a noise from outside. Someone was making their way up the metal stairs to his office. Callaway's back tensed. He reached for the weapon that he kept in his desk drawer. Before he could pull it out, he heard a familiar voice.
"Callaway, open the door."
He got up and did so. Standing on the landing was Holt. He had a scowl on his face. "If that's your happy face," Callaway said, "I don't want to see your angry face."
"You were at Trevor Donnelly's apartment building, weren't you?"
Holt growled. "Technically, I was at Lana Anderson's apartment building. Trevor only worked there."
"Who?"
Holt asked, puzzled. "She's the woman David Becker hired me to find."
"Why?"
"No idea."
"That doesn't concern me," Holt said with a wave of his hand. "What concerns me is that you were at the apartment building with Donnelly."
"How do you know?"
"Someone saw you speaking to Donnelly earlier. They described a man,
rakishly good-looking and charming," Callaway quipped.
"Sad and down on his luck," Holt shot back. "What were you doing there?"
"I don't see how that's any of your business."
"Donnelly is dead. Someone shot him at close range."
"I saw it on the news."
"Did you kill Donnelly?" Holt asked.
Callaway blinked. "What? Of course not. Why would I kill him?"
"I don't know. You tell me."
Callaway crossed his arms over his chest. "I've already been charged for murder once, and I don't intend to put myself through something like that again."
Holt paused. He then gave Callaway a stern look and asked, "Did you take the security footage from that apartment building?"
"What makes you say that?"
"The footage is gone, and I believe you have it."
"I do."
Holt's eyes were slits. "That's theft for one thing, and for another, you are tampering with evidence. I can charge you on both accounts."
"You can," Callaway replied calmly. "But you won't know who murdered Trevor Donnelly and why David Becker killed himself."
"And you know who did?"
"No, but I know something is going on, and I believe it all links to Parrish Holdings, Inc."
Holt snorted.
Callaway leaned closer and said, "It involves the governor."
"Governor Bartlett?"
Holt asked, surprised. "I just spoke to him." Holt stared at him. Callaway could see the wheels turning in his head. "Why don't I buy you coffee?" Callaway suggested.
I know a great place around the corner.
Chapter 83. Fisher found Casey sitting in the living room with the drapes down and the lights turned off. The room was pitch dark. Fisher pulled the drapes open, illuminating the space. Casey squinted. "Ouch," he said, shielding his eyes from the light. "It's a beautiful day outside, and you're holed up in here like a vampire," she said. She saw cigarette butts in the ashtray. "When did you start smoking?" she asked. "Whenever I'm stressed," he replied, still squinting. She took the packet of cigarettes next to the ashtray. "Smoking will kill you. You should know that by now." "I tell that to my students all the time," he said. "When I used to have students, that is." "Don't be so hard on yourself," she said, sitting across from him. "Your life's not over just because you were fired." "My life's over when the police decide to charge me for Miranda's death," he said. "They haven't yet, which means they don't have enough evidence to do it. That's thanks to Helen. Sooner or later, she will have to pass the case on to someone else, and even you know, Detective Dana Fisher, that when the police have someone in sight, they won't stop until they get their man." Silence hung in the air between them for a long minute. "I need to confirm a few things with you," she said. Casey did not look like he was in the mood, but he still said, "Fine. What would you like to know?" "I know that you went to a motel with Miranda." His eyebrows shot up. "You do?" "I also know that Miranda was trying to set you up." "You know that too?" he asked, still surprised. "What I want to confirm is why did you go with her?" He stared at her for a moment and then sighed. "She said she had proof that I was the driver on the night Jacob died." "What kind of proof?" "She never told me. I was hoping to find out at the motel." "What happened at the motel?" He shrugged. "The moment we got in the room, I knew something was not right. The room looked like someone had been there earlier." "What do you mean?" "I mean, the bed sheets were messed up. The pillows were across the bed. There were even clothes on the floor." "Whose clothes?" "I don't know. I asked her what was going on, but she wouldn't say." She was trying to make it look like she and Casey had been intimate, Fisher thought. Casey said, "I demanded to see the proof." She said she didn't have it, but she knew someone else who did. "Who?" "Another student." "Did she give a name?" "No." Fisher knew the student was Vincent Lum, but he did not have any proof either. He was only there to record Casey going into a motel with Miranda. "Okay," Fisher said. "So then how did you end up at Leaside Forest Park?" "She said she would take me to meet this student at Leaside Forest Park." Fisher was incredulous. "And you believed her after she tried to set you up at the motel?" "I wasn't thinking straight, all right," he said, raising his voice. "I was desperate. I never imagined what I did years ago would be found out by one of my students. What if everyone found out the truth? Not only would I lose my job, which in hindsight I ended up losing anyway, I would also have to answer for Jacob's death." "You now have to answer for Miranda's death instead," Fisher said. Casey stared at her. He got up, stormed over to his room, and slammed the door. Fisher was furious. This was the second time he had walked out on her. If Casey was not her brother, she would drop this investigation and return to Milton. "Why is it so hard when it comes to dealing with my family?" she thought. Chapter 84. R.J. Parrish was not happy with how things had suddenly spiraled out of control. First, it was David Becker jumping to his death. Then it was Lana Anderson disappearing into what seemed like thin air, and now the security guard at her apartment building was dead. Parrish thought it unwise for Vigo to get rid of a guard, and Parrish made his feelings known to him. But Vigo's silence spoke volumes. Parrish knew Vigo thought him to be weak. Vigo's previous employer was ruthless and bloodthirsty. Where did that get him? Parrish thought. The man would spend the rest of his life staring at the inside of a prison cell. Parrish was shrewder than that. He knew when to act and when to hold back. Killing the security guard served no purpose. In fact, doing that might bring down more heat on them. Vigo was hired to get rid of Parrish's problems, not create more. Parrish looked out the window at the city below. Becker's death made sense. Becker knew he was cornered, and he took the easiest route out. It was an outcome Parrish had not expected, but it was an outcome he was most pleased with. Parrish had set up Becker to take the fall. He had requested Becker to transfer the money from the trust account to a numbered company in the Isle of Man. What Becker was not aware of, which he should have been as a lawyer, was that Becker's name was on the record as the director of operations. Parrish had created that company the moment he had hired Becker. He had done so in case Becker became too clever for his own good. Becker was an honest and hard-working family man. In short, he was a perfect patsy. He did not ask too many questions, and he did what was demanded of him. But Becker could tell when something was not right, particularly why money was deposited into an account and then that same amount was withdrawn that very day. That money was used to line people's pockets, enabling Parrish to secure major projects throughout the city. It was how Parrish Holding, Inc. became one of the biggest construction companies in the entire state. When Becker brought his concerns to Parrish, Parrish told him he would investigate it. That's when he decided it was time to get rid of Becker. Parrish was certain he would get back the millions Becker had supposedly transferred to the account in the Isle of Man. No judge would let Becker keep what looked like ill-gotten gains. But now that Becker was dead, the money was stuck in international legal tape. The authorities in the Isle of Man would not release the money because, according to them, Becker was and still is the director of the numbered company. The money would go to his estate instead. Parrish would have to resign himself to the fact that the money was gone. It was another way David had screwed him. But Parrish would not let his plan for Bartlett go down the drain. Bartlett was a tough man to break. Parrish had made many overtures to get him on his side. He discreetly offered money, gifts, and even the prospect of votes, but to no avail. Bartlett was no fool. He was savvy enough to know that if he gave a project such as the construction of the freeway to Parrish Holdings, the focus would be on him. The media would scrutinize the deal from every angle. It did not help that Parrish had supported Bartlett's opponent in the last election. That candidate was someone Parrish could easily manipulate to do his bidding. But Bartlett was not without his warts. There were rumors he had done deals with people who had criminal backgrounds. Parrish had tried to discover those deals in the hope of using it as leverage against Bartlett, but Bartlett was good at covering his tracks. Enter Lana Anderson. She would be Bartlett's Achilles heel. And she was. He fell for her like a schoolboy falling for his hot teacher. Parrish had Bartlett right where he wanted him. He had evidence that could destroy him. But Bartlett had exposed himself by meeting Lana Anderson outside her apartment building. If the media got a whiff of what he was doing, they would expose the affair. And then Parrish would have no leverage on him. And now Lana Anderson was missing. Until she was found, Parrish could not rest easy. He pressed a button on his desk phone and waited. When he received no reply, he pressed the button again. He got up and stormed out to his secretary's desk. She was not there. Beth had been with him for decades. She was good at her job and she minded her own business. Lately, though, she had been preoccupied with other things. She was hardly at her desk, and he had caught her speaking on her cell phone several times. He knew very little about her personal life. Was she married? Did she have any kids? When it came to his employees, he never bothered with such things because it made it easier for him to fire people. He should replace her with someone younger. He smiled at the sound of that. But he knew he would do no such thing. He was already putting out fires on all sides. He also had investors breathing down his neck. They wanted results, and he hoped the moment Bartlett voted in his favor, he would have something to show them at the next shareholder meeting. He would cut Beth some slack. That was the smart thing to do right now. But if her behavior did not change, he would have to have a word with her. He turned and went back into his office. Chapter 85. Holt sat down across from Callaway.
"Isn't this the same restaurant you were in when you were arrested for murder?" Holt asked.
Callaway was having breakfast at Jolie's restaurant when Fisher led him away in handcuffs. Fortunately for him, he was able to convince a judge to stay the charges. "It was," Callaway replied with a smile. "And you still come here?" Holt asked. "Why not? I'm innocent." Jolie came over. "What can I get you guys?" she asked with a smile. "Nothing for me," Holt replied. "Come on, I'm buying," Callaway said. "You must be hungry after running around all day." Holt eyed him, then he sighed. "I'll have your special." "I'll have that too," Callaway added. When Jolie left, Callaway said, "Why don't I tell you what I found in my search for Lana Anderson, and you tell me what you found in your investigation of David Becker's death?" "I don't know," Holt said. "You're not privy to information in an ongoing investigation." "Well, if you don't tell me what you know, then how can we work together?" Holt's brow furrowed. "Who said I want to work with you?" "Listen, you and I are on the same path." "What path is that?" "You were trying to find out if Becker's death was a suicide, or someone made him jump. Isn't that why you still haven't closed the case?" Holt said nothing. "Becker asked me to find this woman named Lana Anderson. For all I know, she could be dead, but until I know that for certain, I must keep looking. Becker is the integral figure in both our cases." Jolie returned with their orders. They consisted of a grilled cheeseburger with homemade fries, egg salad, and a piece of apple pie on the side. "Now that's a meal," Callaway said. "Thank you," Holt said. "Enjoy, fellas," Jolie said before she left. Callaway grabbed a fork and said, "So what do you say, we got a deal?" Holt stared at him. "Fine. But it is my discretion if I choose to omit certain information to preserve the sanctity of the investigation." "You be as holy as you want. I have no problem," Callaway said as he dug into his salad. As they ate, they shared what they knew. When they were done, Holt leaned back and said, "Governor Bartlett also received an envelope?" "Yep, it was in his car," Callaway replied. "The photo showed him with Lana Anderson." "I found one in Becker's car. The photos were of his wife and children." "I think it's the same people behind both cases." Holt pondered the possibility. "And I think it all somehow links to Parrish Holdings," Callaway added. "How?" "Becker worked for Parrish Holdings as their lawyer. Bartlett is on a board to vote on a project Parrish Holdings is bidding on. I also believe Lana Anderson was hired by Parrish Holdings to sway Bartlett's vote in their favor." "It's all circumstantial evidence, I'm afraid," Holt said. "Okay, but at least it gives us something to work with." Holt was silent. He then asked, "Do you still have the security footage?" "I do." "Give it to me." Callaway sighed. "It won't do you any good. I've gone through it already." "I'm sure you have. But we have technology at the Milton PD that can tell us who else came to the apartment building." "Okay." Holt got up. "Thanks for the meal." He paused and then said, "If Fisher found out we had lunch together, she'd think I've gone soft on you." Callaway gave him his best smile. "Have you?" Holt scoffed. "Just don't mention this to her. Ever." Chapter 86. Vigo was unnerved when he saw the private investigator sharing a meal with the detective. What are they discussing? He thought. He could not tell, and it was gnawing at him. Vigo had been following the private investigator in the hope he would lead him to Lana Anderson, but so far the private eye was as lost as he was. In fact, it looked like he was chasing his own tail. The private investigator thought he would find something in the security camera footage. Vigo had been through that as well. They were at a dead end. Maybe the detective wanted to know what Trevor Donnelly had said to the private eye. After all, they were seen together at the apartment building. Vigo's eyes widened. Did Donnelly tell the private eye about Bartlett? No, that can't be. A man did not lie when facing a loaded gun, and Donnelly swore he told no one. Vigo had seen the private eye snooping around outside Bartlett's office, but he had lost him when he went back inside the building. Did Bartlett speak to the private eye? If that was so, it would be damaging to their plans. Parrish would explode if he found out. Vigo regretted not taking control of the situation sooner. He should have gotten rid of Becker before he made a big spectacle of his death. Vigo would have buried his body where it would never be found. He did not have time to do that with Donley. Donley had caught him off guard. He wanted to blackmail Vigo regarding Bartlett, and Vigo was left with no choice but to take immediate action. He was certain the detective was not on to him about Donley's death. Vigo was careful. Even on such short notice, he felt he had committed the perfect murder. He left nothing behind that would incriminate him. There were no fingerprints, no security footage capturing him leaving the parking lot. The shell casing the police must have found by now would lead them to a gun registered to a dead man in Arizona. Vigo carried a variety of weapons with him, and they were all purchased from the black market. He had a guy in Miami who connected him to sellers. The gun he had used to kill Donley was deep in the Milton River. Donley's death would forever remain a mystery. Even then, Vigo felt uneasy. He had a way of sensing danger, something he had picked up while working for the crime boss. Everyone had a target on their backs. You did not know who would betray you. Or worse, you did not know if the next bullet would come from a friend or foe. Vigo had survived for so long by trusting no one. If Parrish got caught, Vigo would pack up and disappear, just like he had done when the crime boss went down. Once the heat was over, he would reappear months later in some other city. He would then make his services available to the highest bidder. Right now, though, he would abandon following the private eye and focus his attention on the detective. He was far more dangerous than the private investigator. Chapter 87. Fisher sat on the sofa and took a deep breath. After Casey had stormed out on her and locked himself in his bedroom, Fisher had heard crying coming from behind the door. She knew the entire ordeal was taking a toll on him. She could see it in his eyes. Even when he tried to brush it off, his attitude came across as false. Casey's inner demons were coming to the forefront. She had seen them when Jacob had died. He acted erratically. His emotions were all over the place. One moment he was happy with not a care in the world, and the next moment he was sobbing like it was the end of the world. It broke her heart to see her baby brother like this. She wanted to knock on the door and tell him everything would be all right, but she was not sure how. The evidence against him was mounting. Witnesses had seen Casey with Miranda hours before her body was found. Vincent Loom had even taken photos of him with Miranda at the motel. Fisher could see how the prosecutors would spin this case. As a figure of authority, Casey had lured Miranda on false pretenses to go to the motel. When she refused his advances, he took her to Leaside Forest Park to convince her that he had made a mistake and for her not to tell anybody. When that did not work, he killed her and dumped her body on Pine Trail. Fisher knew that was the furthest thing from the truth. It was Miranda who had lured Casey to the motel. It was she who had told him to take her to Leaside Forest Park. And it was she who had started acting inappropriately in the car. So much so that Casey had no choice but to leave her behind. Fisher could not confirm the last part. But so far, Casey's story had checked out, so she had no reason not to believe him. She wished she could find a way to help him get out of this nightmare. She also knew, even if he was found to have not committed the crime, the stigma from what happened would linger for a long time. He might never get another opportunity to teach again, not in Lockport, nor anywhere else in the country. Casey might turn out to be not guilty of killing Miranda, but he was guilty of being alone with a 16-year-old girl outside the safety of her school. Teachers are supposed to be protectors, not predators, and people would not let him forget his error of judgment. Fisher believed there were other ways Casey could have dealt with Miranda's attempt at blackmailing him. He should have spoken to another teacher, perhaps even taken it to the school principal. Instead, he chose to handle the matter on his own. She understood why he did. He was afraid the truth of what happened to Jacob would come out. He feared that truth would tarnish a career he so loved. As it turned out, his career would forever be stained by the events at Pine Trail. If things got worse, Fisher would help him relocate, perhaps even to another country. When they were younger, Casey talked about living in South America, specifically Argentina. He thought the girls there were beautiful. Fisher knew it would not be a bad place to start a new life. Casey could teach English. He would be great at that. Maybe Fisher might join him until he settled down, and maybe when the storm had cleared, and people's memories were preoccupied with something else, he might be able to return to the States and recreate a new life for himself. Fisher shook her head. She was getting too far ahead of herself. There were a lot of things that had to happen first before Casey could even contemplate moving away. She heard a buzzing noise. She realized it was coming from Casey's cell phone, which he had left on the coffee table. The phone buzzed again and then again. Fisher looked over at his bedroom. He was probably still inconsolable. I should give it to him, she thought. It might be important. She reached over to pick up the phone. Her fingers swiped the screen and unlocked it. Casey was careless when it came to security. He would always leave his keys in his car, leave the doors to his house unlocked, and it seemed he had not password protected the data on his cell phone. She grabbed the phone. A thought popped in her head, one which had been nagging her for some time. I better not, she told herself. Casey would never forgive me if he found out I'd been going through his phone. But as his older sister, it was her duty to do whatever she could to help him. He was crumbling right before her eyes. She worried he might fall apart the same way he did when Jacob had died. She sighed and began scrolling through his cell phone. Chapter 88. Callaway was in his office. He had given Holt the security footage. He hoped Holt would have far more luck than he did. He was not sure what he should do next. He had looked everywhere, and he was no closer to knowing where Lana Anderson was. Maybe I might not be able to earn my fee, he thought. Maybe I should accept the fact that some cases might never be solved. Wherever Lana Anderson was, she would likely never be found. He suddenly felt parched. He knew the feeling. It came whenever he was at the end of his rope, and this was exactly that. He had no leads, no person of interest, nothing. All he had was that Lana Anderson had left her apartment building, taken a taxi across town, and was last seen entering Parrish Holdings, Inc.'s office tower. Who did she go to meet there? Was it R.J. Parrish? If so, then what happened after? There was no record of her leaving the building. Callaway knew where his thought process was leading him. Lana Anderson could be dead, and she could have died at the hands of R.J. Parrish. The office tower must have several exits, a couple of service elevators, and at least one loading dock. It would not be difficult to dispose of a body in the middle of the night. When the thirst got the better of him, he left the office and went to the nearest bar. He ordered a drink and sipped it slowly. He was not going to overindulge like he used to. He knew what that did to him. On top of being drunk, his behavior sometimes got out of hand. There were too many fights where he had ended up with a broken nose, a swollen cheek, and, not to mention, a bruised ego. He was not going to show up at Patty's house looking like that. He wanted her to know he was a changed man. He took another small sip, enough to satisfy his urges, when he spotted two men talking at the other end of the bar. They were both dressed in business suits. One was blonde, and the other was bald. The bald man said, "How did you manage to get a tightwad like Mackenzie to give you a raise? I've been sucking up to him for years, and never once did the guy even consider giving me a raise." The blonde man grinned. "That's your problem. You were too concerned about trying to please the man. What you had to do was make him realize he needs you more than you need him." "How?" the bald man asked. "Simple," the blonde man replied. "I stormed into his office and told him I was going to a rival company." "You had an offer?" The blonde laughed. "Of course not, but he didn't know that." "So you lied?" the bald man asked, clearly shocked. "I wouldn't call it a lie, but more of a pressure tactic," the blonde man replied. "What if he called your bluff?" The blonde man shrugged. "Sure, he could have. But the alternative was working the same job for the same money. I didn't want to keep doing that." "I never thought of that." The blonde man leaned in and said, "If you want something, you have to walk straight in there and ask for it." The bald man stared at his coworker in awe. No kidding, Callaway thought. That's like one of the oldest proverbs in life. He sipped his drink some more. An idea popped in his head. He put his drink down, left some money beside it, and got up from the bar. On his way to the door, he stopped by the two men and said to the blonde, "Thanks for the suggestion, bud," and walked out. Chapter 89. Holt was inside a windowless room at the Milton PD. The cybercrimes unit had the most advanced and powerful computers in the department. The technology officer seated behind a massive computer screen said, "We can run the footage at twice the speed, and the system will still recognize the images and match them with a database of millions of individuals." Holt had brought the security camera footage Callaway had given him. He was hoping the department's facial recognition software might tell him if anyone of interest had shown up at the building around the time Lana Anderson disappeared, and the time Trevor Donnelly was murdered. Holt was familiar with how the technology worked. The software identified a person through multiple methods, such as analyzing the contours of a face, the distance between a person's eyes and nose, the structure of their jawline, etc., and it tabulated that information within a fraction of a second and fed it to the database of prospective individuals. It was awe-inspiring technology, but also scary. Criminals could be identified far more quickly and accurately. But privacy advocates argued that such technology was an invasion of people's personal data. Most people never give their consent for their images to be used for commercial purposes, but that was exactly what was happening. Major department stores were using the technology to analyze each shopper that walked in. Apart from being notified if someone was a known shoplifter, the companies also knew how many times someone came into the store and what their purchasing habits were. The technology then gave the companies the ability to target the individuals with specific product ads and promotional materials they knew the individuals would be interested in. Holt did not want to dwell too much on the technology's benefits and drawbacks. Right now, he needed it to help him recognize the people who entered, then exited the apartment building, and see if they had any criminal record. It was not the most precise way to narrow his search, but it was the only one he had right then. An image would pop up on another computer screen when the software got a hit. Rebecca Estes had dark hair, a sullen face, and she was charged with a hit and run. Aaron Ganos had limp hair that was parted from the middle, his face was long, and he was charged with sexual assault. Damon Burrell had small eyes and a round face, and he was charged with robbery. Ashley Bauer had curly hair and expressive eyes, and she was charged with fraud. Viggo Radovic had jet black hair, pale skin, eyes as black as coal, and he was charged with assault and battery. "Stop," Holt said. "Go back and pause it." The technology officer froze the image on the screen. Viggo Radovic was leaving an elevator. He was dressed in a black suit, and his eyes were narrow, almost slits. Holt went back to the other screen with Radovic's bio. He was born in Serbia and even served in the Serbian army. He immigrated to the United States almost a decade ago. The charge of assault and battery was in New Mexico, when Radovic had nearly killed a man over a spilled drink at a bar. Why does he look familiar? Holt wondered. He suddenly remembered what Emmanuel Fenton had told him about catching someone snooping in Becker's office. His exact words were, "He was dressed in a black suit. I remember his skin was whiter than white, but it was his eyes that gave me the chills." Holt's own eyes narrowed. Was Fenton referring to Viggo Radovic? As Holt stared at Radovic's image, he could not help but think he was. Chapter 90. Callaway stared up at the glass and steel building. This was the second time he had been here, but the effect had not worn off on him. The office tower glowed in the afternoon sunlight. The head office of Parrish Holdings, Inc. was on the top floor. Callaway had decided to take the advice of the blond man at the bar. He was going to storm into Parrish Holdings and demand to speak to R.J. Parrish. He wanted to catch him off guard, see how he handled being questioned under pressure. He might even manage to get something out of him. The only way to find out was to act. It was not the best plan, but it was one he could execute right this minute. He hated to sit on his butt and wait for something to happen. He entered the lobby and walked straight to the elevators. When an elevator became available, he went in. The doors were about to shut when a hand appeared out of nowhere, causing the door to retract. A woman entered. She was older with graying hair, and she wore a floral-patterned dress that reached down to her ankles. She was carrying a duffel bag that was far too heavy for her. She smiled at him as a way of apologizing for forcing her way into the elevator. He smiled back to say it was no problem. She got off on the 14th floor. The door shut. He took a deep breath to control his composure. His plan could only work if he played it cool. He got off on the top floor and was confronted by a glass wall. The words Parish Holdings, Inc. was stenciled on the door. He went up to a woman seated at the front desk. "Hi there," he said with his best smile. "I'm here to see Mr. R.J. Parish." "Do you have an appointment?" she asked. "I sure do," he claimed. If she told him he did not, he would complain that it must be some mistake. He would then huff and puff about how far he had come to meet R.J. Parish. "We don't have Mr. Parish's schedule," she said. "Oh, what a pity," he said with a frown. Inside, he was smiling. "Mr. Parish's office is down the hall and to the left. His secretary would be able to assist you there." "Thank you," he said. He walked down the hall. He noticed half a dozen people at their desks. Not a single person looked up at him. They were too busy with their work. When he reached the end of the hall, he turned left and was now in another hall, this one narrower than the first. He kept going until he was confronted with a set of glass doors. He entered. The space was smaller, and there was a desk in the middle. It was empty. He spotted a set of chairs. He thought about waiting, but then he saw a walnut-colored door with a gold plaque on it which said, Rufus James Parish, CEO and President, Parish Holdings, Inc. Callaway looked around. He started to feel an itch, something he felt whenever he was about to do something he might later regret. He took another deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in," bellowed a voice from inside. He went in and squinted as sunlight blinded him. The room had floor-to-ceiling windows, and the sunlight silhouetted a man behind a large oak desk. "Who are you?" the man asked. "Where is my secretary?" Callaway still could not see his face, but he assumed it was R.J. Parish. "There was no one at the desk," he said. "Not again," the man grumbled. "You will have to make an appointment with my secretary." "Mr. Parish," Callaway said, moving further into the room. "I'm a reporter for Above the Fold in Fairview. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions." Callaway was met with silence. He could tell Parish was studying him. "What's your name?" Parish asked. Callaway removed a fake business card. "It's Gator Peckerwood, and before you ask, my parents were from Louisiana." Parish reached over and grabbed a small object on his desk. He lifted the object and pressed a button. Behind him, drapes began to cover the large windows. Suddenly, the surroundings became visible. Callaway was face to face with R.J. Parish. His bald head glistened from the overhead lights. His diamond ring sparkled on his ring finger. His tiny eyes were fixed on him. And there was a smile on his face that Callaway found menacing. "You are not who you say you are," he snarled. Callaway swallowed. "I'm not? Your name is Lee Callaway, and you were hired by David Becker." Chapter 91. Fisher took a sip of her latte and stared out the window. The coffee shop was currently half empty. Even then, Fisher felt like prying eyes were around her. On the table in front of her was Casey's laptop. She had borrowed his computer without his permission. Like his cell phone, it was also not password protected. She had no interest in going through his personal files or any other content. She needed his computer to access privileged information she could only get as a member of the Milton PD. She knew it was unethical of her to do so without a superior's consent, but she was desperate. There were so many questions swirling in her head. If anyone confronted her, she would say she was helping a colleague from another department. If someone pushed for more, she would say it was Detective Nunez. Fisher had offered her help to Nunez, and as far as Fisher was concerned, Nunez had not turned her down. In fact, it was a courtesy among fellow officers to assist each other in any way possible. That could mean knocking on doors for potential suspects who were out of their jurisdiction. That could mean pulling up old cases that might shed light on their own case. That could even mean going into databases the requesting officer might not have access to. This was only done to expedite an investigation. The more perpetrators behind bars, the better society would be. If I'm so confident what I'm doing is right, she thought, then why do I feel so guilty? She sighed. She took another sip of her latte. She hoped the caffeine would steady her nerves. She had her eye on becoming captain one day. If she was caught, she could kiss her dreams goodbye. But this was Casey. He was her brother. She protected him. She always had. First it was against their older brothers, and it was against the school bullies, and now it was to get him out of the mess he was in. Screw the promotion, she thought. Casey is family. She could ask for Holt's help. He would never turn her down if she did. But Fisher was not going to get him involved in what she was about to do. She alone would take responsibility for this action, and not take him with her. She took a deep breath and signed into the Milton PD networks, using her ID and password. She then spent an hour going through the system. There was a lot she had to verify and confirm. When she was done, she leaned back in the chair, utterly exhausted. She was able to clarify certain things that were missing in Casey's case. The information also helped formulate what might have happened on the day Miranda Temple's body was found at Pine Trail. Chapter 92. It took a lot of digging before Holt was able to get the address for Viggo Radovic. Radovic had a driver's license, but it was registered in Pennsylvania. He had applied for a mortgage many years ago, and that was for a property in Las Vegas. He had also been pulled over for speeding a while back, and the ticket was given in New Jersey. Radovic seemed like a man who was forever on the move, or he was eluding local authorities. Holt could not tell which was the case. Regardless, he could not find anything for Radovic in Milton. But when he conducted a search online, he found there was a P.O. box registered to Viggo Radovic. Holt then visited a post office. He was able to convince the agent behind the desk that the information was for an ongoing investigation, which it was. Radovic was a person of interest. The agent was able to pull up an electronic copy of the form used to purchase the box. There was a signature at the bottom of the form. Holt could not verify if it was Radovic's or someone else's, but there was also a telephone number in case the post office needed to contact him if there were problems with delivery. The information was optional, and to Holt's relief, the space was filled in. Holt then conducted a reverse lookup in the online phone directory, and it led him to a brown bricked building on the wrong side of the city. The neighborhood was known for crime and violence. It seemed like there was always a shooting each week. If it was not gang-related, then it was armed robbery or even a dispute between neighbors. The building was a low-rise. Holt counted 4 levels. The place had no elevators and no security cameras, making for a perfect place for someone with a criminal record to hide. Viggo Radovic had 1 violation on his file, but that did not mean he was not dangerous. Holt wished he had Fisher to back him up. He could always request for backup, though. A police cruiser would be at the building in minutes. But he did not want to raise any alarms. He was only here to ask Radovic a few questions. He took the stairs up to the top floor. There was a foul, pungent smell in the hallway, an assortment of narcotics mixed with vomit. He heard a couple fighting as he passed a door. Both the man and woman were screaming at the top of their lungs. At moments like these, Holt always debated whether to get involved. As an officer of the law, it was his responsibility to ensure the safety of city residents. But he knew dealing with domestic disputes was not as simple as it looked. Many times they were not just one person's fault. Disputes were usually triggered by something the other person had said or done, and things spiraled out of control from there. The hardest part was how to de-escalate the situation without making it worse. Holt was not in the mood to get involved. He came here to speak to Viggo Radovic and find out what he was doing at Lana Anderson's apartment building. The door of the unit where the argument was occurring opened, and a man came out. He was dressed in a hoodie, baggy jeans, and he had on a baseball cap which was turned backwards. His eyes met Holt's, and he shook his head.
Don't make the mistake of getting your girl pregnant. You hear?"
"Right," Holt said. The man stormed down the stairs. The hallway was quiet once again. Holt stopped at Radovic's unit. He placed his hand on his holster and knocked on the door. Chapter 93. Callaway blinked.
"How do you know who I am?"
Parrish's face still wore that menacing smile.
"It's my job to know what's happening around me. It's why I am worth millions and others are not."
Callaway swallowed again. So much for the element of surprise.
I would like to ask you a few questions," he said, regaining his composure.
"What if I chose to refuse?" Parrish replied with a twinkle in his eyes. Callaway could tell he was teasing him. He sensed Parrish appreciated his boldness. It was not every day someone stormed into his office demanding answers. Also, if Parrish wanted to kick him out, he would have called security by now. Callaway said,
"It's your prerogative to refuse, but you won't know what I know if you do."
The smile widened. Callaway did not like it.
"Please have a seat, Mr. Callaway,"
Parrish said, offering one across from his desk. Callaway sat down.
"What can you tell me about David Becker?"
He noticed Parrish's chair was higher than his, making Parrish look like the bigger man.
"What is there to tell?"
Parrish replied.
"My company hired his firm to handle some of our projects. He ended up stealing millions from my company, and we sued him to get it back. It's unfortunate what happened to him. My sympathies to his family, of course, but I believe he knew what he did was wrong, and the guilt got the better of him."
"I believe someone pushed him to take his own life," Callaway said.
"I wasn't aware that someone physically pushed him off the overpass."
"You know what I mean," Callaway said, feeling angry at his response. "Someone threatened his family, and I believe you know who did."
"Are you accusing me of something?"
Parrish asked, his voice becoming hard. "All I'm saying is that David had no history of mental illness. He was a good lawyer, good enough that your company hired him to represent you." Parrish said,
"I'm sure that's all true, but we all have our breaking points. The stress of the impending litigation may have got to him."
Time to take a new tack, Callaway thought. "What can you tell me about Lana Anderson?"
"Who?"
Parrish replied. "Lana Anderson," Callaway repeated.
"I've never heard that name before."
"Yeah, sure," Callaway thought. "Governor Bartlett is very fond of her, and he believes you set him up with Miss Anderson." Parrish laughed.
"I don't know nor care what the governor does in his personal life. As far as I'm concerned, Governor Bartlett has done an excellent job for the state and the city."
"The governor is also on the board that decides which government contracts are awarded to which companies. In fact, he has the deciding vote on one of the projects your company is bidding on."
"We bid on dozens of projects at any given time,"
Parrish said with a shrug. "But nothing as large as the renovation and maintenance of the state freeways." He scoffed.
"We have tendered a bid like any other company. I don't see what's wrong with that."
"Do you know where Lana Anderson is?" Parrish paused.
"Again, I don't know who that is,"
he slowly said. Callaway went for the jugular. "Are you blackmailing Governor James Bartlett?" Parrish laughed. Not the reaction I was expecting, Callaway thought.
"Is that an accusation?"
Parrish asked.
"It's a simple question. I won't even justify answering it. I'm a businessman, and a very successful one at that. Unless you have something of substance to ask me, I request that you leave my office and let me do my work. I would hate to physically remove you for trespassing on private property."
So much for the direct approach, Callaway thought.
"Goodbye, Mr. Callaway,"
Parrish added to nudge him out. Callaway bit his lip and left. When he shut the door behind him, he saw Parrish's secretary walk into the room. It was the same woman he had seen on the elevator with him earlier, and she was still carrying the duffel bag, only now it looked lighter.
"What are you doing?"
Before she could finish her sentence, Callaway bolted away. "Next time, Lee, try more subtlety." Chapter 94. Fisher spent the better part of an hour asking around for him, and she found him sitting by the train tracks half a mile from his house. Troy Temple, wore a varsity jacket, blue jeans and black sneakers. His hair was tousled, and he had bright blue eyes and a wide smile. He looked every bit like Miranda's younger brother. "Troy?" Fisher said, approaching him. He looked up. It took him a second to recognize her. "You're Mr. Fisher's sister," he said. "I am?" she said. "I saw you at his house." "Do you mind if I sit with you?" she asked. He shrugged. "It's a free country." She sat on a concrete block next to him. The tracks were surrounded by trees and bushes. A winding trail led from the main road to the tracks. Fisher got lost twice before she reached the spot. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Do you come here often?" "I used to as a kid. Miranda would drag me to come with her. She was the adventurous one. I would start shaking just hearing the train roar down the tracks toward us. And as it passed by, the noise was so loud you couldn't even hear yourself scream. The sheer force of the speed would knock you off your feet if you didn't hold on to something. It was a terrifying experience, but also an exhilarating one. You felt alive when you witnessed a moving train up close. Miranda would laugh and throw pebbles as it shot by us." Troy quieted. His eyes welled up. "She got me into a lot of trouble with our parents, but she was my hero. I could never say no to her. I didn't want to either. I knew I wanted to be like her, but now—" Fisher knew he did not have to say it. Miranda was gone, and he was alone. Fisher's heart ached for his loss. She could not imagine losing a loved one at his age. The trauma never fully healed. It just stayed there, waiting for that weakest moment in a person's life to rear its ugly head again. Fisher knew people who had gone through child abuse and had become fully functioning members of society. But the moment they were dealt with some setback, the memories of the abuse came roaring back. Most would overcome the memories and move on, but for some, the damage was permanent, no matter how hard they tried to mask it. Eventually, the pain became too much, and they ended up medicating themselves with painkillers, alcohol, or illegal drugs. She had seen this firsthand with Casey. Jacob's death had changed him forever. He had gone from being a carefree kid to one who was not as trusting as before. She knew the reason now. Casey's actions had ended the life of his best friend. He did not intend to do that, but it happened. A family had lost a son because of Casey, and now another family had lost a daughter, and the world was ready to lay the blame on him. Fisher could not do anything about the former, but she was prepared to do something about the latter. "Troy, I need to ask you a favor," she said. He turned and looked at her. "A favor?" "Yes, I need you to ask your parents to do something." "Do what?" "I'll tell you only if you agree to ask them." Troy stared at her. "Why should I do it?" he asked. "Because it might help solve who killed your sister," she replied. Chapter 95. Vigo entered the combination into the lock and unlocked the locker. He was in the airport, near the baggage area. Inside was a black duffel bag with more than $100,000 in cash. The bag also held his passport, fake IDs, and items from his life back in Serbia. Photos of his mother and siblings, and even some personal documents. One of them was his marriage certificate. When Vigo was not even 18, he had married a local girl from his village. But when he joined the Serbian army, he saw an opportunity to escape a life filled with hardship. Jobs were hard to come by. You were always fighting just to survive. He regretted leaving his young wife behind, but he was too young to be a married man anyway. Last he heard, she was remarried to some farmer in the north. She probably bore him 5 or 6 children by now. Vigo never wanted any children. They would only hold him back. He was a hired gun, so to speak. He went wherever his services were required. Had Parrish not hired him, Vigo would have left Milton a long time ago. He did not really like the city. Unlike New York, Miami, or Los Angeles, there was not much to do for a man like him. The girls were not as beautiful as in those cities, and there was not much excitement or danger for that matter. Vigo had planned to save up enough money to open his own nightclub, but the club would be a front for gambling, drugs, and prostitution. He would get involved in anything that would make him rich. Back in Serbia, he had lived in squalor, and he had no plans to live like that ever again. But he also knew he did not want to overindulge. The people who lived in mansions were soft and weak, even if they tried hard not to be. Parrish came across as cold and ruthless, but Vigo knew the truth. If he was handed a gun and told to pull the trigger, Parrish would piss his pants before he killed another man. Vigo had no qualms about ending people's lives. The way he viewed it, it was either them or him. If they were given a choice, they would execute him in a heartbeat. Had Parrish listened to his advice, they would not be in the mess they were in right now. David Becker was dead. Lana Anderson was missing, and they had a private investigator as well as a detective on their tail. Vigo was not going to take any chances, which was why he had rented a locker at the airport. He did not trust banks. They wanted to see a lot of ID. So he kept his money in small denominations and in the airport locker. He knew his cash would not get stolen, and he also knew if he had to make an escape, he could grab the duffel bag and be on the next flight out. The airport was also 5 minutes away from his apartment. His building was not in the safest neighborhoods, but the people living there minded their own business. They were so preoccupied with trying not to get shot that they could care less who he was or what he was doing there. Vigo had lived in far worse places in his home country, so the filth and decay did not bother him. Plus, his living arrangements were temporary. Once his contract with Parrish was up, he would find a new employer. He never imagined it would be this soon. Parrish was to blame for his own downfall. Parrish should have trusted him in matters such as these. Vigo knew how to contain a situation or a problem. The only thing was, how far was he allowed to go? Vigo hated the fact that Parrish had him on a leash. Parrish was all bark and no bite. Vigo, on the other hand, would have left dead bodies in his wake. And none of them would have linked back to him. He knew there was no point in dwelling on the past. Right now, he had to make sure he had everything in order in case he had to make a swift exit. He removed a couple of $100 bills from the duffel bag and then shut and secured the locker. He left the airport and drove back to his apartment. He parked his car in the back of the building and went inside. He took the stairs to his apartment. When he reached the 3rd floor, he stopped in his tracks. On the landing above him was a man he recognized, the detective. He was coming down as Vigo was going up. Their eyes met. For a moment, Vigo hoped the detective was not there for him, but when he called out his name, Vigo knew he had to act. He pulled out his weapon and fired. Chapter 96. Callaway returned to his office, feeling dejected. His visit to R.J. Parrish had been a waste of time. What was I expecting anyway? That Parrish would confess to everything? But Callaway did not come away empty-handed. Parrish knew Callaway was looking for Lana Anderson. He also knew Becker had hired him to do so. Parrish had his guard up, and Callaway now understood why. Callaway also got the sense Parrish truly had no idea where Lana Anderson was. That makes 2 of us, he thought. He sat behind his desk and put his face in his hands. He should drop this investigation. All he was doing was running in circles and getting even more frustrated. But how could he give up when Lana Anderson could be out there? What if she was in danger? What if David hired him to save her? But how was he supposed to do this? David did not leave him much to work with. At the beginning, Callaway did not even know which Lana Anderson he was looking for. Valuable time and energy had been wasted just on that. Had he been provided with details, it might have shortened his investigation. He felt anger rise in him, and it was directed at David. He had left him with a monumental task. Missing persons cases were not the easiest. Most private eyes avoided them when possible. If the police with their immense resources could not find them, then how could they? The word private in private investigator was there for a reason. They were private citizens like everyone else. They had no authority to detain anyone for questioning, and they most certainly could not arrest and charge anyone with a crime. All they could offer was their time, their commitment, and their skills in pursuing whatever task they were hired to perform. He sighed. I should not be angry with the dead. Callaway did not believe David had intended to kill himself after hiring him. David probably thought he had more than enough time to provide further information as the investigation progressed. Callaway turned his attention to his laptop. He had given the storage device to Holt, but he had kept a copy of the footage from the day Lana Anderson was last seen leaving her place. He went through the footage one more time. He froze the image of her walking out of the elevator. "Where are you going, Lana?" he said out loud, hoping she somehow heard him. He had already spoken to the taxi driver who had picked her up in front of her building. The driver had mentioned that someone else had come by asking about her. Was it the same person who tossed her apartment? Callaway thought. The driver had then dropped her off outside Parrish Holdings, Inc.'s building. Callaway had thought she had gone to see R.J. Parrish, but now he knew that was not true. He shut the laptop and decided to head home. There was nothing more he could do today. Come morning, he would reevaluate the entire case, and then decide whether it was worth pursuing or not. He locked the door and went down the metal stairs. He saw a car pull up to the back of the noodle shop and come to a halt. A young Asian man got out of the car with a large delivery bag in his hand. Callaway recognized him. He was his landlady's oldest son. Earlier, Callaway had seen him leave with a heavy delivery bag. The strain of carrying all that food was visible on his face. Right now, with the bag empty and lighter, he smiled and waved at him. Callaway smiled and waved back. He walked to his Charger parked around the corner. When he opened the Charger's driver's side door, a light went off in his head. It was more like a thunderbolt. His entire body shook. He suddenly knew where Lana Anderson was. Chapter 97. Fisher watched as a man placed a ladder next to a wall and then proceeded to get on the roof. Her car was parked across from a house that was under construction. The man's name was Jerome Johnston. He was 38 years old, divorced, and had a 12-year-old daughter named Ashley, whom he shared custody with his ex-wife. Jerome worked for a roofing company that required all their workers to complete their tasks within the company's tight schedule, lest they wanted to work extra hours with no additional pay. On paper, the company adhered to all labor laws, but in reality, workers were told to follow verbal instructions given to them by their immediate supervisors. And one of those instructions was, if you went to the authorities, you will be fired. Fisher had conducted a background check on Jerome. It was not necessary, but she wanted to find out more about the man. Prior to this job, Jerome had been unemployed for 6 months. This put a financial strain on him and made it even more difficult to cover child support, a fact his ex-wife made sure to bring up at their last court visit. This affected his visitation rights with his daughter. Instead of being able to see her 3 times a week, he now got to see her only once a week. Jerome made the most of his time with his daughter. He showered her with whatever gifts he could afford, and he also took her wherever she wanted to go. Ashley had just celebrated her birthday last week, and to make up to her for not being able to see her often, he had splurged and bought her a pink bicycle, along with a pink helmet and a light-reflecting jacket, so Ashley could be safe, riding her bicycle in the evenings. Fisher watched as Jerome laid each shingle on the slanted roof and secured it with a nail gun. His movements were precise and quick. He looked more like a robot than a human being. It was late afternoon, so Fisher understood Jerome's need to work efficiently. If the roof was not covered by sunset, Jerome would have to stay late and make sure it was done. It was also dangerous being on a roof alone during darkness. Anything could go wrong. And there was no telling what kind of health insurance the company provided to their employees. Jerome desperately needed the job, so he did not complain. The money was good for his line of work, and it gave him the chance to see his little girl. If things kept going, he might be able to convince a judge to let him see her 3 times a week again. For that reason, Fisher decided not to bother him and let him finish his work. Almost an hour later, Jerome came down the ladder. He gathered his tools and equipment and began to load them into the back of his 4x4 truck. Fisher approached him. "Mr. Johnson?" she asked. He turned. His skin was tanned from spending hours in the sun, and his hair was matted with sweat.
"Yes?"
he replied. "My name is Dana Fisher. Do you mind if I asked you a few questions?" He stared at her.
"What's this about?"
he asked. "It's about the death of Miranda Temple." Chapter 98. Callaway returned to the office tower. He took the elevator up and got off on the 14th floor. The hallway was poorly lit, and as he peeked through the glass doors of each unit, he realized the floor was vacant. He saw no furniture or office equipment of any kind. He suddenly had a feeling that he might have jumped the gun, and that his trip might not be as fruitful as he had first thought. Undeterred, he kept moving. At the end of the hall was another glass wall. There was a large sign placed on the door by the property management company. It was for a short-term rental, and there was also a telephone number at the bottom. He cupped his hands over his eyes and peeked inside. In the middle of the space, he saw a long table surrounded by chairs, and on the table was a telephone. It looked like the space was used by companies to conduct meetings and hold conference calls. He turned to walk back to the elevator when something caught his eye. He cupped his hands over his eyes again and focused. Behind the long table was a speck of light. He changed his position along the glass wall, and that was when he saw the light was coming from underneath a door in the back of the room. He checked the door handle. It was locked. "What were you expecting anyway?" he scolded himself. He pulled out his small lock-picking kit and began to rake the lock. In less than a minute, he had unlocked the door. He slowly moved into the dark space, his eyes focused on the light coming through the bottom of the door. He gently grabbed the door handle. This door, too, was locked. He put his ear to the door and listened. He heard no sounds from inside. He examined the lock and decided he would not need the lock-picking tools. Instead, he pulled out a credit card and stuck it in between the door and the sidewall. He licked his lips and took a deep breath. In one smooth motion, he turned the handle and opened the door. A bright light hit his eyes, almost blinding him. He blinked. A woman was sitting on a sofa, looking at her laptop, which she had placed in her lap. She saw Callaway and quickly jumped up on her feet. The laptop fell to the floor. "Who are you?" she asked, startled. "My name is Lee Callaway," he replied. "And you must be Lana Anderson." Chapter 99. Vigo clutched his stomach as he raced to his car. He had been shot, and he was bleeding profusely. When Vigo had caught the detective in the stairway, they had exchanged fire. One of the bullets had hit Vigo as he turned to make an exit. Vigo was not sure if he had hit the detective, but he did not wait to find out. His lone thought was to get out of there as fast as he could. He got behind the wheel and sped out of the parking lot like a bat out of hell. He clenched his jaw as pain shot up through his body. He was in shock, and he needed immediate medical attention, but there was no time for that. A dozen different scenarios moved through his head, and one by one he shot them down. He could not go back to the airport to retrieve his money and IDs. Airport security would be on him in an instant. He could not go to the hospital. Police would be waiting for him the moment he pulled up to the emergency room. He could not go to Parrish for help. The man would not know what to do. In fact, he might make matters worse. "No, I'm on my own," he thought. He glanced at the rearview mirror. He saw no vehicle following him. He had already broken into a cold sweat, and his body had started to shake. "Get a grip on yourself," he mumbled. "You can do this." He checked the mirror again, and when he was certain it was clear, he pulled up to the side of the road. He winced as he reached down and pulled out a bag from underneath the passenger seat. The bag contained equipment and tools used by Vigo for torture. He always kept the bag in his car in case he needed it on the spot. He rummaged inside the bag. He pulled out duct tape, a rag, and a bottle of vodka. He opened the cap with his teeth and doused the wound with the alcohol. Searing pain went through his body as the liquid burned the exposed flesh. He tried hard not to scream. He had been through far worse in his home country. This was nothing compared to that. But the pain was unrelenting. His hand shook as he reached over and opened the glove compartment. He grabbed a bottle of painkillers and downed a handful with the vodka. He regretted not taking them before cleaning the wound. "Now is not the time for self-recrimination, you fool," he thought. "Now is the time for action." He pressed the rag over the wound and then wrapped the duct tape around his body to hold it in place. "It will do for now," he thought. He looked around. He did not see anything that concerned him. He waited a couple of minutes for the painkillers to kick in, and then he got back on the road. He had formulated a new plan. He would get across the state line and find a motel in some seedy town. He would then break into a pharmacy and get all the things he needed to remove the bullet from his body. In the Serbian army, he had learned to stitch a wound and perform minor procedures to save a life. It would not be as precise as a medical doctor, but it would have to do for now. Once he had healed, he would return to Milton, grab his money from the airport, and somehow find a way to leave the country. Now that the police knew who he was, his face would be plastered all over the news. "I also need hair dye from the pharmacy," he thought. He would have to change his looks. He wiped the sweat from his brow. He was now on a quiet road, driving well above the speed limit. He licked his upper lip as he checked the rearview mirror yet again. He saw he was being followed, and it was the same vehicle he had seen the detective driving earlier. He swore at the top of his lungs and pressed the accelerator as hard as possible. The car shot ahead like a cannonball. He slammed the horn as cars appeared in front of him, and he maneuvered past them at high speed. He realized his hands were shaking violently. He was going to go into septic shock. "Not now!" he screamed. He blinked to clear the sweat from his eyes. He lost his grip on the steering wheel. The car spun out of his lane and went off the road, tearing through grass and bushes before it slammed into a lamp post. Vigo's head jerked forward and hit the steering wheel. For a minute, he blacked out. When he came to his senses, he realized where he was. He reached for his gun, which was still on the passenger seat. Something cold touched his temple. He looked up. Standing outside the driver's side door was the detective. He was aiming his weapon at him. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he said. "Now place your hands where I can see them." Vigo knew he had no more fight in him. He placed his hands on the steering wheel. Chapter 100. The room had no windows, but it had enough space for a sofa, a desk and chair, and a bookshelf. It was likely used for private meetings, but right now it was being used as a living space. Lana Anderson sat on the sofa with her head bowed. She was wearing a hooded shirt, track pants, and runners. Callaway sat across from her on a single chair. The room had the smell of someone living in a confined space. There were boxes of takeout food in the corner. Lana's hand carry lay open on the carpet floor, revealing her clothes and personal belongings. Her toiletries were spread on the desk. Plastic bags containing dirty laundry were in the corner, and her backpack was on the floor next to the sofa. Callaway had spotted a bathroom in the 14th floor's hallway. Lana must have used it whenever she needed to, and it was out of view of any security cameras. The room was windowless, so no one would see the lights on during the night. The entire 14th floor was unoccupied, so there was little fear of someone catching her unexpectedly. The conference room and the room Lana was living in were booked under another name, so there was zero chance of any surprise visitors. He knew the room was a perfect place to hide. The only way he found her hideout was a combination of two events that happened one right after the other. The first was his visit to R.J. Parrish's office. On his way to the top floor, a woman had entered the elevator carrying a duffel bag. He had watched as she strained to hold the bag up. Callaway had thought nothing of it until he saw his landlady's son return from a delivery. The way he held the delivery bag told him it was much lighter than when he had first gone to make the delivery. It was the same way the woman had held the duffel bag when she caught him rushing out of Parrish's office. The woman in the elevator was R.J. Parrish's secretary, and Callaway had seen her get off on the 14th floor. Callaway's suspicions were correct. She was bringing food and other items to Lana Anderson. When Callaway had confronted Lana, she wanted to make a call through a disposable phone to Parrish's secretary. As they waited for her to arrive, Callaway could not help but think how daring and ingenious their plan was. Lana Anderson was not dead. She had not left the city nor the country, and she was not hiding in some remote house in some remote countryside. Lana Anderson had been hiding right under their noses, Callaway thought, and they had no idea how close she was. Chapter 101. Fisher watched as a car pulled up next to hers. Nunez got out and came over to her. They were at Pine Trail. The road was deserted except for them. "Thanks for coming," Fisher said. "I don't like being yanked away from a case," Nunez said. She had a frown on her face. "But you are Casey's sister, so here I am. I apologize for this, but it's important." "Okay, so what's going on?" Nunez said. "Can you go over what happened on the day Miranda was found dead?" Fisher asked. "You know I can't discuss an open investigation with you. Can you at least walk me through the facts known to the public? This is a waste of my time. Please indulge me." Nunez sighed. "Miranda and your brother were seen together at Leaside Forest Park, which is a short distance from here. She was then seen getting into your brother's car. They were then seen driving toward this location. That was the last time anyone saw Miranda alive. Several hours later, a missing persons report was filed with the police, but as 24 hours had not elapsed, the police held off their search. Instead, Miranda's family began looking for her. It was her brother who found her." Nunez pointed to an area down the slope. "Her neck was broken, and she was dead. Did I miss anything?" "No, you summarized it well, but you did omit one thing." Nunez crossed her arms. "And what is that?" "You were also at this very spot the day Miranda was killed." Nunez let out an exasperated laugh. "That's absurd. Your cell phone signal pinged off a cell tower not far from here, around the time Miranda was supposed to have been alive." Nunez's eyes narrowed. "How did you know that?" "I'm a member of law enforcement, remember? You can't access that information for personal use. I'll do whatever is necessary to save my brother." Nunez said nothing. Fisher said, "Casey is careless when it comes to putting a password on his cell phone. He doesn't do it because he knows he'll forget the password. I inadvertently unlocked his phone, and when I did, I saw his messages. Around the time he was with Miranda at Leaside Forest Park, he was also messaging you all the details. You knew where he was and what he was doing. I then tried to track Miranda's cell phone, and guess what I found out?" Nunez was silent. "Miranda's phone was last activated an hour after she had apparently died, and the signal came from within an area where you lived. If I were a betting woman, I'd bet you'd taken it and then disposed of it." Nunez shook her head. "You don't know what you're talking about." "Then there was also a witness at the scene," Fisher said. "Jerome Johnson had taken his daughter over to Leaside Forest Park to ride her new bicycle. He only gets to see her once a week, so he was excited to bring her there. As he was leaving the park, he had taken Pine Trail. Once the news of Miranda's death had spread, he had gone to the Lockport PD and given his statement. He had, in fact, spoken to you." "How do you know all this?" "I spoke to Miranda's brother, Troy, and I convinced him to get his parents to request the police file on their daughter's murder." "It was you who got them to do it," Nunez said, her voice rising. "It was," Fisher agreed. "In the file, I saw that you had made a note of your discussion with Mr. Johnston, but you neglected to include in the file that as Mr. Johnson was driving past that very spot on Pine Trail, he had seen a black sedan parked to the side. He never bothered to get the license plate number because he never figured it would be important. But when I spoke to him, he was able to provide me with the make and model. It matched the car that you just drove up in." Fisher pointed to Nunez's black sedan. Nunez stared at her. Fisher said, When you said you didn't want this investigation to go outside the Lockport PD, you weren't trying to protect Casey. You were trying to protect yourself." Nunez looked away. "It's not what you think," she said, her words barely audible. "Then tell me," Fisher said. "Tell me what happened that day." Chapter 102. Nunez's shoulders sank. "You are right. I was in contact with Casey throughout the time he was with Miranda. Casey knew what people would say when they found out he was taking a teenager for a ride in his car. All he wanted was the proof that he was responsible for his best friend's death. Casey's actions led to Jacob's death. You know that, don't you?" Fisher asked. "I do," Nunez replied. "Casey has been honest with me. He was 16 when it happened. He was scared. You know your brother better than I do. He never meant to hurt anyone that night." Fisher nodded. Nunez said, "I know Miranda took Casey to the motel first, and then to Leaside Forest Park. I was following his car from a distance. He didn't know this, and he still doesn't know to this day. I saw him drop Miranda by the side of the road." "So she was still alive when Casey drove away?" Fisher asked. Nunez nodded. "Casey told me he'd gotten into a heated argument with her." "What were they arguing about?" "She was still trying to manipulate him right until the end. One minute she would break down crying, and the next minute she would threaten to ruin him. She was desperate, and he sensed that. Before things escalated, he told her to get out of the car. Fortunately, she did." "Okay." "I was right behind them," Nunez said. "As Casey sped away, I drove up to Miranda. I told her I wanted to have a word with her. She suddenly started crying again. She knew I was a police officer, and she told me Casey had raped her. I asked her where it happened, and she told me it was at the motel. I asked her why she came to Leaside Forest Park when Casey had attacked her. She said she came because Casey made her. She was scared that he'd hurt her more if she didn't oblige. I asked her how she ended up at Pine Trail. She made up some story about jumping out of his car. Miranda had no idea I knew the truth, or that I was in a relationship with Casey." Nunez clenched her jaw. "There was not a single scratch on her, and I was certain Casey had not touched her. After a couple of minutes of her lies, I demanded to know the truth. She then swore and spat at me. She wasn't the goody-good girl the media made her out to be. She was cold and manipulative." Fisher gave her a stern look. "She was also someone's daughter." Nunez's face relaxed, and she nodded. "She was, yes, I know. But at that moment she was someone who was willing to say and do anything to ruin a good person, a person I love. Your brother. I don't know what came over me. I pushed her hard. She lost her footing, and she fell backward. I didn't realize how steep the slope was until she stumbled and rolled all the way to the bottom. I was horrified at what happened. I rushed down the slope, and when I got near, I saw her eyes were rolled up in the back of her head, and her neck was twisted at an awkward angle. I later found out her neck had broken in two and had crushed her trachea, causing her to suffocate." Fisher's eyes narrowed. "You didn't check to see if she was alive?" "I didn't have time. I heard a car on the road. I didn't realize it was Jerome Johnston until he showed up at the station the next day to make a statement. I was certain he would remember my license plate number. When he didn't, I tried to bury it in my report." She covered her face with her hands. "I should have checked for a pulse, but I was in shock. All I could think about was getting the hell out of there as fast as I could." "You might have run as fast as you could, but what you did made Casey a suspect in her death." "I know that very well," Nunez said. "Why do you think I never charged him for the crime?" "What were you expecting to do anyway?" Fisher asked. "I don't know," she replied, looking like she was resigned to her fate. "I thought if I had more time, I would find a way to make it go away." "You were going to blame Warren, Miranda's ex-boyfriend, for the crime, weren't you?" Nunez said nothing. "I know the truth," Fisher said, "and I won't let anyone take the blame for what you did." There was a long pause between them. Nunez's hand reached for her holster. Fisher took a step back. I'm not going to shoot you, Nunez said. How can I be sure? I love your brother. I was only trying to help him. Nunez removed her weapon and dropped it to the ground. You can call it in, she said. I'm ready to take responsibility for my actions. Chapter 103. Beth Cartwright sat next to Lana Anderson on the sofa. After Callaway explained why he had been searching for Lana, Beth was more than eager to talk. It's a tragedy what happened to David, she said. You knew him well? Callaway asked. Well enough. He represented Parrish Holdings for many years. So whenever he came to meet Mr. Parrish, we'd chat. I knew he had a family, and I also knew he was a good person. But he was accused of stealing money from your employer. She shook her head. That's not true. I mean, at first I thought the same thing. I never imagined someone so polite and respectful would be capable of such a thing. But after David was let go, and Mr. Parrish had filed a suit against him, I found something that changed my mind. What did you find? Callaway asked. Mr. Parrish keeps a paper shredder in his office. He uses it to destroy confidential documents. One day, when Mr. Parrish was away, I went into his office to drop something on his desk when I saw the shredder. There was a piece of paper stuck halfway into the machine. I don't know why. I normally don't pry into other people's business. But I checked, and it was a letter sent by Mr. Parrish to a firm in the Isle of Man, instructing them to set up a numbered company under David's name. I thought that was odd. Why did Mr. Parrish give David the power to control an offshore company when he later accused him of transferring money into that very company? I smelled a setup. I didn't make much of it or do anything about it. I'm just a secretary, you know. But then, when that man started showing up at the office— Which man? Callaway asked. I don't know his full name. I just heard Mr. Parrish call him Vigo, Beth replied. He made me uncomfortable whenever he was in the office. I overheard them talking about David. I must have thought they were discussing the lawsuit, but then I heard them talk about— Beth fell silent. Talk about who? Callaway prodded. The governor. James Bartlett? Yes. And they talked about using some woman to make him do what they wanted. Callaway turned to Lana Anderson. They meant you, he said. She nodded. I should have known what I was getting myself into, but— She sighed. But I needed the money. I know it sounds cliched for people my age, but I was struggling to work part-time as a waitress and go to college full-time. I knew girls who were stripping or who had sugar daddies, but I didn't want to do that. It just seemed dirty. I saw a post online about a modeling gig. Another cliche, I know, and I went. It was at a hotel, and when I got there, there were already several girls before me. Then I met him. She shivered. Vigo? Callaway asked. She nodded. I was surprised when he didn't ask for my portfolio of modeling jobs. I didn't really have one, nor did he have a camera. All he did was ask me several questions. He said he needed someone for a job. It was more like an acting gig. I would have to sign a confidentiality agreement, and I would have to do exactly what they told me to. I signed the agreement and left. 2 days later, Vigo showed up. I was staying with a roommate at the time, and he said he would give me an apartment to live in and $50,000. Callaway's eyebrows shot up. 50 grand? Yes. He gave me 25 up front in cash, and I was supposed to get the other 25 once the job was done. What was the job? Lana looked away in embarrassment. Beth put her hand on her arm to encourage her to keep going. Lana looked at Callaway. I was told I had to meet someone. I didn't have to sleep with him. I just had to make it look like we were in some form of a relationship. And let me guess, Vigo gave you tickets to a charity event hosted by Governor Bartlett, Callaway said. She nodded. I did exactly as I was told. I made it look like I was interested in him. Were you? Or were you acting? Because I spoke to him, and he surely was interested in you. Again, this is going to sound cliched, Lana said, but I'm much younger than him, so yeah, I could see why he'd be interested. I was only doing it for the money, to be honest with you. I never wanted to hurt him or anyone else for that matter. I regret doing it, but I didn't sleep with him. After we'd met a couple of times, it was always at a restaurant, at a bar, or at a coffee shop. I thought my job was done. But then James, the governor, started calling me non-stop. I told him I wasn't sure about the relationship. He was married. He had kids. And he was the governor of the state. My parents think I'm in Europe on a modeling gig. If they found out I was involved in a scandal, they'd be deeply upset. I come from a small town in Montana. Everyone knows everybody. My parents are pillars of their community. I can't let my actions affect them.
But you did meet Bartlett one night, Callaway said. There is security footage of him dropping you off outside your apartment building.
Like I told you, he kept calling me. I thought about changing my number, but then one day he said he understood why I didn't want to see him, and that it was probably for the better. He asked to meet me one last time. He also said something about knowing people who could help me get a job with the government. I shouldn't have gone, but I did. I thought it might lead to other opportunities, career-wise. The moment we met, he broke down and confessed he was unhappy in his marriage and that he wanted us to run away together. That did not sound like the James Bartlett Callaway had read about. The James Bartlett he read about was obsessed about his career and getting re-elected again.
You believed him? Callaway asked.
I don't know, Lana replied, but I think he was under pressure. He mentioned something about a project and that he needed my help with it. A light bulb went off in Callaway's head. Bartlett knew Parrish was using Lana to extort him, and what better way to break free of Parrish's hold than let the world know that Parrish had set up a honey trap for him. As Lana had said, nothing intimate had happened between them. Bartlett was shrewd enough to use something like this to his advantage. His current election platform was on anti-corruption, and if he could prove Parrish was blackmailing him, that would be a major coup for him. To do that, he needed Lana.
How did David get involved in all of this? Callaway asked.
Chapter 104. I can answer that, Beth said. I knew David had been wronged. After I had discovered the letter in Mr. Parrish's office shredder, I took it to David. I told him he had been set up. I'm a religious person, and I believe in doing the right thing, and I wanted to help him clear his name.
But wouldn't that affect your position here?
Beth almost laughed. Mr. Parrish has been thinking of replacing me for a long time. He prefers younger secretaries. I've just made myself too invaluable for him to let me go. But even then, I knew eventually I will be looking for another job. David offered to hire me at his firm, after he was able to prove he had nothing to do with the transfer of funds to that bank account.
Callaway frowned. Okay, but then why did David go to see Lana?
Beth replied. Around the time I was meeting David, I found out about Lana. It wasn't hard to get her telephone number. As Mr. Parrish's secretary, I have access to his private schedule and contacts. I met her at a park and we talked for hours. Lana was worried she might be involved in something she couldn't easily get herself out of. She was afraid of Vigo. He had never threatened her outright, but his presence was menacing. She knew he was keeping tabs on her. Once when she was grocery shopping, she'd caught him watching her in his car. Lana jumped in. I should have confronted him right then, but I didn't know what to make of it. I just wanted to finish the job and get the rest of my money. Beth said, I mentioned my conversation with Lana to David. I had no idea he had gone to her apartment to speak to her until Lana told me.
What did he say to you when he showed up at your door?
Callaway asked Lana. He tried to convince me to go to the media and tell them how Parrish was using me. I told him I couldn't do that. As I mentioned before, my parents have no idea what I'm doing in Milton. David was upset, and I remember he left disappointed. Callaway thought of something. He turned to Beth.
How were you and David going to expose Parrish's scheme? All you had was a shredded document which Parrish could easily deny ever writing.
I had started listening into Mr. Parrish's phone calls. I was hoping to record him incriminating himself, and with David being a lawyer, we would then use it against him. But it all fell apart after David, too." She looked away. Callaway knew she was referring to David's suicide. Callaway did not want to lose this opportunity. He still had a lot of questions he needed answers to. He asked Lana, "What made you run away? Was it something David said?" Lana shook her head. "I was upset by David's visit, so I called Beth and told her. She said she'd speak to David about it." "Okay." "And as for why I ran, Beth told me my life might be in danger." Beth nodded. "Like I said, I had been listening in on Mr. Parrish's calls, and during one of his conversations, Vigo had mentioned that they should consider cleaning up everything that linked back to them. I sensed that they meant getting rid of Lana. Mr. Parrish was against it, but I could tell from Vigo's voice that he wasn't convinced. I told Lana to pack her stuff and come here. I already knew Vigo was keeping an eye on her, so I couldn't take her to my house. I figured, what better place to hide her than right in the lion's den, so to speak? I knew the 14th floor was unoccupied, except for the boardroom and this room. I booked it under Parrish Holdings."
"Weren't you worried R.J. Parrish would find out?"
"We book spaces throughout the building, and Mr. Parrish doesn't concern himself with such things. It's my job to do it for him."
"So earlier, when I caught you in the elevator, you were bringing Lana food."
"I was."
"And how long were you planning on keeping her here?"
"Only until the heat went away. After David's death, Parrish and Vigo were on high alert. We couldn't do anything with them looking over their shoulders."
Callaway mulled over what he had heard. He then said to Lana, "The day you left your apartment and came here, David was seen returning to your building. Why?"
Lana sighed. "I'm not sure why David came back to my apartment. Maybe he thought he could somehow convince me to change my mind."
"I'm confused," Callaway said, shaking his head. "Why did he hire me to find you? I don't think he knew you had disappeared."
"I can answer that," Beth said. "Right after David left her apartment, Lana called me about his visit. I spoke to David about it. He was adamant she was the key to destroying Parrish. David was desperate. He was under a lot of stress. He was acting strangely. I told him she was gone and that he should not bother contacting her again. Maybe he went back to see if that was true."
Callaway considered his next steps.
"What do we do now?" Lana asked.
"We go to the police," Callaway replied. "And I know just the man to call."
Chapter 105. Almost an hour after Callaway made the call, Holt walked through the door. Callaway introduced Lana and Beth and explained the situation. Holt listened and then informed them that he had Vigo Radovic in custody. Right now, all he had on him was a charge for the attempted murder of an officer, but he was confident they would be able to connect Radovic to Trevor Donnelly's murder. Beth and Lana provided a summary of what they knew about Parrish, Bartlett, and Becker. Holt was confident their statements would undo Parrish's schemes, and also be the end of Bartlett's term as governor. Parrish would be charged for corruption and conspiracy, and Bartlett would not be able to overcome this scandal. At the end, Callaway said to Holt, "Can you help them? They are willing to go on the record and make an official statement."
"I'm sure I can do something," Holt said.
Callaway checked his watch and turned to leave.
"Where are you going?"
Holt asked, confused.
"I still have time,"
Callaway replied.
"Time for what?"
"There is a little girl I need to take to the zoo," Callaway said, and with that, he was gone. Holt stared at the door and then shook his head.
"I will never understand that man," he thought. "Maybe it's best I never do."
Chapter 106. Members of her own department arrested Nunez and charged her for the murder of Miranda Temple. Nunez left without incident. She knew there was no way out. Fisher had a feeling Nunez was somewhat relieved this was over. She was an officer of the law, and if not today, Then one day the guilt would get to her. Casey had not yet been told about what had happened. He had been an emotional wreck ever since Miranda was murdered. Fisher figured it might be better if she broke the news about Nunez to him face to face. She entered the house and called out his name. There was no answer. He must still be in his room, she thought. She knocked on the door, and when she got no response, she turned the door handle. It was unlocked. Typical Casey, but the room was empty. He must have gone out. She decided to freshen up after her long day. She went into the bathroom. She froze in her tracks. The bathtub was filled to the brim with water. A lone hand was sticking out, resting on the edge of the tub. Casey? She screamed out his name, rushed over, and pulled his wet body out of the water. She placed his body on the tiled floor and began to perform CPR. Hot tears streamed down her face as she applied chest compressions and blew into his mouth. After what felt like hours but were more like minutes, she stopped and checked for a pulse. There was none. She looked around and spotted a bottle of painkillers on the sink counter. The cap was off, the bottle was on its side, and she could see it was empty. She dropped to the floor and cradled Casey in her arms. She kissed him. His skin was cold to the touch. She cried like she had never cried before. Chapter 107. Several weeks later. The funeral was held in Fisher's hometown. Casey was buried in the family cemetery plot. Her parents were devastated. They had a lot of questions, but Fisher was not ready or willing to answer them. They knew Casey was battling personal demons. They just did not know how badly he was suffering. Their only wish was that if they had known sooner, they might have been able to help him. Fisher had tried to help him, but she was too late. She was grateful they did not know about Miranda's death or Nunez's incarceration. If they conducted a simple search online, they might find out what had transpired in Lockport. She hoped they never did. It was best if the past was left behind. She had taken some time off to grieve for her brother. As usual, Holt was very supportive. He was constantly calling to see how she was doing. McConnell would drop by at the end of his shift to keep her company. Even Callaway would drop by to see how she was doing. She was grateful to have those three in her life right now. She sat on the sofa and stared at the TV. She could not muster the energy to go out for her regular morning jogs. She knew fresh air would clear her head, but right now, she just wanted to sit and do nothing. She was still torn by Casey's decision to end his life. Would he still have done it if he knew he was not responsible for Miranda's death? Fisher was not so sure, because the alternative was the woman he loved and wanted to spend the rest of his life with was now going to be locked up for a very long time. It was a tragic end, with no winners, only losers. She reached over to the coffee table to pick up the remote when her eyes caught sight of a cardboard box in the corner of the living room. After Casey's death, her family flew over and helped her pack up his stuff. Most of it was donated to the Salvation Army, and the personal mementos were divided amongst his parents and siblings. However, there was one box that Fisher kept. The box was sealed, and on top of it, in Casey's handwriting, was her name. Her brother wanted her to have it. So far, though, she did not have the heart to open the box and look inside. "I'll get to it when I'm ready," she thought. She went back to changing channels, but she could not help looking at the box. She sighed loudly. She got up and retrieved the box. "I'll have to do this eventually, so why not now?" She opened the seal. The first thing she saw was a binder. She pulled the binder out, and when she flipped it open, she saw it contained articles from all the newspapers at the time of Jacob's death. Casey had kept them as a reminder of what he had done. She shut her eyes and sighed. Time didn't heal the wounds because Casey wouldn't let it. He was carrying his mistake with him all this time. She went back to the box and found something she did not expect to see. It was the smartwatch Casey was wearing when she arrived in Lockport. She was confused.
Why would he want me to have it? She tinkered with the watch and got it working. There were dozens of recordings stored on the phone's hard drive. She remembered Casey was always speaking into it. He wanted to keep a log of all his ideas, of his events, or just random thoughts. He hoped one day to use that information to write a book. She felt a sharp pain in the pit of her stomach. Now he will never get to do that, she thought. She hesitated, but then she decided to listen to the recordings, if only to hear his voice again. The first log was Casey explaining how much he loved being a teacher. He talked about his students and how they gave him the energy to come to work each day. The second log was Casey trying desperately to describe a sunset. His choice of words was weak and uninspiring. He laughed at the end and remarked that maybe writing that epic novel was going to be harder than he thought. Fisher scrolled through the list and decided to listen to the very last recording. She hoped it would give a sense of what Casey was going through right before he decided to end his life. She pressed the button. She heard heavy breathing as if he was breathing through his nose. Then Casey said, "Where are you? Where did you go? Come on. Come on." She could tell he was driving, and by the sound of it he had his window down, and he was on a dirt and gravel road. Wasn't Pine Trail dirt and gravel, she thought? The car came to a halt. The sound of brakes was audible. The car door opened and then it slammed shut. She then heard footsteps on the gravel. Casey was walking fast. He was also out of breath and panting. "Oh my God!" he exclaimed. "Oh no!" The next sounds were of someone moving through bushes and branches. Fisher knew that the slope next to Pine Trail was covered in bushes and trees. She then heard him cry, "No, no, no!" If she had to guess, Casey had stumbled on Miranda's body. After leaving her by the side of the road, he must have changed his mind and returned to pick her up, she thought. His breathing was even more labored. It was as if he was having an asthma attack. Casey had severe asthma as a child, but it went away as he got older. "What?" she heard him say. There was movement, and then a female voice said, "Help me, please." It was Miranda. She was still alive. Fisher's heart began to beat faster. "I'm going to help you," Casey said. "I'm going to call 911. It's going to be all right." Miranda slowly said, "Nunez." "What did you say?" Casey asked. "It was Detective Nunez." There was silence. Casey said, "I'm so sorry." The next sounds were moaning, and the sounds of someone struggling. Her heart sank. She knew what was happening. Casey was smothering her. As he did, Casey kept repeating, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Silence returned. Fisher knew Miranda was dead. Casey began to weep. A minute passed, and then he sniffled, and then there was the sound of shuffling feet. The next moment, she heard the car door open again. The engine started. Casey said, "Oh, shit." The audio cut off. Casey must have realized he had turned on his smartwatch's recorder. So why didn't he delete it, she thought. She knew the answer. He did not want to. And he had sent her the proof because he knew she would do the right thing. Nunez might have pushed Miranda, but she never killed her. Casey did. And the guilt finally got the better of him. Fisher reached over and grabbed her cell phone. She was going to make a call to the district attorney in Lockport, and she would fly down to personally hand over the evidence. There was an innocent person locked up for a crime they had not committed. Casey had already paid the price for his action. Fisher had to make sure no one else suffered for what he had done. That was what Casey would have wanted. She dialed the number. This has been The Missing Mistress, Lee Callaway book number 5, written by Thomas Fincham, narrated by Adam Verner. Copyright 2019 by Thomas Fincham. Production copyright by Thomas Fincham.